think it might have to fiddle the fiddly thing. How are we all doing? I'm starting early because I want to play Dungeon Defenders. And I'm curious to see all new content. I've also been curious, but I did have a quick look about anyone else playing this, and it just doesn't seem to be anyone. Like, no one else is playing this. So, quick match. No, custom match. One other person playing. But yes, I need to tidy up my I had a quick bash with in a random game because I was just curious to see what other people felt about Redux. I'm very excited, but I need to clear up all the crap I got. Create folder. To keep. What do we call it? Trust fund. Set active folder. Now let's move. Left click, right. I wish there was a way to... Oh, if it's got red text, I see it, yeah. Bonk, 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 bonk. Why does that here? What order is this in? So I'm ignoring this stuff. I will probably never use it, but that's just stuff that came... Wow, I'm just gonna give that to Henry. Is that an upgrade? No. Moustache, you say? Oh my god, a moustache with negative 125 levels in tower rate. My god. I say they haven't fixed the item generations. That disappoints me. If it's cursed, fine. If it's not cursed, not fine. And I just wanted to... Where was the one that was... terrible? Was it this one? Move upper folder. I love it's not very clear that means move that item upper folder. Was that the item? It was worth like 53 or something. How are you doing anyway, more bits? Did you get much snow? So, I'm going to try something again because I like the loot goblin stuff, and so we'll be doing a bunch of survival mode, mix mode, hardcore mode. Yeah, we got like 6 or 7 inches. I spent, yeah, as I said yesterday, I spent a lot of hours out rescuing cars because I'm nice like that. This character is so slow. But levels just come as you not levels, sorry, what's the word? They must be. Yeah, I mean, fortunately I still sells a few hundred copies a day, you know, it still does attract a lot of people. Yeah. My monitor that I have hooked up to my Streambox just started flashing. I was at hit level 21, so I could use Mom's bow. Yeah, I am surprised. Both Factorio and Satisfactory, I was kind of expecting either / both of them to provide some boost to Fortresscraft's sales or popularity, going, hey, if you've played Satisfactory, like Satisfactory, you could polish off in, I don't know, 8 or 10 hours when it came out. So people going, hey, if you like that but you want more, check out Fortresscraft. Nothing. Not a sausage. I should probably go with those chests, shouldn't I? Right, what difficulties? Oh, easy. Whoops. Meant to be an insane. I thought that was a little easy. So insane I can do it. On Nightmare I don't think we can. So insane, mixed mode, survival, hardcore. Yeah, that's not the point. It's irrelevant. Satisfactory's been out for fucking years. It's totally beside the point. My point was, when Satisfactory came out, and then all the rest of the things I just said. I expect the same thing with Factorio. Again, Factorio shit with fuck all content. That of Fortresscraft was fairly mature by that point. So I'm always surprised that you don't get, say, just basically a blowback. I mean, that was what made the original Fortresscraft, was people looking for Minecraft would find Fortresscraft instead, because we exist and they didn't. And it surprised me that hasn't been the case, because Satisfactory had an enormous marketing campaign and everyone just wouldn't shut up about it. It's like, all we've got here is a pre-rendered trailer. Let's wait till the game comes out, because it'll probably be pretty simple. Spoiler, yeah, it was pretty simple. Wait, 2 mobs? Difficulty in mine. Mixed mode and insane hardcore. 2 mobs? No. I might regret being on hardcore mode, actually, because hardcore mode will spawn a lot of dark elves. Oh, I have to kill this thing 3 times. Just there. Feel free. I must here just talk to myself. Mixer always said, always stream as if there are people watching you. Don't just, do interact with your stream, but also just kind of stream. Otherwise, you're sitting there just going at the screen. Yeah, I was playing Forza last week as well. It's got adverts for Mixer all over it still. Sad face. We like Mixer. It's quite weird. Like Mixer is the, to a great degree, the future of what streaming services should have been, and just got abandoned by Microsoft after they paid, oh God, was it like $9 million a month in India or something? Quite frankly, ludicrous amount of money. But hopefully I can get further than last time. Last time I just didn't have the DPS, but now I've actually got a reasonable bow, and I'm reasonable as far as I'll go with it. Might actually get somewhere. Right, let's go kill that one, because that's annoying. Okay, these ones I've got to worry about, because I'm in hardcore mode, so I only get to die once per wave. What about a gas trap there? Wait! I knew that would happen. Why is he not thank you? Okay, let's start off with matching lightning tower. And this this wave. Am I even on the right mode? Mixed mode, insane hardcore. Alright, I assume I am. So I've got the defences I want now, all apart from that gas trap. So let's just put the gas trap down. Gas trap there to cover top and bottom. Oh, is that an upgrade? Is that actually an upgrade? No, like fuck it is. So we've got a lightning. Ah, yeah, mortars. That's the one. So mortars is one of the new towers, and they are pretty sweet. Not massively OP, which is a bit of a shame. Guess what I'll do is I'll switch out for my this one, because I haven't seen this one's got a snowball tower. I need a whole bunch more levels for that. 3D, so I can't do anything of note, or I can just really upgrade. But lightning is obviously lightning damage, and mortar is fire damage, so we should be good there and there. Here's my, so I bought 4 televisions all at the same time. I'll probably get some recommendations from the guys later, because it looks like one of them died recently, so I've had to replace it, which is fine, but I don't really want to spend 300 quid. So the screen I've got pretty much just my LPT is 300 quid, so it's not expensive. But now one of the other TVs I bought at the same time looks like it's about to die. Same thing, the backlight's just going. They've had, more or less the same amount of usage. Give or take a few percent. Ah, okay, that's all we're getting. Ah, I didn't look to see if there was any treasure goblins. Allow you tall factories. Well, you make factories as tall as you like. Almost everything in Fortress Craft allows you to rotate it in any way. You can't jump up here, you suck. Oh, I immediately regret this decision. Azzo, that's all about that lightning tower. Hey, dude.
Hey, how's it going?
I don't know, you're a tiny, tiny voice, like my conscience again.
Hello?
Yeah, you're how far are you from your microphone?
It's like in my face.
Okay, tap your microphone. Tap your microphone. That's not the microphone you're using. What microphone are you actually using? Is it your VR headset?
Yeah, it might be the VR headset. God damn it.
I had a worse one. I did a video call with someone for a while, and then after a few minutes they went, "Why am I just seeing your room?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" Because all I can see is your room. I'm like, I don't know, hit a preview. And it was the camera on the front of the on the the tracking camera. And I was like, I didn't even realise that would turn up as right. Okay, yeah, that's
interesting that that's an option. I'm not sure why you'd want that.
Super distorted.
Am I?
Yep.
Oh, too loud or?
Way too loud. Well, actually, not that loud, but you're clipping to fuck.
I'll try it again. Is that better?
Oh, that's glorious. It's like tickling my eardrums with your...
Oh.
Oh, insert, you don't have to answer if you just want to type the answer, but jaw stuff? Like I just saw your Facebook post and I was like, what?
Oh yeah, I had jaw surgery in October.
That doesn't narrow it down. You've got one?
Oh.
You didn't have one? You're born without one?
A
You had
jaw.
2.
Wait, what?
You had a jawectomy.
Are you suggesting I didn't have a jaw and I grew one?
I don't know. Well, no, I assume it's an artificial jaw, obviously.
Very funny. No, I had essentially they took a chunk out of both my jaws to move them. Was the surgery?
Oh, wow.
So that was fun. Yeah.
I didn't know.
I can find the specific thing if you're curious. I think I have X-rays somewhere, but
No,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
alright. Just
Yeah.
just vaguely. I had jaw surgery. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it was fun. Essentially, I've been in lockdown since like April and without a break because the surgery sort of overlapped with the period between lockdowns.
That's an upgrade. I'm beginning to wonder today if I've done something wrong because I'm not seeing any loot goblins. And I tested it briefly and I had a whole bunch of loot goblins and now none. And I don't know why. I'm getting godly gear though, so this is good. Mixed mode insane hardcore. This seems to be our thing. Have you not owned Dungeon Defenders? Seriously?
What, me? Or someone
Yeah.
in the chat?
Yeah, no, you. Anyone?
I don't know.
It's
It's
getting
never-
sold. I own this on the Xbox and my iOS and on PC, and I own it like
Okay.
on 2 different. I played it so much. I love this game.
I guess I'm not old enough.
Um,
I'm joking.
it's only 10 years old.
Yeah, it's not that old actually, is it? Is it Dungeon Defenders 2 or is it?
No, Dungeon Defenders 2 is a pile of shit if we don't talk about it. This is
Oh.
Dungeon Defenders, the original. And then there was Dungeon Defenders. Hey, Beyblade. There was Dungeon Defenders.
New Heroes?
Now let's try to remember the names of them now. There was Dungeon Defenders Eternity,
Awaken?
which was Dungeon Defenders 1 in Dungeon Defenders 2 engine, which was a commercial disaster because they shipped a game, you know, basically a 4-player co-op multiplayer game where you couldn't play with your friends. And the response was, oh, just keep joining random lobbies until you find one with your friends in it. And everyone's like,
Interesting.
no. So they completely destroyed their own player base, really, with that. And then there was Dungeon Defenders 2, which was awful for a lot of reasons. Now there's Dungeon Defenders Awakened, which is a remake of Dungeon Defenders 1 in a modern engine. And then there's Dungeon Defenders Redux, which is what I'm playing, which is a macro level balance upgrade and new content for the original Dungeon Defenders. It's just one of those games that just weirdly doesn't die. It just keeps going. Hey Sharka, yeah, we took GTA off yesterday. I think I took it off because we did Red Dead, and Red Dead and GTA and Alternate Nights is a bit,
Yeah.
similar. That's why we're chatting earlier. I said I would like to run something else into the rotation, but I want another world game, like The Raft. But I just don't know anything, and stuff like Ark or Space Engineers, they're just too. What phrase to use? Entrenched might be the word. I feel it would be too much effort to get in. Like Ark just felt like effort rather than fun.
Yeah. I do wonder what makes up a world game in your sense.
Well, I mean, like Terraria, where we have a world. We're all in the world. We're all in the base. We can make our base. We can do stuff, and we can either all like plow into one particular task, or we can split off and do separate tasks, and all this sort of stuff. And why is there no loot goblins? What have I done wrong?
I was trying to play with my mate or no friend. Big difference. But Civilization in multiplayer, and it kind of worked in chatting about things. The game is not too intensive and it's kind of easily approachable, but it kind of needs the timer to boost things around and not allow people to micro.
How does that's not cooperative though? So I mean, I guess you could play cooperatively, couldn't you, with trade routes and stuff?
Yeah, you could like ally against the computer.
I mean, you mentioned I can't say it as Terraria. Like,
Sorry, Terraria.
just my brain. I was like, do I say it as Terraria or is it?
You can
Yeah,
say Terraria. You're wrong, but you can say Terraria.
Yeah, have it. I guess. I don't know.
I understand the Terraria as a world game, but in a
was it-
Civilization you make up the game, but you don't have any avatars in it. But like the political makeup, it would be completely of the players. And they like compose of it.
I was gonna say if you did want to try Terraria again, you could always try modded. That's got some interesting stuff in it.
Terraria, that's how you pronounce it, by the way. It's an interesting one because it's had so much content added to it. We spent half our time on the wiki,
Yeah.
It's just thousands, and it doesn't tie together in a nice way, does it? It's just this and this and that, and this is here, and then the dungeon event, and then this comes before that, and then don't worry about this, and then go and find the bee and do this, and if your world.
This is kind of why I liked some of the mod stuff, because the first like 2 I installed was like that you can install like a boss list, and it just lists all the bosses in order of what you need to like summon them or whatever, like in game.
That's the other thing. You can't really skip the progression order. You have to kill Eye of Cthulhu and then Destroyer of Worlds. There's no way you're going to kill the Wall of Flesh before you've done that. But if you were to play the game without looking at wiki page, how do you even know the Wall of Flesh is there? You can't. The whole game is designed for you to spend on a wiki.
Yeah.
Whoa! Wait, hold on. We have a completely new type of spam. Imagine playing on PC. You already know that I play on the Nickelodeon VTech Dora the Explorer Boots Kid Vocabulary Learning Laptop with Jira Gadget, colourful, kids-proof children, sight-impaired PC keyboard, PS2 USB and sun rain, cute frog, shaped wired optical mice. I will say I played Terraria a little while back with some friends of mine, and they'd never played it before. And when they went into hell and they killed a demon, it dropped the giant voodoo doll and fell into the lava of its own accord. Oh, yeah.
They did not enjoy that.
So that spam, what's he selling? Is it a mouse or a keyboard? Like Amazon, that looks like something from an Amazon content stuffing title, and they really don't like you doing that. But also, PS2 keyboard? Seriously? Well, I am curious what's happening here as well. So, mixed mode spawned loot goblins, which are completely new. Well, new for this game. Not very new for Dungeon Defenders. Not very new for games. And we haven't had any. But I was seeing about every 3 waves before. So, might have to do a little bit of Googling on that one to see whether or not it's a bug or I'm just mistaken. I can't think I can upgrade anything any further. But yeah, I think honestly, Shaka, something like the Raft but with more would make me happy. I really enjoyed the Raft. It just kind of burned through the content because it wasn't very well balanced for lots of players. We just chewed through it and went, oh.
I guess Terraria was like the opposite issue, wasn't it? You couldn't beat some bosses on certain difficulties because of the number of people.
Well, yeah, I mean, that didn't help. As I said, the scaling's a bit...
I don't know if they changed it.
Well, the other thing is, it's very hard to sort of organise. So we ended up, Esme and I, oopsie, wrong button. Esme and I would kill a bunch of bosses, just the 2 of us, just to get it ticked, and then we could do it with more of us. But it was a bit rubbish. Come on, Mana, be picked up.
Honestly, I feel like Terraria is one of the worst games ever to play with people in different time zones, because you just can't. Eventually, you hit a point where you just can't do anything until you beat the X boss, and you have to wait for everyone to be online if they want to do it with you. Yeah,
well, what we did is we just beat the boss, and then we would beat the boss again with with more people online, which is again, it's a bit of a silly way to have to do it. Oh man, I should have gone invincible, but I forgot what key it is.
I'm trying to think of the kind of games that would actually fit your description now. I can't think of many, to be honest.
Fortress Craft, Space Engineers, Minecraft.
I mean, you probably played most of those, though, haven't you?
Well, I don't want to go near Space Engineers or Minecraft or Ark, partly because they are very, very much competitive games to my one, but it's part of that. But also because they are very... I said entrenched is the word I will use. They're very much a game with... They haven't gone through the Warcraft thing of we're going to rejig our game from beginning to end because it has grown and evolved. Whereas when we play Destiny, we're playing Destiny going, what is this clusterfuck of a game? Like the combat is beautiful, and then it's sitting through several minute loading screens. I don't know what I'm doing, what order to do anything in. There are dozens of quest vendors everywhere, most of whom are far too high level for me to talk to, and I'm like, I don't know what's going. I really don't know what I'm supposed to do.
I kind of felt that a little while back, but I think it was Warframe. That game is a Wikipedia game. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. That's the MMO Bayonetta game, isn't it? Like God of War, Bayonetta, Dawn, yeah. I know of it. I have not played it.
Aesthetically, it's really nice. It's been out for a while now, actually. I think. How old was it now?
I do know that I want to push to play for Acron at some point.
Wait, it's 8
But
years
I'm
old.
not
Oh my
expecting
god.
it to be entertaining or handy.
Which one was Acorn again? That was the...
The Time Traveler TS.
Now, was that one free or did I add it to my wish list?
It's not free,
I think I still got my wish list then.
and it's like almost dead. It requires mod functionality to be playable on different stages.
Sounds like a lot of
That's
effort
part
now.
of the. It's.
Is that part of the
sometimes-
game? They're shipping you a broken game, and the first challenge is to make the game work.
The game was released 10 years ago.
So was Dungeon
The dev
Defenders.
team. Well, yeah.
Now, it's when we got games that ran on DirectX 9. At that point, suddenly, thankfully, life got a lot easier for running games for the future. Dungeon Siege, sorry, was just on the cusp of being just about still playable on modern tech. And I think that was DirectX 7.
Are there any really good VR multiplayer games yet?
Yeah.
I think we waited on Pulsar because we wanted to wait for people to get visors.
Yes. Yeah, so Pulsar is like Star Trek Bridge Crew, but hopefully not so... I don't know. Uninspiring? I don't know what... I struggle to sum up why I don't think Star Trek Bridge Crew isn't very good, at the same time as it being a wonderfully polished and clever and super awesome game. And I'm like, yeah...
I think Pulsar is better in those respects, so it's more interesting.
Clearly, the best VR game is that squatting game.
Hot Squat. Hot Squat is awesome. If you've got VR, get Hot Squat. We've got quite an extensive VR setup at the arcade, and we got quite into quite competitive playthroughs of Beat Saber on quite high difficulties and Hot Squat, and I played against a somewhat younger gentleman playing Hot Squat, and I got like... He got like 76. I got like, I don't know, 62 or something. And I knew I was up when I squatted and I couldn't come back up. I just sort of froze at the 90 degrees going, nope, nope, nope. And then just slowly sunk to the ground. But I will try and keep you alive. I've got Mum's bow, or Mom's bow. But I'm not very quick yet.
I've noticed that Rust has become super popular again recently for no apparent reason.
What? Sorry?
Rust.
I think it's... Oh, we're down. Oh my lord.
I mean, it's been popular for a while, but it like blew up again on Twitch or something.
I don't think Rust has ever got unpopular. I think Rust has just all been... Oh my god. It's because we're dead. They're not paying for us. Maybe I shouldn't have put it on hardcore, but it's over. Thanks. Wow.
I've not actually seen Raft, to be honest. Is any good?
Raft. Oh, Raft. Sorry, I
Yeah.
thought you said Rust. Yeah, Raft.
No, I said Rust before, but I'm also saying Raft now.
So we played Raft, and Raft had a big thing going, oh, you can't play it more than 4 players, no PC out there could cope with it. So we played it with about 10 of us, and it was great. It was really good. Really enjoyed it. Thoroughly great atmospheric game. Of all the games that I really want to play in VR, that was up there. The problem was we destroyed it. It wasn't... We just smashed all the content. It went more, and the game went, no more content.
I think there's a weird thing that we can appreciate some of the complexity, but we kind of want the game to be approachable. Its Raft is like simple, but then not that deep.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's deep particularly. Mostly just fairly enjoyable, really.
But any kind of game that is deep in that way, it turns into a wiki game.
Yeah, I mean, Raft had... Well, Raft's problem was too much manual. Everything. Right, I'm going to have in this, because we should have seen something we didn't. So, loot, Goblin, Dungeon, Defenders. And hey, Max.
That's new, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Hello. Is that like Loot Goblins in...
Yes.
Diablo.
Oh yes,
Killing me, guys. Spot spit out loads of goodies.
yes, and wow. So this is the only problem with Redux is it's not very talked about at all. Loot Goblin found only in mixed mode if codes drops midi items. Okay. Core mode. So I guess if we try again, we'll do pure strat. Sorry, survival mix mode, non-hardcore insane. And see. So the loot was good. We were getting loot all the way up to 60 on this, so that's good. But we got to essentially got to the point where the Dark Elves spawned and they destroyed us. And once we're down, they start going for the towers, and then we lasted about 10 seconds after that. So don't die.
Tell me if you want to press G or you want,
I
need
want
the time
you
to
to
build.
I want you to stand there. Don't move until the wave's over. Thank you.
On this spot here.
On that spot there. I don't have enough mana to do the defense I want, but I can do the.
What the?
I'll hit go.
Scrolling through some of these VR games is certainly interesting. There's some pretty strange ones in there.
Arizona Sunshine is an excellent VR multiplayer game. You've also got No Man's Sky. You've got Beat Saber, I guess now.
Yeah, kind of.
Which does have, no, it's got multiplayer. Like it really does. Kill them.
Yes, master. Yes, master. Kill them. Kill me.
So, did anyone watch WandaVision? Or are we going to have to avoid spoilers?
I watched it.
I haven't watched it yet.
As a child, Brian, as a younger man, did you watch Bewitched?
Yes, I did.
Oh, good. You'll get it then. Right, good. Because Emmeline hasn't, and I'm
Dan's
like,
always
right.
getting the victimised bit.
Yeah, basically, if you've not seen Bewitched, all of the reference and humour is going to go totally over your head going, what's wrong with the audience? Why are they laughing
Channel 4 had some really good
literally
content.
everything?
Well, maybe not. It's arguable. The point is that if you got a bit bored of the beep, you flick over and go, oh, this is really cool. Oh, you got it.
So I was watching it with my family, and me and my brother were like, "Oh, this is okay," and my dad was just completely clueless and confused as to what was going on.
What, Bewitched or WandaVision?
WandaVision.
Yeah, I think to be honest, how can I put it? The premise I feel has gone on too long. Half an episode would have been fine. I get it. We're now 2 episodes in, and I'm like, please don't make me watch any more of this. At the same time as I really want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Tell me. And it's like, nope.
Yeah, they're like giving like little hints, and they're gonna like drag it out. I feel like.
Oh, did you not? There were some hints. And again, no
Yeah, no,
spoilers.
I got the hints.
I promise. Did you notice the light on the toaster?
What about the sound or the?
Well, the sound was a good reference, but that was more of a nod. But did you notice the light on the toaster?
Why? What was it?
That would be a no then.
No, I didn't.
Ah.
Well, if you want to tell me, you can message me.
No, okay, yeah, it's not you, it's other people.
Yeah.
Someone hasn't watched it yet.
I will also build our first mortar turrets, which are pretty cool.
Who's doing the building? I've got 774 mana to drop. Have you got the capacity to take it?
No. Let me.
What should I do?
Let me wait for me to.
Okay.
Yeah, go on. Give it me.
Did you notice the symbol on the watch?
Yes. Oh yeah. I've watched all of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm pretty good at spotting all of the little in-universe bits and bobs.
Do you know who it was on the radio? Because I don't.
Didn't recognise it. I suspect it was someone in the credits, but I try not to do that. Now, what was it I was watching something, and it would say things like, and special guest star, blah, 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 blah. You're like, all right, such and such characters in this episode.
Well, actually, one of my biggest gripes about it so far is that I think like 1/3 of the episode is credits.
There's a bit on the other side. There you go. Got it.
Blade, can you give us a buff beam, please, just across here? He'll hear us in a sec.
Yeah, I didn't expect the credits to be that long.
Then
I thought
only long in the first episode.
It was still fairly long in the second one. I don't know.
To be fair, I discounted it because I was told there was an end credit sequence, but it's just a mid-credit sequence.
Wait, in the first one or the second one?
There's mid-credit stuff, but not. It's
Did it change between episodes then? Because we sort of skimmed the second one because we thought it was the same thing.
No, it's still the same. There was, but it's not very exciting. None of it is. It's just like.
Hold on, let me just get this right. The WandaVision thing is one episode, or is it the whole series has suddenly dropped?
It's a new talent. No, the first 2 episodes have dropped.
Oh, okay.
They did this with Mandalorian as well, I think. When the season starts, they drop 2, and then they do one every other week. One every week after that. Sorry.
Yeah, they've got you. They've got you. Oh yeah, Lightning Tower. That was it. They've got you in, and now they're gonna drip feed you. But I said this is odd. At the same time, I'm done with the premise. I'm done with the joke. I get it. Move on. And it's not going to. They're gonna. I won't say.
Oh, deleted the mono there.
Yeah, bad timing. I won't say they're stretching it out. It's just that I'm in the wrong character. How can I manage that?
Can it?
Failure.
Wait, you're in the wrong character. What?
I am on the wrong character.
Oh,
Whoa.
I thought you were talking about WandaVision. I was like, wait, what?
I'm in the one character. Ugh, boys, it feel good. Interesting.
But yeah, it's good to, as someone pointed out, and I didn't notice, they've updated the Marvel logo to include scenes from Endgame, so that's good.
Yeah.
There's now the new logo, and it made me laugh because in the top, you know the Marvel logo, all the flickery images and pages, that pops up at the same time in the corner, and Tiny Letters says, warning, this may contain strobing and flashing images. I'm like, yes, I'm watching one right now.
It's a bit late. I am somewhat concerned that the next 2 episodes might continue with what the end of the second episode had, though.
Well, I mean, I'd say Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't worried about having, clever plots and interesting goings on. So, if they, stretch it out, that does seem like I'm having a go at it. But if they do decide that this storyline, whatever is going on, which literally no one in the world knows, Twitter won't shut. Twitter is full of what about this? What about this? What about this? Here's my theory. What's going on? Like literally nobody knows. Right, I'm gonna go for my summoner. Then
I mean, I guess the best thing you had to go off is the comics, and there's some relation to the comic stuff, right?
Yeah, but I'm not that much into Marvel stuff. So, for example, on the credits on the fake television, the director is the name of a minor character from Spider-Man, who turns into not Black Panther, Black something or other. And I was like, right, okay, if you say so, but whoosh.
Yeah.
Heads and flying. Bloody hell.
Yeah. We are
they jumped straight over the tower and went for me.
You need to not get hit by them. You need to run them into the towers. What I suggest you do is you stand up.
Well, I did run into a tower and jumped over it.
If you stand here, they won't be able to get you because they'll jump to you and fail. And in a moment, I will get some proper defences up. Oh, there's a loot goblin.
All right, yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it does not do what I would call a loot explosion. There we go. To get a graphic.
Wow, it's got a lot of health.
Yeah, it's dead now. You get a graphic, and then everything drops in the same spot.
No. He's got 92,000, 100 and something thousand health.
Yes. Well, yes. They're hard. But they don't. Oh, there's 2 loot goblins. Ooh, sweet. But as I said, they do drop a bunch of loot, which I'll investigate momentarily. But they drop it all in the same place.
That's unhelpful.
Yeah, see, they're going.
Just go, go.
Well, no, because you can't do that because because obviously there's 3 people.
They all miss out.
Oh yeah.
Well, the point is you don't want to drop it on the floor and lose it all. That was the idea.
I don't care about. Well, you won't lose it, but the problem is it's quite hard to investigate.
Well, you lose the items.
Yeah, but I don't. My point is it's quite hard to investigate it.
Yes.
But you can do. You just have to sort of jiggle.
With
3 loot goblins. Wow. But yeah, I mean, don't get too excited. It's not like ultra mega loot because obviously you wouldn't really use it.
Yes.
So hopefully this should be a little bit of a safe haven. So the archers should hopefully, I say, make a mess of the dark elves, I bet. I am Chiku. I guess that means you are lurking.
Yeah, you're right. It's really hard to get in there and get a good butcher.
Yeah, the thing is, that should have been resolved. They should loot explosion. Assuming the engine supports.
Well, you don't get thrown on the floor into places you can't.
No, because the game can't drop loot places you can't get.
Oh,
It just
so
moves to the right place.
I guess this isn't really a spoiler, but apparently if you listen to the One Division with headphones on, it's in mono.
Oh, well, yeah, that's interesting. Oh, wow, because it's all in 4.3 as well. To start
Yeah.
with. Oh, see, I didn't recognise that because I'm on a 5.1 setup, so speech is mono anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a nice touch.
Okay, I've got some gear. I'm going to try equipping it, upgrading it.
So unfortunately, on the last one, it was wave 7. They just steamrolled us, but we were on hardcore. So what happened is they killed us, and well, they killed me. Then they killed him. Has anyone got any mana, by the way? I'm still making. Am I asking? Yeah, mana, please. Mana. I'm doing the mana dance. This dance means give me mana. There we go.
So I'm just making myself hardcore.
And now I will switch out to my.
Oh, those are mail. I want plate, don't I? I need a bus. I need to go with.
It doesn't matter what it is as long as it's the same. But don't worry about that until you get to the point where you're going all godlies. You just change gear way too much to make it worth it. Yeah, these are all like level 34. I can't use these either. Great. Now I'm having the Bewitched theme. Thanks a bunch.
You're welcome. Right, hopefully that'll make things. No, it doesn't. I thought it makes so. This is worse for you. No, it's not at all.
I want this gun. Is that the gun? No.
So by this time, Creeper World 4 has 3D liquids.
Wow, it has.
Have you tried it?
I haven't tried it. No, because I haven't got a lot of. Max, you just picked up the gun I was trying to get. What?
Yeah, I'm going to stick them all on the floor in a sec. Because A, we can't look at them, and B, it's just bloody annoying. So I'm just going to dump on the floor over here. Is that bad?
It's going to be annoying. You have to do it for every loot goblin. That's actually worse, not
but-
better. Now you're dropping them all in the same spot. 'Cause you're
There's
dropping
only,
all-
but there's only 3 weapons there.
Well, I guess, but now I need to pick because
Yeah, the point is you can go for the weapons.
right, there we go.
Sorry,
That was one that
leisure.
was an upgrade. It's godly.
Because I've had a pick of everything else, I'm just going to drop all the hats.
They're not worth shit. They're worth 4 that. I don't care about the money.
Okay. Those are the hats.
Yeah.
Anyone look at hats? Let me go and grab all this lot as well.
Yeah, they're all too. The ones that are good are all too high a level. Ah, that one's an upgrade.
Wow, things actually dropped inside the bloody thing. Okay, right, so, hats, yes? I'll put more hats down first.
I'm not that fussed. I'm a level 27 character. Anything I pick up is
Anybody want, well, if
short
people want
term.
to look at them, please look at them, otherwise they're just going to just get them.
Yeah, like that one's an upgrade in another set. They're all 34s and 60s, so they're not much use.
Okay, okay.
Do we have enough money to upgrade it? Can we upgrade this gas trap, please? And this, and everything. The important point now is not to get murderfied by the Dark
There's
Elves.
a godly, oh, that's level 60.
Godly's level
now,
60. Epic is level 34, I think. So you can equip Epic, but you can't equip Wobbly yet. But Godly's great. Godly's like the next jump. But to the point where we can start doing insane stuff and then just push through doing insane through the levels. That does seem to be the best.
Yeah, that was a dumb idea, wasn't it? I suppose there's no other way of doing it, is there?
No, it's a pain.
Right. Right, so I'm just going. Oh, okay, can't do it. Oh, unlock.
Oh, Adam, second episode. Did you get the greater good vibes?
Oh yes, for the children.
greater good.
For the
For the greater
children.
good.
Yeah, you really. So I know this is new. This is only, well, it's a month old now, I guess. But I don't understand why you would program in this shit. Apart from one reason only: you don't fucking play with anyone else. You just grab everything and then look at it back in your the tavern thing. That's what's happened. There's no loot goblins on the next level. Yeah, this is all just, well, cursed. But yeah, if you stand where I am, more or less, the Dark Elves can't get you. They will go for you, miss and drop down, and it's important to upgrade the lightning towers, which should be able to hit most of the level at some point.
Right.
Fortunately, I don't have any DSTs. We've gone with a slightly different
Anyway,
approach.
we all share that mana, which is the important thing to me.
How much was that?
What the fuck? 189,000.
That's not bad. Like, remember when I said to stay here so then the Dark Elves can't get you?
I don't know where you were talking.
I did. Well, I always, as I said, I always go here and press the HEYO button.
Oh, right.
Oh my god, they are making such a mess of my... Mage, heal thyself. Hopefully we'll get a few more upgrades going now.
There's the lightning tower.
There's one on the left, one on the right.
There you go. One left then.
But yeah, we can't use gas traps on Dark Elves, can we? Don't think.
Unknown.
Okay, so this way, 2 loot goblins. I mean, this is...
Yeah, my thought was that I could gather all the hats together, so people would look at hats and we take them out and then look at all the things, look at them. But
yeah, I mean, once,
like you said, I think the
once
level's
you're
just
further through,
balls.
absolutely. Once we're at like level 70, looking for level 70, sure. At this point, it's not even worth the time. By the time we've gone through it all, I could have got another level.
yes.
Hey,
yes,
welcome
indeed.
back, more bets. Don't forget to upgrade stuff though. The mortars, the everything really.
The mortars. Oh,
Yeah.
they're new.
Yeah, I know. The oil trap I'm not that taken with. And unfortunately now I'm on pew pew duty, so I'm not really leveling up. So the last one made it to wave 7. So,
Did we lose a thingy?
yes.
Lost a minion.
We replace it. We've lost a few minions. I can replace it to give me some money.
That's all I got.
So essentially, when the Dark Elves do come towards these minions, thank you. When they do come towards the minions, you need to run away, because otherwise they will destroy the minions.
So I wanted to take them to one of the
Basically,
morticians.
you need to run backwards and kite them.
Right.
But you should be able to survive for most of them dying. I mean, essentially what I do is if you go here, it's very hard for them to root find to you. They'll mostly fall down. If one does root find up here, RLF, and hopefully run down or run back again, and hopefully it won't follow you.
Yeah.
And you're only one that has a chance, because your level... Yeah, that wasn't a good jump. Here they come. Oh wow, okay, looks like the Dark Elves are most dead. There's one by you, Max. Okay, it's gone. Wow, those loot goblins have a lot of health.
Oh yes.
Okay, more Dark Elves. So this is where we could do with a decoy. Not necessarily the whole level, but just the beginning of the level. Max, can you upgrade this lightning tower, please?
Yep. Ah, if you stand up.
More, but that to be half a sentence. I was going to say earlier, was the amount of maths in factoring is it satisfactory? The amount of maths what? Can you upgrade? Can you upgrade that lightning to this slice and dice as well? Because it's nearly dead, and it'd be cheaper for you to upgrade it.
Sure.
700.
Maths as in player or maths as in game maker?
Maths as in you need to care about. You know, you have 10 solar panels that each generate 20 power, so, and your battery takes blah 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 time to do stuff. But yeah, more, but that wasn't a sentence. That was like the beginning of a sentence, and then you just kind of lost interest halfway through. Can I have that with plus player down or player health? I'd be happy with player health too. Apparently, there's loads of new survival pets as well, but there's no information at all about what they've added on there.
It was quite interesting. Makers of Quantum Odyssey, they want to talk about quantum stuff without needing to talk about math. And that's quite tricky, but they're trying to do that.
I do have questions about Dungeon Defenders 1. Yes. Why isn't there a loot explosion on the loot goblins? How come there's no decent ability to browse multiple items that spawned in one area?
Very close on top of each other.
Yeah. Are Dark Elves immune to gas traps? I have other questions, but that's... Why don't I have any more pets? Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I should get my heavy. I can actually use my heavy now. Good luck.
Did you fit your heavy? Oh, I heard you saying.
Nah.
You'd gone ready.
Whoa! There's lots of them on me. And then it says whoopsie day. They were killing my corpse.
Wow.
Lightning tower down. Okay, that we are, and that was our. Did we all die together?
No, I'm sorry.
I wonder why they stopped going for towers then. Oh, 2 lightning towers.
Wow,
down.
tower down.
Yeah.
Wow. So what do you think you're doing? Dying? Dying horribly? I don't know.
Yeah, Chiku, if you can answer questions about the loot goblins, that'd be great. But we did quite well. I mean, we are getting loot of an excellent quality. This would be good for Henry, who is a pauper, so he can get some more money. Why not? Because it's impossible to actually deal with the loot that drops. That seems like a self-evident question. Because it's fucking awful like this. Is the easy answer.
Oh bloody hell! So much damage.
How would I do it? Do you not know what a loot explosion is? I would do it exactly like Borderlands did it. Why would you implement something in a game that is kind of the same as how like Diablo or Borderlands did it, and not implement it exactly like how Borderlands and Diablo did it? Because the way the loot goblins drop cash is fucking useless. I mean, items. It's cool they drop items, and I think it has made mixed mode no longer completely pointless, but we can't pick them up. But they're going, where's the one I want? Where's the one I want? Or we pick them all up and then look at them. Whoever wrote this didn't playtest it multiplayer. Whoever wrote this playtested it by them fucking selves. That is what happened there, isn't it? So they just went loot, and then looked at it in the Defender's Forge, as opposed to looking at with people. Well, we're not doing anything difficult, Beyblade. I wouldn't worry too much. What do you mean? It's always been like that. Loot Goblins have been in the game for 3 weeks. So, no, it hasn't always been like that. Adding it in and not doing it like Diablo is odd.
Yeah, Adam, I always forget how like insanely dedicated some fans are. Like, this is, someone realised like the hands on the watch are 242, which is a specific comic that features Vision and Wonder.
Oh, really? See, some of that sometimes. So, what was it? Someone pointed out to Terry Pratchett that Bloody Stupid Johnson's initials are BSJ, but backwards, you do it backwards, it's JSB, as in Johann Sebastian Bach. And he was like, "Oh yeah, no way." Well, I wrote my whole thesis on my analysis of this, and he's like, "Nah, total coincidence." Yeah, but it's not always been like that because it's a brand new. Why don't we have a loot explosion with gravity and physics and items not collapsing together onto one thing? I mean, I would do it by having a list of all the items drop, and then, just like Diablo, you just go left and right, proofs next item, and then just hit up on the D-pad to pop it in. I also noticed with the new skills. Have you seen the new skills? Dark Shot. How am I supposed to fire that?
It's not on one of the normal rotations.
I have to press right bumper, top right, A, top left, A. Whereas piercing shots up on the D-pad. Someone did not think that through. Sorry. The only benefit is a higher chance to drop really good loot. Dude. Let me start again. Why aren't they dropping loot in a useful way? Also, do you show me where you think I can configure the hotkeys for a pad? Whoever did this, full marks to him. Obviously hasn't tested it multiplayer. Obviously hasn't tested it on a pad. How do I know he hasn't tested it on a pad? Well, I am just going to change my volume. Up, down, no. Oh dear, they didn't set the tab order on the menu. Yeah, but you're just completely changing the subject. I'm just going to disable the frame rate cap. Where's my cursor? No, down, no. Oh, now my cursor's gone off. Yeah, what? Not quite ready, in my personal opinion. Well, it matters. I don't. What matters is the ability to look at the loot that has dropped. That is what matters, and we can't. Let's go to hard, which hopefully go a bit further. That's my problem, is that they haven't looked how other games did it and did it the same. And that to me is a terrible approach. The way that
some of these people that write things are gamers. They do like playing games. Surely they must be.
I mean,
to be writing stuff for the genre, you've got to be au fait with the genre. It's like saying, "I'm gonna make a car. I've never driven a car before in my life." You know, you've got no bloody clue.
And Chica, if it's genuinely you that's responsible, please fix your tab order. Please fix your tab order. Because when I'm on the mouse, I don't get a mouse cursor. Open the hero wheel. Hold on. Okay, so let me introduce myself. So my name's Adam. I am a game developer, a professional AAA game developer of about 20 years. So when I say stuff, it's not purely from a
personal
herp derp. It is from a professional standpoint. Max, go stand there.
Yes, boss.
I am when Dungeon Defenders came out, I was one of the top players for the first week. Me and my friend did nothing but play this game. Previously, I had already played on iOS. I'm a huge fan of this game. However, as a game developer with a lot of extremely popular and well-received titles, I can tell you for nothing that adding something into a game does not always make it better. Now, I am super excited about New Towers. I am super excited about New Towers. Putting new skills in the game was a really bad idea. So, I mean, I'm assuming this character has another skill. I can't get rid of heal. I guess I could get rid of repair defense, but that means I need to unlearn a bit of muscle memory I've had for a decade. That ain't gonna happen. So, although I am excited about the new stuff, the new skills, I question whether or not it was actually a good idea. For pad players, I'm sure PC players, fine, they've got loads of keyboard, but I use a keyboard all day long, and I try very hard not to play games on a pad. Oopsie. As you can see, when I'm building stuff, there's no thinking. It's the buttons are memorized. So I can open the hero wheel, and then yeah. On this character, I ain't swapping out any of those D-pad buttons. Not a hope in hell. What would I get rid of? Repair, because I have to go repair. So I repair something, I just go repair A. Not right bumper down A. It's just clunky. And on this character, let me think. Again, because heal...
Didn't dump your mana, by the way.
I had like 40. Again, because I have two skills that are pretty much unbindable. Oh, yeah. I haven't... Again, as Dungeon Defenders Awaken, I am their target audience to a huge degree. And I looked at it and went... yeah, you know what. But I don't use invisibility very often. I tend to think about it. So I didn't even know about that. So you're saying if I can choose Dark Shot and then hold down. Didn't know that. Is that documented anywhere? Has that been in the game forever? Genuinely didn't know that. Now, invisibility is one I wouldn't hit in an emergency, except maybe on Monster Fest. So that's interesting to know that. Thank you. But yeah, if you, I forgot the name of the two people that are involved in this, and I do apologise. Yes, I mean, so we started new characters from scratch for Redux. I didn't want to just play with all the... I wanted to see if the progression had been fixed. You may have seen some of my posts on the forum. I was the guy that took apart the loot system, because no one seemed to know how it works. Unfortunately, I noticed that this Redux hasn't solved the bug with the item generation. You know those negative stats? That's not a design feature. That's a bug. And it still seems to be there. So Dungeon Defenders, 1, should we say, suffered from... Can I get the mana back? Dungeon Defenders 1 suffered from not wanting to piss off existing players. It's not a feature. I promise you. Run through the code. It's not a feature. It's a bug. No one in their right mind purposely programs in integer underflow as a feature. It's a bug. And the bug just got worse as item levels got higher and higher and higher and higher. Yeah, unfortunately, saying you like the negative stuff, that to me just smacks of Stockholm Syndrome. If the game is purposely choosing negative stats, great. All it's actually done is rolled a really high number and it's underflowed. It's not on purpose. It is a genuine bug. And the bug became more apparent as the item levels went up and up and up. The other problem with the game is just a big progression hole, in the sense that it's not really possible to level a character from 1 to 100, complete everything, unless you've got someone who joins your game who's just run Lab Assault forever and ever and ever. Yeah, what you're doing there is, in base Dungeon Defenders 1 to 60, not even that, I'm not even sure what I think the iOS version might be 1 to 45, because remember, it's still fundamentally a mobile game, this one. So in the 1 to 45, I think it was 1 to 45 on Dungeon Defenders originally, it wasn't there. Making the numbers get bigger has caused this integer underflow, and anyone who says it's a feature, you're just retconning in bug as a feature there. But it annoys me because you just essentially, when you get a high roll, it becomes a low roll, which is just silly. But I'm very excited about Redux because of the progression in the base game. It was just fucked. So we had the issue that we were running... now, I will use a Warcraft term. So we were running levels that required an eye level of, let's say, 100. And we were getting loot back that had an eye level of, like, 50. And I'm like, I don't understand. You're getting worse loot from running the level than is required to complete the level. Like, all of that is just broken. Like, utterly broken. Was the console version done by the same people, or was that just hired out to a third party and a bunch of juniors? But this is what I mean. Like that. That's terrible. Because you get this huge explosion, which I think is the Spider Queen's web redone, or the what was that spider gun called? God damn, we had like 100 of them.
Oh, the one
Spider
with the I think it was called Spider Gun.
Spider
yeah,
Gun.
sorry. That's what it's called.
And then everything just kind of splops. Now, I don't think the base game supports physics on dropped items, but it's not rocket science about it. It's Unreal Engine. It's fairly trivial to add that sort of thing in. And again, so we've played this. I don't know. For I think it's the third stream we've done now. So curious to play it through. I do like Dungeon Defenders, but there's nothing out there. All we've got is the patch notes from December and nothing else. So the Ruthless mode, if you happen to know, what's going on there, is the idea that we can have harder difficulties without spawning more mobs. Was that the thinking there? Yeah, but why aren't they going to fix it after 10 years? You have the opportunity to. You have the opportunity to make it better. Seems like a good thing. Also, you ship the game without the texture pool fix, like you ship the Redux, and you shipped it without the network bandwidth fix, which I don't think anyone's ever documented anywhere. I certainly can't do the sound because I can't navigate to it. Can I get to dynamic tower lights? Oh god. What are you pressing? Oh no! And if you're truly the person who's done that, I feel your pain. Tab ordering in UI is not a fun task for anyone. Possibly, but I don't know why the hell you turn off dynamic tower lights unless you're running on a potato. These days? Right, hang on. This game is using up 20%, oh no, 30% of my GPU, and I'm running at 5K resolution here. But I was sad when I saw negative numbers, as opposed to a full proper rebalance. I can't imagine. I mean, I have seen the game with the post-processing off, and it's like, I'm not playing that game. But welcome to the stream. I've been quite surprised because I actually looked for all the multiplayer games. There's one other person playing this, at least in a public session, and they've all just logged on their high-end chars, which. As a game developer, the progression in this game saddens me, and I feel it behooves me to make sure I understand why the progression in this is very, very broken, and what I would do to fix it. Well, there's only one other public game, I mean, I can't tell how many are actually playing.
Seeing people in like a lobby at like max level after going to the new update reminds me of like when you make like a Terraria server and someone hops in on their fully geared out character and you're just like, why?
Oh yeah, I'll just kill this boss for you. Well, please don't. I wanted to actually. Oh, okay, you've killed it. All right then.
By accident, because they're so OP.
Oops! I killed the wall.
Okay, I guess if there's. I mean, I've got one high level character, so I guess I might have missed some, possibly. But yeah, Redux hasn't sort of brought the masses back or anything like that. We've got any mana by the way. I need to put some more archers down. So he's hoarding all the mana. Also, if I say I am Chico, I don't know who you are. I have no idea if you're just what's the call? When you say you're in the army and you're not, and people beat you up in America. False glory, or whatever it is. But it also saddens me that at this point, all the maps aren't 8 players. Like, really, really, really makes me sad. Because we regularly have too many people playing the game. And then it's like, oh, right, well, we're not doing any of those maps. We have to do these ones. And yes, I understand it would change the balance, and quite frankly, I don't care. Many games could be solved by having a whole bunch of friends. The Raft, which we played recently, we just demolished it in no small part. We had like 10 people playing it. I haven't seen you stream it, but I don't tend. The reason we do these streams, so I'm in the UK, we're all locked down, and it's give people a somewhere to sort of have somewhere to go in the evening, and it also stops me working on my own stuff for
24 hours a day.
Well, no, even I have to sleep, but I will happily work for 12 to 16 hours a day on my stuff when I.
I just dropped a mob into a wall. Pushed a mob into a wall. That was unexpected.
But yeah, not having all the maps for 6 or 8 players. There wasn't even a workshop mod, which surprised me, that let us going. Here are all the maps with a 6-player thing. It's one line of code in base. Is it base engine? I think it is. I can't remember what it is. Where it lists all the scalars for all levels. I was like, oh.
I'm wondering what makes a feature, because if you have a game design and you implement it, then it's about the author's intent. But say that we play Sneaky Spaceships, and we have some bug when we are testing it and have a blast and like it. And if we decide to keep it and look forward to encountering that same mechanic in the next test bed, haven't we by accepting it kind of like discovered it, and now it's feature because it's accepted?
Yes, so again, the loot generator for this game, if you look at it, there is kind of written in 2 tiers. It rolls one piece of loot, it rolls some stats, then kind of retcons those stats back together. And there's a bug in there. It's an honest-to-God bug. Now, if you go, oh, hold on, this is producing great numbers, that's fine, but that's the point where you rewrite the system to spit out the same numbers without relying on an integer bug. You specifically code it to behave that way. Otherwise, I mean, much like we find in Industry, if I put a slow conveyor in, Max comes in and goes, that's a bug, fixes it. And you're like, oh no, it was an on-purpose bug. On-purpose bugs normally get you shouted at by your lead developer. When you say more lag, do you mean frame rate or do you mean network bandwidth issues? And if you mean network bandwidth issues, would you like me to tell you how to solve it? Because I know the answer. It's the same solution we discovered after having fixed this game's lag issues. We then fixed Astroneer's lag issues. It's the same system. This game even has a comment that it took its bandwidth requirements from UT2K4, which is not an equivalent game. I have no idea why you guys shipped this without that fixed. I say it's one line of code. It's about 5 INI files. I'm not sure which one to edit because it still refers back to GameSpy and stuff. Yeah, but
oh my god,
you shipped the game with a network cap of 24 kilobytes per second. My modem could do 24 kilobytes a second. 24 kilobytes a second was the cap when this game shipped in 2010, 2011? No, further back than that.
It's going to be based on the base engine. It's not really the engine. It's not really the cap for the game. It's going to be cap for the engine.
Well, there's no engine cap. It's just you just tell Unreal how much bandwidth to use. This uses the numbers from Unreal 2K4.
Use more.
From Unreal 2004. Those are the network numbers in your INI files. No one has 24K of upload. Are you genuinely telling me, dude, as one of the developers, you don't know about this? Seriously.
Whoops. They all appeared suddenly.
I don't know who Aiden is, sorry. I know there are 2 people that can release stuff on this. I've only very tangentially. I've never got into the Dungeon Defenders community, and I mean this nicest possible way, because they piss me the fuck off. Because it's all full of people going, well, I spent hundreds of hours running a lab, therefore you can't possibly just trivialise all my work. And the developers listen to them, which is the worst possible thing. You need fresh blood in the community, not just to keep the old guys happy forever and ever and ever. So the community, I never really gelled with. You seem lovely, not you personally, but yeah. I mean, it was me. There were a whole bunch of posts from me on the Dungeon Defenders forums talking about the progression, the the idea that, and the pay to win in this game is horrific as well. And then you've got the expectation you'll just sit there and run King's game for 8 hours a night every night for several weeks in order to progress. That's not progression. That's just a disaster. But yeah, I don't know who Aiden is. But you want to mention the pins.
I will say there's some weird scenario. Oh, you've got no signal on your stream.
Yeah,
you
I just tapped away. Oh, okay. Not with the C. The C was just me typing badly. Yeah, that. No, maybe not a million. A million's a megabyte a second, which is quite a lot of network bandwidth. But the point is, the game ships with 24 kilobytes. Now, network bandwidth cap. Did no one on CDT or Aiden or the base guys go, I'm going to go and have a look why the game lags out? None of you had a look. It's not even a code thing. It's just a configuration thing. I guess this is when I worked at Codemasters. Part of what I used to have to do was due diligence on external engines. So I'm quite used to diving into other people's engines, finding what's wrong and fixing it. That was part of my job, which was fun at times. And when I did Jericho, was worst 6 weeks of my life. What's the other one? I fixed. Oh, what was it? Astroneer we were having problems with. I think it was the same thing. It was
the fuck
network bandwidth cap. Yeah, the Dark Elves are quite nasty on this mode.
They're pretty jumpy.
No, what?
What?
There's some interesting scenarios where like bugs sort of become deliberate after the fact, and they actually decide to keep them. But not being aware of them, though, yes, is a bit different.
Yeah. Well, when bugs become features, I mean that's not inherently a bad thing, but it's important you then codify that by rewriting it so it's not. So someone
not accidental.
Well, no. For example, so the negative loot stat bug. It's because the number generated is too big and it wraps around. So you're relying on never compiling this on a 64-bit system because that bug will go away. That is why you must never rely on issues like that because it will come back to bite you one day. When Dungeon Defenders Redux 2 comes out and you're compiling it on a 64-bit OS and suddenly it ain't wrapping at 256 or 65555, it's wrapping at 4 billion.
14.5 million, yeah, 14 billion.
Would it be easy to deduce how to write it correctly?
Not necessarily, but I'm afraid that is just because there's no easy solution does not mean that is something you can't do. You notice I don't take this game very seriously, by it. It's mostly just chilling and chatting and watching stuff get murdered. But
is it using like negative probabilities or?
No, it's basically as the item level goes up, it generates bigger and bigger min and max stats. And then there's a whole bunch of bonuses added. And if it rolls high on a number of those things, it overflows. You end up with a negative number. But in the base game, I need to find my posts about this. But in the base game, that couldn't happen. So when the game shipped on iOS, this couldn't happen. And then, again, I'm going to have to be a little bit vague on memory because we're talking a long, long time ago. When it shipped on PC, I think they increased the level cap to 60. And I think it could begin to happen. And then they went up to mythical at 74. And then it can happen quite a lot. And then, pretty sure it's a skeleton crew doing stuff like Labasol and stuff. And it kept on going up and up and up and up and up.
So is such an item good or bad?
Is what so good or bad?
Like if a thing does 50 or 100 damage, and now it overflows to -1 or what it overflows to. That's bad to heal the enemy, right?
Yeah, but that's fine in the... Well, on damage, I don't think it can happen. It's not inherently a problem in itself, if that's the design. The problem comes if you're relying on the mathematical foibles of the system you're on. I go to another one. It could be a pain. So I released games that came out on multiple generations of consoles. So games that we were writing for the Xbox 360... for the Xbox, we knew we'd get an Xbox 360 for it. And that's a jump in that's a jump in bits. So Xbox was 64-bit console, Xbox 360 was a 128-bit console. It's very important you do not rely on the size of an int because it's not necessarily the same. So that's why we strongly type stuff. We were using Ego and renderware at that point. So you strongly type it.
Could one check whether the integer is larger than the current int size?
Oh, I reckon the
And
light is
then
out
it
again.
triggers all the negative stuff.
If your code is full of size of int, you are in trouble already. Can you get the ogre, Max?
But then it's not
Simple
sensitively compiled in specific environment.
Yes, okay, we are so not level for
Towers?
Did I tell you
They
how
did that.
interview went?
this. Yes, so the Spike Towers and Slice and Dice Towers now have greater aggro on an ogre than the crystal. So that's good. That's a new and changed thing. I'm Chiku. I'm sorry if I'm seem negative. I promise you I'm not. There are only two.
We enjoy this game a lot.
Well, there are only two situations. Either I don't like a game and I don't play it, or, and that's quite often, or I really like a game and on this stream I try to, as a professional game developer, talk about the game. About the things that are good about the game, about things that are bad about the game. This game has a lot of things wrong with it and has a lot of things that are brilliant about it. For example, let's compare DD1, DD2. This game has one currency. And that's genius. So your mana, you deal with mana in like the 1 to 1,000 range. Sorry, about the 1 to 200 range for skills, the 1 to 1,000 range or 1,500 range for towers, and then a different range for weapons. I tried to criticise it, yes, that's the point. And hopefully fair and professional criticism. This is then, people say to me, oh, your UI is shit. I'm like, well, what do you mean shit? He goes, oh, if you can't take criticism. Like, that's not criticism, dude. That's just abuse. But criticism is stuff like, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to blame you on this one, whoever did this didn't check this. I mean, honestly, this general screen is a clusterfuck of stuff as well. Look at it. It's just... and then you've got...
But in
sorry,
criticism you say what is wrong. Saying
Yeah.
that it is wrong,
Yeah.
it's just opinion.
Well, I try to be able to offer a why. If I say it's shit, you go, why? So this game has suffered from feature creep, but never a redo. So stuff like other player towers sellable here, need to apostrophe by the way, it has just appeared. Like they've just shoved it in because they've got nowhere else to put it. And this menu here is obviously a massive clusterfuck of added. And yeah. I mean, to be fair, this game shipped on GameSpy, for heaven's sake. So that gives you an idea of... Which is surprising how many games we play with GameSpy stuff. I always end up running Deeper Worlds because it's just so simple to set up and things. Well... Chica, if you need to justify it, there was a article from Steam recently, and I'm sorry I can't remember the numbers, but they made a big song and dance about how many, what percentage of people played on pad. It's surprising how many people on pad. I mean, if this game hadn't had full pad support, I'd have dropped it in a heartbeat, going, yeah, that's nice. Not doing it. Like, So wait, what? I don't even know how this works. Probably should have paid attention. So,
There's damage multiplier, 17.2%.
yeah, but hang on, I wait for her. Shoots a dark arrow that debuffs the target. Little vague, but cool.
What's the debuff?
Damage increase.
Yeah.
17.2%.
Okay. I got an email through the other day that apparently that Viveport or something is increasing their revenue for
Yeah,
developers.
it's because Viveport not put something on Viveport.
Yeah.
It must be said, I am very happy this exists. I'm sad that it is not perhaps entirely oven ready. I am very much hoping that more... Yeah, I'm British. We use that phrase. I am hopeful that more stuff comes. It's other things, like, I'd like to see some, like... Hold on. So if I go to challenges, and I get to... now, which one was that? Yeah. Now, some of these recommended
the assault
hero
one we
levels
always do.
are just... Yeah, no. Oh, we should have a bash at no heroes. What's it called? No. Oh, bugger, what's it called? No monster.
What we did the other night.
Monster Fest on
Monster
easy.
Fest, yeah.
I like Monster Fest.
Yeah. No.
What I've always found fascinating about this game is it's a tower defense game that people try as hard as they can to not build any towers. Like, no, seriously. I play like with people runners online, and all they want to do is DPS. No one wants to build towers. I'm like, dude, it really is a tower defense game. And it's really funny seeing people wanting essentially a third-person run and gun. Of which there aren't very many. It's not quite an undersubscribed genre, I would say.
What, run and gun?
Third-person run and gun. Imagine this, but no towers at all. Max, can you get back here and get a gas trap down?
Well, then.
Just
Would
here.
you still be defending something then? Or
Well,
would it...
maybe. I mean, we're in level. Oh, we're not level no towers. There are levels with no towers though, and I do end up playing those just because it's a lot less effort. Yeah.
Like, oh, sorry. But...
I noticed the bowling ball turrets are fucked, and they're awesome. They are so funny. I suspect they will balance in. Yeah, I assumed it would be, but I mean, if I went back to my old characters in Dungeon Hunter, I wouldn't have a clue what I was doing, what order, or anything. I'd just be looking at it going, I can't remember, it's been so long. But yeah, the bowling ball turrets are, yeah.
Honestly, it's been a while since I played like a new tower defense. Or even an old one. I think the last one I played was like Sanctum 2 or something. That's a tower defense,
yeah.
right?
I noticed the pets got buffed, and they're great. Like I've just been destroying entire waves with nothing but pet damage. We've got a guy who hasn't played the game before. I mean, literally hasn't. I had a gift copy, so I have. I've shared that with him, and he's on an EV, so he's not on at the minute. So we don't have an EV. I seem to recall we actually used to jam ourselves into this corner here. Now I have like 10 seconds to switch character.
Oh, Adam, did I tell you how that job interview went?
No, how did your job interview go?
So I turned up, and just after
start.
we started the interview, yeah, shocker. Just after we started on Discord, he was like, "Oh, so you're doing a masters?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, I'll just end the interview then because this is a full-time role," and he didn't read my emails properly.
You'd be like, "Yes, but if the job is good enough, I will quit." Like, I've said this before, people have said to me, I've got a really good job offer, but should have had my university course. I'm like, dude, why are you doing a university course? It's only, oh, bugger too quick. It's only to get a job.
Yeah.
So if you can get a job, you don't need to worry about your... So, I mean, Martijn, the guy I work, he's Dutch, and he spent a long time, goes north, Max. He spent a long time on his education. So, like... 6+ years on his university stuff because they do it slightly differently. And then we ship Fortress Craft. And he said to me, I've wasted 6 years. No one gives a shit that I got a degree in this or that or that. All they care about is I ship one of the biggest selling Xbox games ever. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's like when you finish school, you get your GCSEs. People like your GCSEs until you get college education, and no one gives a fuck about your GCSEs anymore. And then when you have a degree, no one gives a fuck about your college stuff. When you ship the game, no one gives a fuck about your qualifications.
It's all about experience.
But yeah, no, I mean, I didn't even really get a chance to like say like, yeah, I would potentially like quit the course for it. He just sort of ended it there. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
You need to be proactive. You say, excuse me, sir, I have put aside my time for you. And then just say you'll badmouth them on the internet. That always goes down well.
I mean, you think between like the 6 emails I exchanged to him, he'd have like read one of them. Right? I don't know how he missed that.
What happens, you get an email through from HR and you vaguely go, HR are supposed to skim read stuff for you. That's kind of their job.
Well, he was the same guy that like was reading the CV and everything, though, as far as I could tell. It was only an 8-person studio, so...
Well...
So yeah, I don't know what
I've got you, Brett, and you can work on my games instead. Our games! Yeah, I chatted with Todd today, who's the artist that I generally work with. I'm just letting him know we've got textures and logos and stuff needed. Max, you are the quick one, so you need to get the fuck out there and kick them in the nudgers.
It might be common to treat university as a trade school. but it has some different properties. And workplaces are quite good in teaching stuff. And if you need to learn about something, just go learn about that stuff and don't
Yeah.
get a paper about non-specific stuff.
No, I kind of found what you were saying about like the education stuff. I'm basically just doing the masters to sort of kill time and encourage myself to work on stuff more.
Yeah.
So like, as soon as I do get a role that's worth leaving the course for, then I'll probably go for it. I mean, realistically, like, when I applied for this one, when we were exchanging interviews, he didn't ask me anything about the course I was doing or like the previous course. He was just like, "Oh, can you give me the source code for the indie game you did last year?" And took to EGX or whatever the fuck it was. I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll just like message the guy and get the source code. Not the full thing, obviously.
No.
Like,
Well, to be fair, what they can do going, brilliant, we'll have that. It just doesn't happen.
No, yeah.
Over there, Max. Hitting my towers. Hitting my
I doubt
towers hard.
they'd want it anyway, because it's probably quite messy.
200 grand down, I got bloody ninjas on me. Dark Elf, sorry.
Dark Elf ninjas.
Yeah, nasty ones, all.
So,
In modded there.
Chiku, my issue with the progression in this game was about the... Again, I don't know because I've not got that far. I assume
Well, it's two of them,
not
that's
been radically fixed, but also, can you get someone to fix the size of the dragon's fireballs? They're a different size for me than they are for other people in the game. They're way... Look at the size of them. They're way too big.
Oh wow, yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah, they're not big for other people, though. But yeah, my issue with it previously is you had issues where you would run a map with a given level of gear. Oh shit! And the gear that you got from that map with that given level of gear was substantially worse than the level of gear that dropped from the map. And I'm like, what's going on?
But why?
It doesn't work. Like what? Yeah. I mean, it's a shame that there isn't much better information given to you by the game about the level. For example, I know, because of the combination of the loot scaler and the additional scalers and all that, that Glitter Helm is likely to drop godly items, but it's not very clear at any point there. You're kind of relying on people playing the wiki. Now, this game is an old game. I would hope that Dungeon Defenders Ascension, Awakened, whatever it's called, has fixed
Awakening
this.
or something, right?
I doubt it. So, for example,
Use the time to upgrade, please.
Yeah. For
There's two mobs still on the
example,
level.
Dungeon Defenders, Dread Dungeons is just insane because the XP scaler is off the charts on it. It's so high.
Wasn't the gear issue you were saying something that MMOs have a lot, where like it's like, why would I ever fight this shit boss because it has like gear that's like under the level that you need to fight it?
Yeah, well,
Or something.
Warcraft is very good at not doing like that. So, yeah. But yeah, this is the thing. Weirdly, Dungeon Defenders is a pay-to-win game that nobody complains about being pay-to-win, and that surprises me. So, if you haven't got an EV and a summoner and access to Lab Assault, you ain't gonna complete the game, are you? Well, maybe eventually. I mean, I first gave up playing this game long time ago. I went back at the last CDT badge, but I was at the point where my progression was set up a King's game, whatever it was, Nightmare Hardcore, leave it for 5 hours, however long it took, see how many trans I got, do it again, and I'm like, this isn't fun. Okay, yeah, this is the thing, that's bad. But the thing is, why would you not do Lab Assault? This is the problem. There's such an easy shortcut progression there. And the problem is, all of the CDT team are basically arguing, we have to keep it like this. We don't want to devalue the stuff that people have put in. And that's like shipping the Burning Crusade and saying to the vanilla Warcraft players, oh no, there's no better gear in this. Yeah, no, all of the endgame gear you've got yet to keep that. Like, that would be a terrible approach. And that's unfortunately the approach this game took. Yeah, but it's not just an option. You go and do Lab Assault and suddenly you just get showered with myth and trans. You're like, why? Like, it's so hard to get that level of gear to drop anywhere else in the game. And you go and run Lab Assault in, 4 minutes flat? And just get showered with it. Yeah. So, I mean, we played this game from scratch last year. And we got to the point where you get things like progression guides that say play. Was it Endless Spires? No, the other one. Not Ramparts. Was it? I think it's
Level.
Ramparts. Play Ramparts. Insane Nightmare Hardcore. Complete the first level. Loot the chests. Hope you get trans gear and quit. And I'm like, you are joking. You have to be joking me. That is the expected progression route. That's terrible. So we had that. There was. I'm happy to see if it's fixed in Redux. We'll see a loophole between trying to find a map that will drop trans gear. That's the level 7. Sorry, mythical. Sorry, the level 74 gear, and actually being able to do those maps. So we're running around fully upgraded Godly, failing on anything that might drop trans gear, mythical. Sorry, and just not getting it. And then we broke through that one. And then we tried to do mythical gear, and we just couldn't do that either. Because like we couldn't do any level that would drop it with the level of gear that we had. And I'm like, this is terrible. This should really be fixed.
Yeah, some interesting progression systems in some games.
Well, in this game, it's because the game has been around a long time and it has been developed and worked upon in that time. But Warcraft, 4 or 5 times now, they've kind of thrown everything away and looked at it from scratch. The whole, because the latest Warcraft, they rebalanced the whole game from scratch. It's just huge amounts of work, crazy amounts of work, and more power to them. Because now when you play Warcraft, you're like, everything is relevant, everything makes sense. Whereas on this game, there's so much shit there's no point in even looking at.
One system I found really weird a while back is so a friend of mine plays a lot of Path of Exile. I don't know if you've played that one or not.
I have. Path of Exile is a game that literally hates players.
Yeah, but so there's one particular thing that really bothers me is there's an item in the game called like the Tabula Rasa or something. It's like a chess piece that has like no level requirement, that has like 6 sockets in it. And since you can transfer items between accounts by just putting it in the chest, as soon as you have that item on one character, you just transfer it to every level 1 character and just don't replace it until like level 70.
Yeah, that's kind of the equivalent of heirloom gear from Warcraft.
Yeah, it's really dumb. I don't know. I mean, I understand why it exists, I guess. It sort of speeds you up on the like future runs after you do the first character, I guess. But like,
I am Chiku. One thing that I have found as a developer is really important to watch an average player play your game. An average, not a good player, not somebody who spends their time, but an average player, and it is shocking how bad they are. So earlier I watched someone. I was trying to look up when a game of mine was released. I couldn't remember, so I found someone who he used to play 2 minutes of every Xbox game that came out, and he played one of mine. It's a match 3 game, and I'm watching him playing it, going, this guy has never played a match 3 game before in his whole life. He just literally never has. And I'm watching, going, dude, just click on the thing, click on the direction you want it to go. Done. What's going on? Why don't you know how this works? So it's all very well saying. I'm sure there is a perfect placement, so you can probably do it at tower strength 2 at a time. That's the thing. Your average player is not going to be there. Dungeons & Dragons has the other issue, of course, that
Help! We've got 4
I'm
here
dead.
smacking the snot out of it. Oh, right.
I remember.
Oh, so am I now.
I remember I sort of found this as well with my indie project at EGX. Is we had like people come along and they're like, "Oh, what's the control scheme for this game?" And we're like, "Oh, it's WASD controls," and they're like, "What's that mean?"
yeah, younger generation keyboard and mouse is the devil. It's all about pad. I'm
controller.
Oh god, really? Oh yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't have controller support, so I was
Time
like,
has changed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I mentioned this before. When we worked on Black, so Black came out very end of the Xbox generation, and it arrived just at the beginning of the Xbox 360 generation. And Black almost single-handedly made a horrible mess of Perfect Dark. Because Perfect Dark wasn't very good. And all the reviews kind of went, we don't understand how this Xbox 360 game looks worse than Black on the Xbox. It was hilarious, really. So, we had this, during development, our designers refused to use the Halo control system. We had our own, so I'm using the Halo control system now. Left trigger aim down sights, left stick move, right stick fire, right stick aim. Guys suck.
It's quite common now.
Yeah, but we used our own control system, and I'm not joking, 6 weeks before we released, we changed it, because we'd just been badgering them going, fuck. I found that one of the guys on Race Driver Guide, one of the designers, he didn't use standard controls. He liked radio control cars. So he would reconfigure his controller to use radio control car. I'm like, dude, and he wanted me to change something because he kept pressing the horn button by mistake. I'm like, dude, you need to play on the standard control because that is what 99.9% of players will play on. You cannot be this special flower. You when you get the game for home, sure, do what you like, but don't tell me to start changing the way the game works because you want to play on special controls. Mais non, monsieur. Sort of dark out here. What I was pleased about when I came back to Dungeon Defenders last year is on Miragio. When the genie leaves the lamp at the end, there's a graphic showing you which way it's gone. That didn't used to be in the game. You had to just run around the whole map, desperately looking for where the genie had gone. It wasn't fun.
Actually, you know what the stupidest comment I think we had at that EGX was? So someone asked if we could invert the WASD controls. I was like, what? Why would you on that? So it's like W to go down. What? Why? It's just a 2D game.
Just give them the box to rebind, and that's their problem then.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with DDA, I've only very, very tangentially looked at it. Dungeon Defenders made a lot of money. DDA and DD2 did not. Trendy themselves made a fortune from suing ARC. Kickstarting your game I'm 99% sure they did. Now I say that, I'm not sure, but kickstarting your game, which is what I believe they did, that's reprehensible. It really is. It's so horrible that they were doing that, because they unless they really pissed a lot of money up the wall with DD2's less than stellar performance, they've got a lot of money in the bank.
But they'd never want to admit that, would they? I guess so.
Well, you get phrases like it removes risk and blah 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 blah. I mean, yeah, it means you've got the money whether or not the game's any good. Might remove risk for you, but it sure as hell adds risk for me. I mean, I assume DDA's been... Honestly, the first thing I would have done, I'd have ported this game to Unreal 5 and then just started from there as my base. I'll start with a new game, just start with this, the one that everybody likes, everyone goes, you know what, this one's pretty good. I'm gonna struggle to do this. Okay, I'm gonna get... Oh god, come on, I don't have much car speed, come on!
I've not seen like a big AAA RTS in a while, actually, speaking of genre.
RTS is gone.
Yeah.
I am the...
Everyone's hankering after the old days.
Well, I'd like to point out I am the current UK reigning champion at Total Annihilation and Cossacks.
I was awful. I was awful at Total Annihilation.
You are in the presence of royalty, quite frankly.
Yeah, I was always awful at that one. I mean, to be fair, I'm not great at RTSs in general. I just kind of enjoy them. Select all units, attack, go.
Wait, so... Yeah, because buff beams are an interesting one, because...
I'm dead.
Pretty much, if you've got 2 towers in a row, then a buff beam is worth buying. Like, a buff beam is better than 3 towers. Like, 2 towers on a buff beam is better than 3 towers. So I'm quite surprised that they... I immediately regret that. I'm quite surprised that they went down that route, because you end up... Well, it means you have to. You're forcing me into a single playstyle.
No, that's not fair. I was stun locked in the corner.
I miss having a much faster, much higher level character.
Oh yeah.
And a gun with a decent reload speed.
I remember there was an RTS I played a while back that felt alright. I think it was like Grey Goo or something, but that one died off pretty quick.
Yeah. And also, I love this game. I do love this game with all my heart. I would say that Orcs Must Die is better in nearly every single respect. Apart from that, it didn't have multiplayer or procedural loot, which are 2 most important things for almost any game. Orcs Must Die 2 solved a lot of that, still no procedural loot. Orcs Must Die 3, Unchained was a... Not all it could have been. Oh, wow. I can't take one hit. I don't have enough health.
Yes, me too.
Beyblade is just a hack saying, look at it go. My camera. Oh my god, what's going on? Okay, I got killed by the camera then. Okay, it's all down to you two. And my corpse.
Trying to repair the towers.
Forget it. You're going to have to just kill everything. Unfortunately, we are 6 minutes out and only 300 in. But yeah, we're a bit below the gear requirement. Our setup wasn't terrible, alright. But we're a bit below where we need to be on gear.
I'll focus the healers.
You got knocked outside of the map. No, don't be silly, there's no bugs like that left.
I hope not.
Oh, we're out of lives.
Yeah, you can't die. Oh, did you die? Max, don't die. What did I say? I gave you one instruction. Don't die, and you go and die on me.
Oh,
Can't
damn
get
it.
that. Just can't get that. So, we'll do
I
that
must
again.
remember to equip immortality next time.
Yeah, just equip more less dying.
I have the best deals in all of Etheria.
But yeah, I like to get new stuff in the games. That's part of the reason I didn't really want to go straight to the end, because we would have been right back to, you know, King's Game and stuff. King's Game is another one that get fucked. Like, I kind of liked it to start with, and after a while I just was sort of, I never want to play
Fire
King's
break.
Game again. Oh my, just well, you didn't play it like we did. So JK and I, we played this game for about a month, and every night was just King's Game. And after a while, we weren't even playing it. We were just chatting and watching Netflix whilst it farmed gear for us. And I love the way this has codified in the 4-pad hack. Like, going, oh, well, I'll let you do that. Why not just give me four copies of the same piece of loot? So, with Dungeon Defenders, when you complete something that gives a reward, you get given an item. For every player in the game, sorry, for every character in the game, that character gets the item. So what people do is you split the screen into 4, play it with 4 pads, or keyboard and mouse and 3 pads, and you get 4 copies of the item. So now, I think it's the function keys or something, Control F2, there's a key, I can't remember, I read it, oh. But you can join an extra character, but you can also join an invisible character in, so you're not even ruining the full screen experience. And I'm like, just always give me 4 copies of the item. Like, it's this duct tape that people have added in because they've seen a quick hack rather than implementing it properly. What's your pew-pews at, Max?
First one, coming up to the second one. The big number or the small number?
Small. 3,000.
3,063.
Mine's 0 apparently because I can't aim.
You can't aim, yeah.
I'm definitely way past that. Mine's poison.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah, you...
I've invested all my points into fire on this one.
Yeah, mostly 'cause mine's... So yours is shot rate of 7, 400 damage. Mine is shot rate of 8, 1,500 damage. But mine's got 21 upgrade levels. Your one had... 26. Oh, must have been a slightly lower start. Yeah, this is one of the ones you get. Yeah, it's pretty good. But more will come.
I've got to check my info.
I? Grab a key. There.
So, yeah, I put a few points into range damage, a few into additional fire damage, and whenever shots per second came up, I put that in.
Well, you're more than level 34, so should we go get you a chicken? Yeah.
What does the chicken do?
Explodes?
I like my mana genius.
No, it's
Really
not a
useful.
pet, it's a weapon.
Oh, right, okay. Or can we do spiders?
I mean, IMGQ, another thing. So again, the concept, as I said, of going back to the game and fixing stuff. This screen is fucking hilarious. So, up on the D-pad takes me to the top, well, goes up on the list. Down on the D-pad, you to scroll down, but now takes me to the Lost Quests. Left on the D-pad's campaign, right on the D-pad of challenges, back is Quest for the Lost Eternia Shards, which only has 5 things in it. Whereas Challenges has, I don't know how many hundreds of things in it. This thing is a total horrendous mess. It's so bad. It just
It'd be better if you had 3 steps and another 3 steps. You know, campaign challenges, lost quest, quest for turning shards as one thing, and you chose one of those and then drilled down into it and then came back out to which one of those you were looking into.
It needs to become a tab across the top, really.
Yes.
I mean, this screen needs redoing. This thing, it's been added as much as possible. Oh, I did wonder, because everything is under Lost Quests. Lost Quests is, none of this is DLC locked, which is probably why. Quest for Lost Turning Shards is DLC locked. Challenges is partially DLC locked, and that's my guess anyway. Challenge, chicken. We've never done it on hard. Should we try hard? So
Yeah, let's give it a go.
yeah.
Don't forget your XP bonus, Food Blade.
Chicky, if you want to fix something else, this recommended hero level stuff, really, Ascension recommended hero level 30. Yeah, it's probably not, is it? It's funny, some stuff. I mean, I have said I was an original player on iOS. That's how long, and it's hilarious to have seen this game grow up in so many ways. No, you see, again, this is what I was talking about. You can't just keep the old people happy. You have to worry about the newbies. You have to you want a new player to play this through and go, I love this game. Not the game told me level 30 and I tried it and it's way too hard. Fuck this piece of shit. It's not what you want. Again, you have full access to the source code, obviously. It's part of the what was it called? They had a fancy name for it.
That's like a dump on your head.
You do not. Really? I mean, I have noticed just very fundamental gear blockers in this. I'm not sure how you do it in level 1 character. You just, like, the mobs would make it to the crystal and they would one-shot your towers. So I'm not quite sure how, barring routing bugs. But the point there, so, true story. Burnout 3 had a lot of crash junctions, and I have been asked many times how we did the scoring for it, and I was like, well, what we did is every day we would choose a level and we would play it all day long, and we would get everyone's highest and lowest score.
Every day?
Every day. For one a day, basically. There's about 60 of them for over a couple of months. And we would just send in our best and worst scores to the designers, and then take an average, and that's how we did it. Literally that. Okay, there's a hole, which you'll need to... Oopsie, wrong button. There is a hole, but I will get the rest of it up as we go along. I don't see how I am Shiku.
I can't jump. Is that clever?
You're the chicken. Don't die.
Right.
Don't die. Get back here. You can't die. For once in your life,
Right.
you're important. Only for the next 30 seconds or so, and then die with fire, right?
Oh, it's here. 1 health. Wow.
But you could have that changed again to average upgrades. I don't know. I assume this is the push to talk key, which is click the left stick. I've never used it. I can't imagine. I don't play games with randoms for a start, and I can't imagine playing a game with. Imagine playing this. Actually, I have played this with randoms. So I played it in the bad old days when people would see your stuff. So I mean, bad old days. They would see your towers. They would sell the towers and then replace them, because XP was generated by the towers, wasn't shared in any way. That was not good. That was horrible. So yeah, people would sell your towers so they could get XP, and that's where the last time I played with randoms. They've changed it now, but it got to the point where the tower builders were, oh bloody hell, 30, 40, 50, 100 level. Like, we'd play as a group. Am I on a max? We'd play as a group, and the tower builders would be massively further ahead than everybody else. I don't think I have it turned on. Sound, incoming voice on, outgoing voice on, push talk on, talk icons on. Hello, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Because there are no sounds to hear. Well, the icon works anyway. But yeah, I would turn off push to talk. I can't ever imagine wanting to use push to talk on this. Can you hear me? I mean, this is the thing. I've got about 6 sound cards on this computer. I've no idea which particular one it will decide to use.
Pick.
Interestingly, if I were to rewrite Dungeon Defenders from scratch, I would probably skip the towers. I would probably just have a loot-based run and gun. Because I think that people would be happier with that to a great degree. Because that's what, if you play it online, like if you play a 10-player game, say Goblins, 9 of them won't want to be a builder. They'll just dump all the mana saying, let me know when the towers are done. I don't know. I mean, I assume this just uses Unreal's back end. Oh shit, I'm the chicken.
Whoops.
So it might work, or maybe not. I don't know. I've honestly never tried. Yeah, but Vadeblade, I would just turn off push to talk. La 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 la, la 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 la. I would offer my time to help develop this. As I said, I have way too much experience, but unfortunately I am a man with not much time, sadly. Yeah, I don't think you. Again, this is what I mean about you should watch people play your game, because you'll get horrified by how people actually play it, because it ain't how you thought they play it. So a large number of people don't want to build towers. They just want to play the game. So they'll just join the game as a DPS character. One guy will end up, like here, one guy ends up building, everybody else just goes, let us know when you don't use the mana. And I mean, I've played a lot of the games here, and a lot of people want to do that. And
There is a reason for that, though.
Uh,
There's the whole argument of your gear is better than my gear, therefore I'll put better towers down than you, therefore
there
I'll
is
put
that,
better towers
yes.
down.
There, yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, you do that, I'll do this, because at least we can progress.
Yeah,
together.
but I mean, but to a degree, some people just want to play that game, and I suspect a run and gun game has a wider appeal these days than a tower defense game. But for me, Dungeon Defenders should have been. I mean, I really like the assault maps. They're hard until you get the flow down, but I really like them, and I wouldn't be massively. I mean, let's be honest. This without towers, it's essentially Diablo 3 on a wave map. Yeah, it's kind of that. So that alone is, it's not a bad way of having a game. I mean, Diablo 3 is a very popular game that's obviously very fun. But yeah, give you an idea of the sort of mentality I had. I said when we were stuck in progression, that's when I grabbed a copy of the. Is it the DD? Yeah, the DDK. That's it. I knew it had a name. So I grabbed a copy of the DDK and then started to tear apart the loot code and how the scalars worked. And we've got a spreadsheet somewhere. I will check it. And it actually shows the probability at the point where we start to expect mythical or trans. We wrote it down somewhere. Well, I am Chiku, speaking as a pad player. Seriously, the RTS mode on this is horrible. It's so horrid on a pad. It's not bad on a keyboard and mouse, but obviously at this point, because this game was primarily a mobile game, I said initially, and they obviously forgot its roots when they implemented that. It's just, yeah, you can get used to it, but there's a word for that, and that word is, or phrase is, Stockholm Syndrome. You can get used to anything. You can get used to hot needles being popped in your eyelids. It doesn't mean that you should recommend it to people. Yeah, I've never really got on with the summon. I have to. This is the problem. if you don't have a summoner and an EV, you are wasting a vast amount of your potential. The EV buff scaler on the beams is not ignorable, and on this one, you've obviously got the fact I have double the units again. Yeah, okay. You can do without the summoner, but let's say you are at 95% of the gear requirement to do Nightmare Hardcore Ramparts. If you've got a summoner, ta-da! Suddenly you can do it. Interestingly, though, how come that the Huntress gets her new trap at 20? I've got to get to 60 if I can even see the Spider Queen minion. But yeah, the EV is essential. To a degree, though, I would say that the summoner is often the pinch in the hourglass that makes the difference. Like, die, Max. Don't make a chicken noise, Max.
Or not?
Sure, but what's that got to do with the level required? I still need a whole ton of mana. It's just an odd requirement, because I don't know how long level 60 takes. I mean, again, from scratch, level 60 is probably 20, 30 hours? By yourself. With no boost. It just seems like a very odd gate to have when the vast majority of people won't do it. As far as I know, Dread Dungeon is the quickest leveling you can do. How could you possibly do it in 2 hours? From scratch. No level characters, no buffs, no boost, no help, nothing. What am I missing there? Is it just... I mean... Yeah, what am I missing other than some sort of fancy exploit? And one thing I do try and avoid doing, I'm not saying I ever play something in the most efficient way, I do try and avoid just endlessly doing the same thing over and over and over. I do Duper well a lot, but that's because it doesn't take much effort. I like that. Well, I will stand correct on that one. So if you can get from level 1 to 60 in 3 hours, you're definitely doing better than us. I don't see how. Oh god, raining goblins. Oh. No, not even if you paid me. Again, you can get to a point where you can trivialize things just purely by knowing the exact amount. But we tried to do raining goblins a whole bunch of times, and it just was not happening. That was last year. And what difficulty we tried?
Okay. I'm back. Did I miss much?
No. I was going to say something funny, but I couldn't think of anything.
Oh.
Pretty sure it was on Nightmare. It was just brief and hilarious, and then we just went, fuck this. I can't remember. I can check. I might have done it previously, but I can check that the highest level I've got listed is doing it as. Well, that would have been last year. And again, I was playing with some people more experienced than me, and it was just, this ain't happening.
Is it bad then?
West side, by the way.
Is it bad that I'm kind of tempted to use that new Facebook picture Adam on like Tinder and shit, just because it's got the dog on it?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
see if it works. It probably won't.
I want to be the other side of them. So, you're telling me there's a perfect setup for that map, and if you do it, it's trivial, and if not, it's a frickin' nightmare. I personally try very, very hard in all my games never to have one great solution.
Yeah, having one solution is kind of boring. It's kind of fun to have options.
Well, I mean, I get complaints like this a lot. This is why Factorio struggles,
crap.
because the logistics bots are so good that you almost literally just tech rush to that and then skip everything else. Fortress Craft, I have to put up with arguments constantly going, I want to do this, use this one. Oh, but that one doesn't do this. This one does that. oh, but that doesn't do this. I'm like, no, it's essentially a triangle. You have 3 solutions, and you pick the one you want.
This is one of the things I kind of really enjoy about stuff like MOBAs, even though some other parts of the genre I don't like that much. Because like, there's so many characters, and if you can balance them well and get them about the same.
Yeah,
like,
you didn't
stats.
play old Warcraft, did you?
I did not.
Right. So in Karazhan, which was a TBC dungeon, you had a 10-character dungeon. If 2 of your players weren't priests, spec with mind control, boss wasn't possible. Not this will be a challenge. You didn't have the skill available to do the fight.
Oh, because it pushes you up.
What pushes you up? Sorry.
The thing that you were doing. Having 2 of them gives you some sort of group buff. Which
No,
is
no.
possible.
You had to mind control 2 mobs in order to do the boss.
Oh, right.
So if you didn't have that skill, you couldn't do it at all.
It was game over.
Yeah.
Is that part of the puzzle though? Some people like that sort of.
Yes, but the point was
Puzzling.
to get a priest to level 60 with that skill and the gear was, oh my god. If you were doing not much else, 6 to 8 weeks of work. It wasn't easy if you go, oh, I'll quickly make one for this evening. It wasn't possible, and that's bad game design. Forcing you into one solution is bad game design. Raining Goblins, I seem to recall, is a clusterfuck of horror. I have done it. Can't what you get from it.
I guess in the same vein, it's kind of like the thing we were talking about the other night when you were saying about, I think, was it voice lines or something to do with like really super specific scenarios? I don't remember what the game was in reference to. But...
Red Dead, possibly, is voice lines?
It might have been. I don't remember what the exact conversation was, but we were talking about like voice lines in certain games and like using that for like lore purposes and other stuff like that.
Nightmare load time so far.
It's my second incubator. Yeah, the Jester is a... Yeah, it's area damage to max, so it's not all about the single target DPS, it's about multi-target DPS.
So what do I do? Base damage, hero damage,
Okay.
clip ammo.
So it's very easy. So,
Not a very long reload time.
I'm trying to look at you, not the Forge.
Right.
Right. So it's very simple. Always upgrade base damage unless shots per second is available, unless it is a elemental weapon, which it's not, so you don't need to worry about it.
Projectile speed bonus?
Always no, it doesn't matter how. If you have a gun that's very slow, you're better off just getting another roll. Otherwise, you're wasting damage that you have to put into reload speed and whatnot. Oh yes, I forgot that. Okay. No, you can't, because I tried to do this yesterday. How would you like me to select a player? Doesn't work. I tried to do it yesterday. You can fix that one too. Let me know when there's a patch out. Go.
Oh, 13,000.
Go down.
Wait, can you not look at the players? Does it not let you?
No, I can't. I can do it on a keyboard.
Oh, that's interesting.
I can't move the highlight any further down than this. I can select kick player or mute player, but I... Oh, wait, hold on. How did I do it? Hold on. I have to go left to... Oh my god. Hold on, what's going on? I have to go... Resume left, left, left. Yes, I do.
Oh, wait, what? Wait, so where were you on? Options, and you left from options to get there?
I had to go... No, so resume game, left is options, left is characters, then right, up takes me to report bug, right from report bug is hide match.
Wait, what? Wait, so you go left to get there, but then when you go right again, it takes you along the other character.
Yeah, so I had to go left from options in order to...
Yeah, but then it doesn't take you back to options when you press right. Oh, yes.
And if I go up, it's report bug. Yeah, that's pretty bad, man. It should be down from mission setup exit main menu. Should take you to the first player, not left. Yeah, this is the thing. What happens is when you're developing or writing a game, you will have a bug or an issue or something that's really stupid, and you won't notice it because what will happen? Yeah, it also says they're trading, by the way. Wait, why? No, but I have to go left. Well, hold on. It says currently trading with somebody else, right bumper. Well, it sort of says that. And then there's a magic key that's Y that I wouldn't have known about.
Yeah, it doesn't really tell you that that's a key you press to do that. Expect the player to be.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to disagree with you, but you're telling me that they're still both trading. Max, are you trading?
No.
No, he's not.
No, I'm running around the place shooting chickens.
Yeah, Y on the pad does do it, but it's not indicated. The right bumper, whatever right bumper is... Oh, that's initiate trade. That's decided to work now. Why is it not A? Or why is it not just A to pop up their thing? How's your gun?
13,000, 12, 13,000 damage.
What do you say?
There you go.
What do you say?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Adam.
Bug where they
Shift
can
the face of
remove
the
their
chicken.
stuff. You mean removing stuff from other players?
Yeah, that's a fairly terrible bug. See,
That's pretty bad.
I like that you solved that by getting rid of the screen, as opposed to fixing the bug. No, I mean, realistically, I mean, I assume this is a labour of love for you guys rather than a paid venture, so I do understand that. Hey, Max, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Bloody noisy though.
Yeah. Let's go,
Can you find me a better weapon, please?
better than that.
Or just less noise then.
Well, yeah.
Is that a feather gun?
It's a chicken.
It's a
Fine.
chicken gun.
Oh my god.
After you. You've got the gun. So I discovered the bug with projectile weapons, which has now been sadly mostly nerfed. Back when the game came out. Good job. I discovered the bug with projectile weapons because it nerfs the time things travel for, but not the projectile weapons. So you could back in the base game shoot everything from miles away. All you did is you got a crap grenade launcher and shot it. Yeah, closer than that, Max. Keep going. Just sprint in. Just run at it. Everything will die. Cool. Next. This is what I mean about balance, right? Doing this without that gun is really hard. It's possible. Definitely possible. I've done it. But it is 10 or 20 or 50 times harder than this. Or... about that. I think the range has been fixed. Certainly all the guns I know about. The BF drill has a nice big range. But... I was under the impression that the travel speed bug was fixed. Exploit, whatever you want to call it. No, it's done. It's done. Beyblade is on the case. I haven't seen a new... Max, this way. I haven't seen the new plane gun. Oh, wow. Beyblade, look at him go. I always get stuck. Oh, well, we'll do it on a harder difficulty then if we're going to be like that. 1 mana. Nice.
A roguelike tower defense is a thing. Seems like an
Well,
odd
this.
combination.
It's literally this. Is well, we say roguelike.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, hold on. Before we do that, so what was it called? Sorry, the umbrella one. Oh, this menu is terrible.
Got time to grab some nibbles.
Yeah, go for it. Raining Goblins. Yeah, I did it on Nightmare. Didn't do it on Easy, or I did it on Medium. That challenge can go fuck itself. It's not fun. And then some Goblin lands the wrong side of the core. I wish Esmea was on, because she and I did this, and she might remember better what the issue was. We tried it. Like I said, it was about March last year. And it wasn't fun in any way, shape, or form. Oh, I am cheeky. The menu is terrible, but I fully understand the issues that you've got with trying to fix it. I 100% understand it's not that simple. It requires a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of love, a lot of got it. A lot of effort, a lot of love, and a lot of time. And I do understand this is a labour of love. Oh my god!
Is she who dev or anything, or just a person that plays?
I think he's the one that takes care of some of the UI stuff.
Oh, okay.
So for those of you who have never met developers before, basically, normal people, players, seem to think that devs are against each other. It's not true. Deads, we love each other. We all hate the players. Feyblade, how the fuck are you jumping so high? My character's not. I don't feel my character's fast enough for this. I hate this. No.
Oh, okay. So he tested gamepad stuff.
Ah.
That's cool.
Well, do pass on my yeah. Generally, very positive thoughts. I mean, Dungeon Defenders is a great game, and unlike Dungeon Defenders 2, which I played on the console, good lord, the split screen menu and that was a bad menu. The split screen that was bad. Now the weird thing is, Dungeon Defenders Eternity, which is where Dread Dungeon came from, that's got some really nice features. The pet leveling stuff was really good. You know, you got the egg and you had to carry it around with you to learn. I'm like, that was really good. I had other issues, like I said, not being able to... Oh no, not a time to be reloading. Had other issues. Like I said, like that you couldn't join your friends. But
Ooh,
yeah.
Oh wow. Hold on.
Beyblade is much more practiced. It's been a year since I looked this. I don't think we get anything for doing it on easy though.
Oh, Godly Retribution.
Cool. So Beyblade, what gun are you using there? Let me look at you. Hold on, there's a menu for this. Pause. Left, right. so cheeky.
Wait,
This is how
what?
stupid it is. I have to go left, right. That's how I move. You know,
In
sort
theory, that should put you back where you started.
of,
but
yes, it
no.
should. And then a hidden button. What are you using? A Skyfaller. Well, is that a flamethrower? Like an electric flamethrower?
Oh, apparently you already did feedback. I don't know if you called that or not.
Oh, I see. He's got items like this worth 75 million. See, that helps. That helps a lot. 250. So he's got plus 250 player health. I have got
Plus 450 player
15.
damage. Yeah,
Things like that help. Yeah.
a little bit hacksy.
Yeah. I mean, it's not too much of an issue. No, it's not that. No, baby, that's fine. It's not too much of an issue, but it's amusing that no one tested it. As I said, it's as a developer for many years, it is boring to test stuff. Obviously, no one tested this, and when they did test it, they didn't test it on a pad. This one is a nightmare, and so it's like this. It's like this. One of the patch notes was added 2560 by 1440 mode. I'm like, you added 1440p, but not 2K. Like what? Why would you do that? But you have got support for 1024 by 768. That's a 5.4 resolution. No one is going to use that. No one will use 1280 by 1024. 800 by 600. Yeah, but when you go to the effort of adding 1440p, why didn't you add 2K at the same time? Just one of those sort of amuses me that you end up with this half-assed is mean. I don't mean it in a mean way. I really don't. Wait, did we really never... that's a bug. We definitely completed Arcane Library because that has the first one with the Harbingers on it.
Not in this playthrough.
No, I can't reset the progression.
Oh.
Apparently, we never completed Dread Dungeon anything above medium. What? Well, that's wrong. Well, let's do Dread Dungeon to medium because I quite like the level.
Yeah.
It seems odd that it like pulses the name of the level on the left when you move the difficulty up and down.
It's just reanimating, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be better to make it do that pulse animation on the right where the difficulty is.
Oh, what the fuck? I keep tabbing it every time I try to get up on WASD. Take it that way. There we go. Hopefully not playing well with others.
Possibly. So I one of my biggest weaknesses of this game is playing content that's a little bit too easy, and it's just useless. You don't gain anything by it. Oh, can't even place towers.
Oh yeah, this news was like a day old now, but did you see that? I think it was Ubisoft are making like a Star Wars open world game or something.
Right, so they're using the Assassin's Creed engine with a Star Wars skin. Yay!
Honestly, I'd take that. I don't know.
Well, yeah, single player. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I guess those games do have multiplayer. It's just, yeah.
Nah, yeah, yeah. Great. I'm glad the
Yeah,
internet.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel
I mean,
about it.
I'm
I
glad the
guess we'll
internet's
see.
excited. I'm not. But
No, I'm fully expecting an Assassin's Creed clone, but we'll see.
I mean that's not bad. I mean if you're gonna reskin a game to be Star Wars, Assassin's Creed, and make everyone a
It's
Jedi.
not a bad one.
That's not
Yeah.
a bad idea.
I mean, honestly, my biggest issue with Assassin's Creed was like they sort of ran out of subject matter and had to start making stuff up. Right? Like it was like
Well, now it's quite important to note.
I know a lot of it is
So, well,
like historical
actually,
based, right?
I think you find it's all made up because it's a computer game where you play a
Oh,
guy
yeah.
in the future
Yes.
in virtual reality. Just making sure you are aware that
I
Assassin's
know.
Creed is not based.
No. I mean, wasn't the premise like you were going back in time to like a period?
Yeah.
It wasn't meant to be historically accurate.
I
originally.
doubt it. Any of it was ever very particularly historically accurate.
I don't think it was that bad, but yeah. I
When,
don't know.
when Assassin's Creed came out, though, at Codemasters, we just ran it on the big screen for days, just looking at it, going, "How are they doing this animation? Like, just how? You know, the full real-time kinematic stuff was just crazy, really, really impressive." And it's a good game, and I enjoyed it. Apart from the fact you realised you could just sit there, and the moment, and that people would surround you, and then the moment one didn't attack, you just hit counter, then kill. And you're like, I could take on 50 people because they all take it in turns. If the guys rush me, I'm in trouble.
Honestly, what I'd hope for is like something like Jedi Fallen Order, but as an open world, because I think that was quite well made.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's a bit disingenuous to call Assassin's Creed open world. I mean, it's a big city and a bit of outside, but it's not like GTA. I mean, I guess GTA is. I guess.
I mean, GTA is mostly it's like a city and then a massive open area.
I mean,
right?
open world tends to just mean you could do stuff in a number of
it's
different
like,
orders.
yeah.
Rather than his level 1, his level 2, his level 3.
It's an overused term, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, we've had this discussion on stream before. Literally, sandbox and game are antonyms. You can't have a game that is a sandbox. It's not a game then. Sandbox tends to get used as a synonym for open world, which is not really the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Henry.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Now I need some... See, this is where I want an EV. Hey, Henry.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
but
Yay.
let me say the sentence again. This is where I could do with an EV. Hey, Henry.
Right, I get the first bit.
Hint, 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 nudge, nudge.
Honestly, I'm mostly curious what they're going to do lore-wise for it, because it isn't like the MMO Star Wars no longer canon or something.
I don't think the MMO was ever canon.
Well,
I mean,
I don't.
the
I'm
lore
not-
can quite frankly fuck off because the lore would be. Is it fun to play? Can I be a Jedi Knight? Because let's be honest, what I really want to do. So Swirtor. Yeah, Swirtor.
Swirtor.
No, KOTOR or Swirtor? Swirtor.
Swirtor.
The MMO.
Yeah,
Had the
the-
problem that everybody wants to be a Jedi, no one was allowed to be because it doesn't make sense to have everyone running around as a Jedi, and you're obviously massively OP. And I just ended up running around just firing back to tanks at people, going, "This isn't very good." I've got the collector's edition and everything. I wanted to like it. I love Star Wars so much, and it just wasn't very good. So
I kind of enjoyed it for a bit with friends because I kind of enjoyed the fact you could like go around like picking up gear and stuff and like changing the color of your lightsaber and all that. And then past that, I was sort of like, nah. Because that was like I think that was one of the first times where you could go like, oh, I want like a pink lightsaber, and you could do that because of reasons.
well,
I
no,
guess.
Jedi Knight Academy, Jedi Knight 1, 2, 3.
I played that one. So yeah.
Oh, that was the original really kick-ass one, but it aged. Right, you play it now, going, "Oh, this isn't very good." Henry, we're just waiting for you so you can get some free mana.
I'm going in.
I
Yay.
don't know.
So Swirtor was canon, but it was set thousands of years before the main canon.
Oh, wait.
But now it's not anymore because of Disney.
Everything that wasn't in a film got declared non-canon.
Yes, the extended universe, air quotes, got declared non-canon.
Just
But then-
literally, the 6 films were
Yeah.
canon, nothing else was. Henry, could you pop a buff beam down for those 2 deadly strikers? hopefully I positioned them correctly. Yeah, I'm all about a rainbow lightsaber. Well, hold on, I am Chuku. Now let's be precise. Do you mean a lightsaber that starts red and then goes yellow
Just fade.
all the way down,
Yeah.
or one that cycles round? It's a different.
What cost?
You've got to have a special crystal to do that, though.
Clearly, it's a
That's
strobe
good.
saver.
If you do that, I can actually fit a tower either side of it. I'm not necessarily planning on, but I could. 60
One there.
EU.
One more.
We're down to 60 EU. That's pretty much it.
Right.
Clearly, the best one is the strobe saver. You just try and like give your opponent a seizure in the middle of the fight.
Well, that doesn't, if they just close one eye and they'll lose depth perception but gain immunity to photosensitive epilepsy.
Yeah. No,
They better make that box on in every game you play again. Some people, even with no history, may have their particular effect on epileptic reaction or something. Like, just shut one eye. But
Would you like me to explain to you why?
you're going to anyway.
Well, not if you don't care.
Go on. I mean, I'm sort of semi-interested. It's something to do with the brain.
Yeah. No, it's nothing to do that at all. Henry, hit G for go. So,
Thank you.
if you've watched The Simpsons, you are probably aware of Japanese seizure robots. It is a short Simpsons skit, and it referred to, and I will clarify everything. It referred to a mass hysteria event in Japan. Now, a mass hysteria event is where one person says, "Oh, I've got radiation poisoning," and other people hear it and panic so much they say they have radiation poisoning as well. So you end up with many people claiming they have something they obviously they have not and could not have. And what happened is there was an episode of Pokemon that had a full screen flashing red and white thing at about 12 hertz, which is not a sensible rate, and a tiny handful of children suffer from photosensitive epilepsy. Now,
Yeah.
what? What's that?
I know this whole story because they actually banned that Pokemon from being in episodes because of that.
Now, I can't tell you the numbers because I'm afraid I can't remember, but I used to work on a game many years ago called DJ Hero, and it had a lot of flashing lights, and Nintendo are really keen. So you can run analysis on your screens and see the photosensitive epilepsy rates and all that. So I used to know the numbers, and I don't, and I apologise. So don't take the numbers with any credence, but roughly let's say 500 children had an epileptic fit on this show. Not good, but not not terrible. It's not good, don't get me wrong, but that's not like, oh wow, that's right. Tens of thousands heard about it and claimed they did, but with no actual evidence backing this up. That's what I mean by a mass hysteria event. Oh yeah, that happened to me too. So the mass hysteria caused the Japanese government to introduce legislation. You cannot show full screen flashing images for more than a certain amount. You can't have a certain amount of the screen covered. You can't flash at certain speeds. And that is why Japanese games all have these seizure warnings. If you're doing a Japanese game, you might as well just put it on for all of the territories. So that is why. Oh no, have I got one here? Yeah. Oh no,
It's like California law.
game. It tells me there's an epilepsy warning on a screen this big. It's like, epilepsy only works if it's both eyes. I would have to have two Game Boys against my face to get an epileptic fit off a Game Boy. But now, because you see this message, parents get very worried going, well, this caused my child to have an epileptic fit. And the answer is no. But
you have to put the warning in there.
In Japan.
So they're indemnified.
Yes, so in Japan... Henry, hit go.
I'm still checking stuff.
In Japan, you have to. I said it is a legal requirement, so it's slightly different. But people with epilepsy make up something like 1% of the population. Of those people, about 0.3%, I believe it is, are people with photosensitive epilepsy. So you're talking about something like 1 in 30,000 people, I go south, 1 in 30,000 people even has a chance of photosensitive epilepsy. Yet we have warnings plus over everything for something that has a small chance of happening to 1 in 30,000 people.
In Japan.
Well, no, I mean, it happens everywhere.
Yeah, it happens in film stuff
Now,
as well.
I am Chiku, so... Yeah, so let's all laugh at the lady who, she burned herself with McDonald's coffee. Do you actually know the story behind that? The actual true story, and not the one put about by the McDonald's damage control team. Yeah. The woman, the coffee the woman scalded herself with was like 130 degrees C, because McDonald's kept it way above a safe temperature in order to keep it hot. She had massive...
You can't get to 130 degrees.
Not with water. Ain't water, is it?
It's not much more than water.
Well, sugar, milk. But yeah, it caused horrific scarring and burning on her, and she wanted her medical bill paid for, USA. But McDonald's lawyers basically tried to discredit all this by saying, oh, she just burned herself in a cup of coffee, what an idiot, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, legislation did come in place for this. Woman, coffee, McDonald's, burn.
I wonder why that tower's taking forever to ruin to level. Someone's all tabbed out the server. Damn it!
Sorry.
That's fine. It's fine. There's 3 mobs left on this level somewhere.
Apparently, there's 91 kids had epilepsy off that Pokemon episode.
190 degrees Fahrenheit. What's that in real money? 87 degrees. Yeah, 87 degrees causes 3rd-degree burns. So yeah, I got Fahrenheit and centigrade mixed up there. McDonald's admitted that it had known about this risk of serious burns for more than 10 years, but they hadn't been sued by enough. But McDonald's tried to play it down, and they already. So this is like the Pinto thing. This issue, but it was cheaper to just pay out the occasional court case than to actually do anything about it. Yeah. Well,
what's the problem with the Pinto?
The Ford Pinto. So due to the Ford Pinto thing, which I'll go in a sec, they actually changed the legislation in America. So now CEOs are responsible for what their minions do. Because in the Ford Pinto case, they basically bundled the buck blame further down the chain. So in the Ford Pinto case, they knew that in certain impacts and certain collisions in certain directions, like when it was rear-ended, it would blow up. The car would just blow up. And they worked out that the possibility of it blowing up, how often this would happen, what the average number of people would be that died, how much they would sue for, and it was cheaper to leave the defects in than to fix the defect. And legislation came in place.
That is an awful way of looking at things, isn't it?
But as I said before, we said the last stream, corporations are not moral, evil, good or bad. They exist to provide value for the shareholders, and as long as they were doing that, which in this case they absolutely were, that's fine.
Money,
exactly.
But money, like that image of Mr. Krabs. I like money.
The thing is, obviously, a person made this decision. That is not moral. That is not a moral decision by that person. That is a terrible, terrible thing for that person to have done. But yeah, there were changes made to the US laws, and I'd have to look up exactly what they were regarding those, regarding that. I don't see any ogres. Yeah. Iron Cheeky, you want to pass another bug? When one ogre spawns, it goes murr, murr. Why does the sound effect play twice? And the texture play twice when only one ogre spawns? What was the other one? The sound effect for an ogre dying has a very, very high priority and range, so on City in the Cliffs, you end up with a distorted mess and they'll keep dying. But I think that might only happen on this level. But every time an ogre spawns, you get a double notification.
You're really distorted.
Me personally?
Yes,
Yeah, you sound
honest
strange.
Discord.
Oh,
That's a bit weird.
alright.
Gonna calm down a bit now.
Do I sound different?
I think it's the noise suppression you keep using. I don't know. Using that I'm really, really quiet.
Wait, a double, but 2 bits of text appear. Why that be the case? Oh God, Rob. Hey Rob.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Oh, I've just been for a long walk and I'm not used to the exercise.
I know how you feel.
The funny thing of having this particular pet under the way is I'm getting absolutely shitloads of mana.
With a particular what? Oh, with the gun and
Genie.
the genie, yeah.
Yeah. The splash damage, so basically I'll just fill up the mana pool really, really quickly. Just put it down, pop, 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 pop. Oh, I'll go and upgrade something else.
Oh no,
Speaking of,
I want the notification. I just don't want. I want one notification for one ogre, not two notifications for one ogre.
2 notifications for 1 ogre and 2 sounds for 1 ogre.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a bit broken.
Speaking of exercise, a friend of mine recently got that weird Switch Ring Fit thing.
Oh,
Apparently, it's
yeah.
actually quite good.
I've heard very good things about it, actually, yes. Nintendo are the master of releasing add-on tat for their console, where it goes mad
Yeah.
for 6 months.
And they're always completely batshit insane, but they're always actually kind of good.
Yeah, I had the Wii Fit board, and I completed Wii Fit. So I was, let's say 30 at the time, for sake of argument. I got my Wii Fit age down to 16, and that's as low as it goes. I'm like, that's going to complete the game. I'm only going to get worse at this point, literally.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Have you seen the Ring Fit game?
Ring Fit, yeah. I haven't played it. I haven't seen it in person.
It's like,
because,
it's like a weird RPG where you do like squats to fight enemies.
yeah. Well, I mean, we've already mentioned Hot Squat is the best VR.
Yeah.
Hot squat.
Hot Squat, yeah. You
Yeah.
have to do
Totally
squats.
gonna get that.
It's hole in the wall, but you do squats.
Yeah, but I played this, as I mentioned this earlier, I played Hot Squats with some guys at the arcade, and we got quite competitive. And I was fighting. I mean, he was much more fitter
Portly?
than I was. No. He was a fit and muscular young man, and we were. And I think he got squats in the 70s. I got squats in the 60s, to the point when I squatted down, and I didn't come back up again. And I was like, I've run out of go. I am cheeky. It boggles my mind that the concept of running multiple characters in order to get more gear has been codified. Why not just drop 4 times the loot? Why not always give me 4 items? Why require me to press a key with no penalty at all? I've never done it because I have within 20 meters of me. Yeah, it's within 20 meters, it's my Gary. Within 20 meters of me, there are probably 500 controllers. Xbox, PlayStation, Wii, Dreamcast. So I don't have to worry. I wouldn't use the emulator, I just plug pads in. But yeah, the concept that I can now get extra loot just by pressing some function keys. What the fuck? No, we're full. You come at the end of this one, we'll find something 5 or 6 player.
Oh no, that's all right. I mean, if you're doing something,
we are
transport fever.
Wait. Hold on. It's me. We're talking about the rewards given when you complete a mission, like the BF drill or something, or the spider gun. You get 1 per character. So if you want 4, you put 4 characters in. But then you get 4 copies of the same item, in split screen. And what do you mean the game has been balanced around that concept? No, it hasn't. That's an exploit. You've codified an exploit and you've said, this is how we expect it to do. But you now expect me to opt into this exploit by pressing a bunch of debug keys. What the fuck? This makes no sense. If everyone does it, just make it part of the game. If you don't want people to do it, take it out. If you want people to do it, but they have to... So can't we have an exploit that I can say, I want this exploit, and I press a button to get it? Why would you do this? It doesn't make any sense. And it definitely has not been balanced around that concept. There's no balance involved, it just means you get loot 4 times quicker. Esmir, please, if you could join the chat if you're up to it and tell me, why did we keep failing raiding goblins? This nice man is associated with the development of Redux, and he says that he can get to level 60 within 3 hours running 5 maps, and he recommended we do Raining Goblins, and I kind of went, oh fuck that, because I seem to call Raining Goblins was just a horror. It's an exploit that you've made a feature that you've kept quiet.
Air quotes. Feature.
It's an exploit that was previously available to people like me with lots of Xbox pads, and you've hidden it away. So it's now. My point is, you've straddled this weird halfway house between making it part of the game, or that's an upgrade. Making it part of the game, or taking it out. You've just kind of gone, well, kind of. It's an upgrade, but you have to press these keys to spawn into invisible characters to get more loot. Just spawn 4 times the results. If it's a 2-player game and there are 2 characters in, spawn 2. Piece of cake maths. Sure, you can add that into the blueprinting. Oh yeah, this game's all written using blueprinting, by the way, Brett. That's why it's amazes me the game has the performance it does.
Oh, the Unreal system.
Yeah. Because I basically got the DDK and I'm like, where's the code?
What code, Smile?
No
Yes.
stinking code round here.
Exactly, I am Chiku. In the base game, it was common for people to use controllers, yes, or to use an emulator, yes. So, why haven't you just solved? Why? Hold on. How can I put this? It's like if everyone. I'm trying to think of a good example here, and it's usually going to be a car example. Essentially, Vaidbed, you can spawn in an invisible character that will receive extra loot for you. Borderlands did this. You could just pretend that the game had more players in. You didn't actually need to spawn the players. You could just set the number of players, sort of.
Keeping around Borderlands, isn't it like also stupidly easy to edit player files?
No, but you can, like, in Borderlands 1, you could say there are 16 players in the game and it will drop loot that's equivalent to 16 player matches.
Right.
So, you've codified the exploit as something you expect people to do, and then you've hidden it away behind debug keys. Either make it part of the game and do it properly, or get rid of the exploit. If you expect people to do it, and you said yourself, that you feel that the balance was always designed around this, then it should be part of the game. Unless this is some weird-ass fucking metagame progression where I'm expected to run an emulator to pretend I have more pads plugged into my computer than I do, so I can spawn more characters to get more loot. Like, this is Batman Arkham Asylum levels of meta progression at this point. Like, it's not though, is it? Like, it either do it properly or get rid of it. This solution is just odd. So it means that when you're on an assault map, instead of getting one, you run the 3 assault maps, or the assault, instead of getting 1 spider gun, you get 4 spider guns. Why not just always give me 4 spider guns? What's the point in giving me 4 spider guns if I press some debug keys? Am I making sense why this is just utterly insane? Yeah, baby, it's like Control F1 adds a new character and split screens, and Shift Control F1 adds it in but doesn't split the screen. So you can even do the old multi-pad exploit, but without having to make your screens smaller. It's just amazing. Yes, but you guys have got the opportunity to fix it. Here. This isn't a fix. You have just kind of sidled towards making it canon, but not all the way. Yeah, well, I don't have to accept it because I'm a punter, so, well, Betty, have you never done that? Have you never plugged in multiple pads to get more loot?
I've not. Who's got the money to spend pads I don't need?
Adam.
Yes, Adam.
It's like 200 PlayStation controls, right?
Yeah, any pad will work.
Any dream will do.
Any holes of gold. That's a different phrase. Oh, okay, Vaidblade. Well, so, I am Chiku. Vaidblade has played this probably more than me. I can probably check. And he's never done it. So you say the game is based around doing this, I put it to you, but people don't. And that is what I mean about this very dangerous situation of assuming you know how people will play it. Oh, okay, you've only played for 97 hours, so I forget it, you're a noob. Yeah, but there are some things that have... Okay. Do you know about Stones of Jordan in Diablo 3?
Oh, wow.
2. 3.
2. Yeah. SOJ was like, ugh, that's the thing you need.
No, but see, they just became currency items eventually.
Oh, no.
So if you were to take Diablo 3 and fix something, you would have made the SOJs actual currency items rather than community currency items. Yes, but what they've done, I am Chiku, is they've made it to... Right, so Vaidblade has been playing this. They've made it so if you know about the debug keys, let's call them debug keys, you get 4 times the loot. Do I really need to explain why that is wrong? Like, That just feels to me self-evident why that is really, really weird way of approaching this. If you think the game is balanced around that, make it always happen. Give me 4 times the loot all the time. Don't make me remember to press the debug keys. Literally, there are 3 keys I press and I get 4 times the loot. I'm not even sure that's true, though. Yeah, I never subscribe to the argument of it's always been that way. Absolutely not. We've always used electric cars. We should stick with. Sorry, we've always used petrol cars. We stick with petrol cars. Well, we've always used horse and cart. We stick with horse and cart. Oh no, we've always had child trafficking rings. Well, we shouldn't get rid of them now. No, because it has always been the case. There's your slippery slope argument right there. Because it has always been the case is not a reason.
Yeah, never need the police.
Why change it now? Because you have changed it from something. Right. How many people, what percentage of Dungeon Defenders players would either run an emulator to pretend there's more pads or go out and buy more pads? 5%? 1%? 1/10%? It's not a big number, is it? No one's going to go out and invest, 40 quid in pads just to get 4 times the gear. This is a teeny tiny thing. You've just codified it. You have made it official by adding in these pretend character keys. But you've done it in a weird way so that it means that you have to opt in to giving yourself 4 times the loot rather than do it properly. But what you've done is you've made it so the hardcore, the super hardcore, can do it much easier, whereas people like Vadeblade, he reckons he's got 1100 hours plus, has gone, sorry, what? You can do that? Do you understand, Vadeblade? So if you run an assault map, instead of getting given 1 rainbow unicorn, you'll get given 4 rainbow unicorns because you've got 4 characters playing. Well, I mean, I am cheeky. I've just got so many friends, it's not really a problem for me.
I captured some pets.
Humble brag.
It's cheap. It's a cheap and lame way of getting 4 times the loot, or the loot 4 times quicker. It is. Everyone does it. But I don't think that many people did it. I certainly did it, but I'm a man with a lot of pads.
I still don't even know what you're talking about.
So when you complete a dungeon, when you complete a challenge, you get given a reward.
Right.
You get given 1 reward for each character in the game.
Okay.
The game supports up to 4 players local split screen on 1 account.
Okay.
So if you
have all the characters playing, even if they're not playing,
they just sit there, and you will then get given 4 rewards at the end of it that obviously you just give to yourself because it's you, so it's your account.
Social panel.
I've just invited you.
What is it though?
What is what?
A social panel.
I don't know what a social panel is, but I've invited you.
Oh right. It gave me a really different error message. I was.
God.
You actually?
7.
7? Oh dear Lord. Maybe that's what we should do. We should set up webcams and do Zoom multi-way split hot squat.
See, if Hot Squat had multiplayer in it.
I am cheeky. You're telling... But you said, and I quote, the game was balanced around this. I put it to you, I would estimate a 20th of 1% of players have used this multi-pad exploit. Now you're telling me, if you were to do it... to be the, I have too, but it's not common, is it? Really? I wouldn't have thought.
It was for the group that I was in.
But over the entirety of the 15 million copies this game sold, it's probably quite rare. I would suspect. But now you've said if you were to do it my way, so I would say a better way of doing it is if you have 4 players in the game, you get 1 loot. If you have 2 players in the game, you get 2. If I'm soloing it, I get 4. Now you're telling me it requires a lot of rebalancing drops. You just told me everyone did it. You can't have it both ways. Either everyone does it, therefore you should codify it so that it automatically happens, or if everyone does it, it would, quote, require a lot of rebalancing, you should take it out. You do not get a middle ground. Those are the only two options. What you've done is you've added this function key emulator weirdness. Yeah, Rob, you should better join. We can. This is the other thing. There's no way on this screen to filter by how many players something supports, and there's very little low-end content that allows more players. And we do. Right. I am Chico, so you're telling me... So he says, it takes 50 runs to get an item on Nightmare with 4 players. If you remove 3 of them, well, that's 300 runs now. You mean with 4 characters in the game, not players. You mean characters. Sheets. So if it's that bad, codify it. Make it part of the game. Don't tell me that I have to go and do a weird debug shortcut key in order to make it happen. This is my point. You're telling me everyone does it, everyone should do it, fine. Then we should make it always happen. Not just the people who remember to press the function keys. Damn it, Rob, where's our Dungeon Defender spreadsheet? Is it not on Google Docs?
It is on Google Docs.
I don't seem to have... I'll try Defenders. Didn't you put it on... No, you put it on the LockDown LAN website.
It was.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, equipment scalers, there we go. Oh, damn it. Oh, yeah, and the number of players.
Best website ever.
Yeah, I don't know if any of these have changed. But do you take my point? See what I'm saying, Iron Pikachu? Either...
Can you send me another invite?
Yeah. Either it's so... I need to select 6 per level first.
There's a website for it?
Either it should be in the game, therefore it should be in the game, or it shouldn't, therefore it shouldn't. You don't get to say, oh, the game is balanced around that, but only if you have 4 pads or need to press a lot of buttons. The scaling's pretty minimal. You get more mobs. I don't think they're any harder in mode, can you? Like harder. Sort sheet.
Not 4 characters though.
Yeah, 4 characters gives you more mobs, but they're not any harder, I don't think.
If it detected that they were idle, I suppose that'd be just a plastic band on one of the triggers.
6-player maps. Tinker's not going to happen. Akatiki Jungle not going to happen. Karaki Jungle not going to happen. Emerald City not a hope in hell. Temple of Polybius. Oh, that's 4.
How big was the beta download?
Well, Redux.
2.8 gig.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that too big for
Why
you?
do you have such a big bandwidth? So I can say, I'll have it now. I'm not wait, thank you.
Is it 2? Sorry, I don't... Is what 2 is what 4? No, I'm trying to find some... We've now got 5 people, possibly 6. I'm trying to find some 6-player content. I don't think there's any 6-player content we have access to. Uber Monster Fest, no chance. Livestream Hollow, no chance. Talay Mining Complex. Oh, that level is such a ball ache. Volcanic Eruption, also a ball ache. I wish the game had more than 4-player support, because the engine supports it. It supports up to 16 on some stuff. We should update this, by the way, Rob, from the Redux stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because I
I can't remember how we did this.
You did it using maths.
I did I?
Oh, you might have used a script or some code.
No, I think I used a much more complicated spreadsheet that pulled the fields out, and then I just copied the resulting data out.
Yeah.
Lots of splitting things.
But that's why I like Excel. Excel's really good as a text handler.
Yeah, but it's only with a spreadsheet like this that lets you work out how good stuff is or not. What's one we just did? Sorry, Dread Dungeon has a wait 1.25. I'm sure it was higher than that, but it does have a good loot scaler, so we actually have a pretty good chance of getting loot on it. Oh, Henry,
Rob, don't forget to get your XP boost.
I do. Good point. Henry, did you upgrade your chicken
What?
gun yet?
No,
You're high
we'll
enough
find
level.
out first. That's the point.
So you bear in mind, it might not be better DPS, but it is area damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it this way.
Fine,
The entire last level, I was spending it trying to unload my mana. I was like, bang, bang, bang. Oh, I've got too much mana.
The thing is, Blade, again, I would say the number of people who want to play more than 4 players it probably becomes smaller. I also fully understand that more players makes it easy. To a degree, I don't care. This game has always been that case. 1 player is a lot of effort, but it's easy. 4 players is less effort because you're helping, but it's very hard. It gets harder, and I'm just not that
Was it the
worried
incubator?
about it. The incubator, yes. What's good?
Right. Awesome.
So, yeah.
Liam Neeson, I heard.
Liam Neeson's is dead.
What?
What?
I'm sure I heard Liam Neeson say, "Look behind you, a 3-headed monkey."
Sorry, I thought you said Liam Neeson's dead, and I'm like, what?
What? No.
He's not dead. He's one with the Force.
But yeah, I would
God.
like to have seen spoilers, Rob. Seriously, man. Fine. Wanda dies.
You're
There you go.
Whoa. We're only 2 episodes in. Should die another 12 more times this season.
Well, I like the way they kill off the characters every episode and then they come back to life. That's a cool gimmick. I mean, it's been done before, obviously, Groundhog Day and so on. But I like the way that you have seen it, Rob. Right? You've watched WandaVision. Oh, we spoiled it for him.
Yeah, I like the way the Vision's the one to do it every time, though.
Yeah, it's just grim. Rob, what are you?
Warrior or something.
An idiot sandwich.
How do I turn the volume down on this thing? I can barely hear you guys.
Hey, I am Chiku.
Options.
Rob, are you on
Sound.
are you on a joypad?
I can be.
No, okay. Just then, no, don't be. You can't do it on a joypad. I've already passed my complaint on.
I have a joypad, but it's not working.
Don't use the joypad. Press escape. Options. Sound.
Yeah, I'm on 10% sound, and I can still barely hear you guys.
Windows Mixer.
Speaking of which, I was playing Forza and it's got loads of adits and mix all over it. Makes me sad. Vapor,
Right,
we might have to ask you to go just because I don't think there's anything we can do.
Oh.
All of the 6-player maps are so far outside of our current wheelhouse. Let's say wheelhouse now. Outside our current gear level. There's nothing, not a single level we can do until probably mid-70s with more than 4 people. Tale Mining Complex, possibly the easiest. We can do Tinker's Lab.
I'll go back to.
We can do Tinker's Lab. Let's do Tinker's Lab because I want to prove this nice man completely wrong. I want you to. So again, I have played this game for at least 2. No, I have played this game for
And an inordinate amount of time.
600 hours. It's one of my most played games. I roughly know the setup, but bonus Tinker's Lab on easy. I'd like to point out it's recommended level 80. Wait, you think we can do the first wave on Nightmare Hardcore? All right then, lads.
Bend over.
I am.
There is no lube.
The difference is, as I said, I am a professional game developer I've been a professional game dev for 20 years, okay?
It's the difference between being paid for something and being good at it.
It's the difference between...
I've been a professional dustman all my life.
Disassociating my skill level and my personal achievements with what other... Where the fuck's the... There it is. I forgot to flying thing.
Someone's keen.
No, well, this is the thing. I mean, I am Chico. You think we can do this. I think we aren't even going to have our towers down in the next 180 seconds. You guys need to bring me mana. I can't remember where all the freaking towers are, crystals are.
Once upon a time, I knew exactly where to place every single tower in that map.
Well, everything's changed now, so
And it was the worst thing to memorize ever.
So that will change with the new change. You can no longer just stack auras to win. No,
but I love monk auras.
I would say we are going to last 30 seconds if we're very lucky after the first wave. But you suggest this is. I want to make a point here. You are completely out of whack with how your average player will play it. And I am not an average player. I have played for hundreds of hours. I might not do it right. I might not have sat on the forums and poured over the strats. I might not have played this particular map in Christ knows how long. But I'm going to do my best with all of my hours of gameplay. And I have played it a lot. I am not someone who's come across for the first time. Conversely, Henry has put in about 8 hours, and Rob, I don't know, maybe 100 with me. Max played it a bunch.
See, now that makes me wonder if Catherine of Sky has revisited it.
I don't know.
I shall check.
As far as I can tell, we're the only people doing this. Right. Now, I seem to recall...
I'm back. I've got some mana for you.
Cool. Thanks. I'm going to struggle to get enough towers down. Yes, but we're going to try it because I remember this map from last time. Because last time, yeah, we were at level 12 and someone goes, oh, you should do Deeper Well on Insane. Like, you're joking, right? But remember, Vadeblade, he had a new character, but he was running around with high-level goggles on. He has more damage on his character.
And health.
Almost immediately than I've still got. We are not even going to get all the towers down. I don't even have the run speed to do this. And this is what I mean about forgetting about your average player, about how people actually play it, how good they actually are. They're a lot less good than you think.
Because until I started playing with Adam, it felt very grindy. So you played this level, and I got some gear I can't use, and it's just not an upgrade. And so like, right, no, what do I do next?
Almost no one else will be building towers. It would just be me. I also tend to focus a little bit more on range than damage anyway, because of pi r squared. I ain't going to have to switch back to my mage, or I ain't even going to complete. I'm not even going to get all the towers down.
Run, Forest, run!
I ain't going to have to run. Plod, 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 plod. And I'll put towers down. One tower is not defended currently.
God damn it, she hasn't.
That's right, I'll go do that.
She's still working on your competitors.
Oh. My tower damage stat is 17.
Bananas.
My range is 73 because range. No, sorry, it's 44. That's just 44 levels.
Fresh potatoes.
Oh.
I'm not even sure why I'm bothered to put towers down. But range, to a degree, is more important than damage. I don't think we could do this on easy. Do have Henry's chicken gun back. I want to be wrong. I want you to be right. Oh dear, Crystal's under attack.
Where? Which one?
The middle one. That no one is near.
Hey!
Those are little towers from it.
600 hours of experience. That's what happens. That is why you are forgetting what it is like when you haven't got ridiculous amounts of experience and progression. It's like me saying, "Oh well, yeah, we'll just go and run Karazhan in Warcraft with some level 60s." I can fucking do it because I've played the game for thousands of hours, and it's not realistic. Why again? Even if I had more tower damage, I mean, sure. I mean, I bet you think it's 250 tower damage. I have 40. I bet you're running around with plume and hat and glasses and brooch. I've not even seen any of those yet. We haven't tried Ascension difficulty. Can do. Actually, before we do Ascension, let's try, because we are getting there. Let's try Deeper Well, Nightmare, not hardcore. We've done it on Insane, so we'll do it on this one. But, maybe we'll do. Oh, so we haven't done this one before. Let's see. But one of my special skill, which I have developed over a huge amount of time, is
jarring, annoying talking.
No, it is remembering that players aren't as good as you think they are. They are. Oh, mana.
That was all of it.
It is remembering how it was for me the first time I tried to do something, and I think a lot of devs are very bad at this. Max, money. Sorry, a lot of players. It's something you have to have as a dev. You must do. Okay, so same thing. First level should be easy enough. Bear in mind there are 2 djinns, 1 spider.
Drink.
Same.
So we're gonna have to mostly DPS this down. But if we can't do this on Nightcap, what makes you possibly think we're going to be able to do? Oh yeah, I forgot. Weapons get nerfed. Okay, ogre's up. 1.1 million health. I'm shooting it. Still 1.1 million health. That's alright. Rob's got us. Thanks, Rob.
Problem.
I'm not expecting that. This is me making a point about not realizing, and I'm not an average player. I have so many. But if you're suggesting the progression I should be doing is the do the first level on super hard difficulty, complete it, loot the chests and restart, that is not a valid way to design a game.
No. I'm spidered.
Spidered. Oh fuck. Guess what?
I wasn't expecting to do it. I was making a point to the dev that it's your how can I put it? Your feeling about how progression is 2 orders of magnitude out from where it actually is. So now we've got Rob though. We'll go do what we did earlier, which is mix mode. Were we on insane or hard?
I think we got to insane. Oh, that's too hard, but we can probably do now. So we all leveled up a bit more.
Okay. So this is pretty good. So this gives us loot goblins, which are pretty sweet. But yeah, ruthless mode again struck me as the devs struggling with latency issues on levels with many spawns, not knowing how to fix it. I've given you the fix, and ruthless mode basically gives you less spawns so you don't get network issues. Am I right on that? That was my sort of my deduction.
Feeling.
It's better. No, it's deduction. So you're going to need to stand here and look pretty.
So I was just scrolling through the Steam store just to see what kind of stuff's appearing right now. There's a game on Steam called Anime Standing, and it's Death Stranding, but you run around as an anime girl.
Nice.
It's 50p.
So I am Chiku. Let me say to you again the numbers. This game ships with the UT 2K4 numbers, which gives you 24 kilobytes per second to squeeze the whole game out of. 24 kilobytes. I've got 8 megabytes. No, I don't. I've got
megabits.
No, I've got 20 megabit. What's that? 3.5 megabytes. 3.8. I have many megabytes of upload. Rob?
G.
Rob?
Oh.
Rob.
G. So yeah, this game, it's bizarre that... Oh, wow. Wrong character. Sorry, lads, I've distracted him. It's bizarre that you guys didn't just change it. It's just changing one of the ini files it ships with. Because we have a couple of tweaks we did to the ini files. Wait, what? Host can force max money. Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Now, I don't know if the mortars are any good, by the way. I do like them.
They do give me a lot of stuff. I've just jumped in the middle level. Whoopsie.
I mean, every time you max out mana, chuck it, because it's better to be dropped in the world than you not being able to do any more.
Yeah, you should watch the previous stream where we were discussing about how to optimize the number of. There's a finite limit of items you could have in the world, but if you put a high denomination down, it would be easier to just transform them.
I can tell you exactly why he didn't change it, because he didn't know.
Yeah.
I have never found this solution out on the web. I worked it out because I went delving in the data files and went, you can just change the data rate. Because we could spot the issue. The issue was essentially, on City in the Cliffs, you easily saturate that 24 kilobytes. Because the game's not very efficient. Again, the base game never, ever sent that much data around. Not under any situation. So that's another one of those. You've never gone back and fixed the bottom level. You've just put a faster and faster and faster engine in your car until you realise you don't have enough brakes. Mana? Money? No, don't upgrade until I'm remember. Unit cap first. Henry, can
I thought you were changing character.
I am. I'm Henry. Could get a little see the buff beam.
Where? Where are you? There.
Just 2. That's fine.
Some mana, please.
You can hit go, but don't worry about doing the wave. Actually, that said, there are dark house, but yeah.
4 units? Or
3?
Yeah.
What, how big's 3? Show me the biggest you can get with 3?
Well, it's view cost 4 for that.
Oh, I thought it was... Okay, yeah, then 4.
4.
Biggest you can get in a 4. And mana back, please. I'm not sure the setup I used before, but I will pop lighting towers down. Maybe. I'll see if that one actually reaches anything. I mean, there's no way that was on purpose from Aiden. He doesn't know about it, or that any file would have changed. Even if you... There's just no reason not to change it. No one has 24 kilobits. 24 kilobytes. That is a modem. Modems are twice as much as that, for heaven's sake.
24 kilobits?
Well,
yes, the last standard, yeah.
Yeah, you had 56k, which was just under 8k a second, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So it won't be a modem. I don't think there are any VR control changes in
No,
Sky.
24 kilobits, 24,000 kilobits, yeah. That's the half modem, isn't it? That's a 2800.
No, that's kilobits, not bit.
Yeah?
No, because it's 24,000 bytes, not 24,000 bits.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, so
that big, I've dropped some mana on level still for you.
Okay.
Do you want it?
I will. Oh.
Okay, I'll put it up here.
Oh.
Ooh.
Kill 0. Okay, well, we'll just see how it goes. But I mean, this is the sort of thing. I mean, I've done talks about this at shows and stuff. Is about watching average people playing it and not telling them how they're doing it wrong. You can't tell people they're doing it wrong. You need to look at it and go, "Oh, that's what people do." Oh, I didn't think anyone would. Oh, or you're probably watching, going, "Why the fuck isn't he putting a blah 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 tower in this position?" And the answer is because I have never sat there and just Googled. And I'll be mean. Some Sadak's best possible setup for the towers, because I don't want to. I want to play the game myself. It's not something I can discover, and you are expecting me to go and look on a website for the best layout. I put it to you. That's not very good design. It's not. I mean, either the game has to have all the information in it, which is generally what I try and have my games doing, or don't put it in. As you said, we were describing it as a wiki game earlier. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a good situation. It's kind of an insult. This game is so confusing. You have to go and look on a web page to get it.
Yeah, I don't know how it's like. I guess Terraria sort of tries as sort of the guide, but it doesn't really explain everything.
Well, Terraria is shit without that tool. It was only when I played Terraria for about 2 hours and thought it was crap and then just closed it. Until someone pointed out you can make houses and stuff for the NPCs. I'm like, what?
Yeah, there's so many things like that. I remember how you used to like people discovered you could use like platforms instead of doors for those NPC houses, so you could build essentially houses without doors and just walk through the platforms.
Oh yeah, but I mean, eventually it actually became part of the game that said, "Hey, I'm the guy. You should build me a house." And I'm like, even that doesn't. And then you actually have stuff to actually tell you if it's a valid house or not. But that didn't come in for a couple of years after launch.
They also had like some complexity to it in the recent update, didn't they? I don't remember what it was.
Nah, very not really.
Yeah, it was like No, go for it.
But there probably is a best layout. My point is, you probably know certain layouts that work very well for you, and you're looking at mine going, "What the fuck's he doing?" But if we, and I mean, Henry, I mean this in the nicest way. If we were to sit here and say, "Henry, build a set of defences," I mean, you'd be here going, wait, what? Rather than you saying, "Go run Nightmare Hardcore Tinker's Lab." I mean, in the 2 minutes we had, and that's because Rob for once decided to hit go in time, we didn't even get all of the towers defended. That is an upgrade. Yeah, but does this one actually hit anything? Yeah, it probably does. I should probably put that one on there, which I probably will do. Can I have that mana back, please? We did kill 7 mobs. Go us. Good job, everyone. We killed 7% of the mobs. Mostly with his chicken gun.
Whoops, sorry.
But don't think I've done Tinker's Lab a whole bunch of times. I vaguely remember the layout. But that said, a lot of my knowledge. Apparently I press Control G. Yeah, that's bollocks as well. You like... Oh wait, it does work. Holy shit! I can force you to go.
Oh wow,
interesting.
Yes. Esmir, probably a tower builder because that means I don't have to build all the towers myself. But yeah, we're doing a fresh start. What we did is we deleted all our characters. So when you run Redux, it will copy all your characters into the Redux bit. Then I deleted them all and then sold all the gear. So I've got like 6 billion cash. So money won't be a problem for quite a while. Well, I want to know all.
So I should restore my files. Okay.
No, because this is TrendyNet. So they're not stored locally anyway. They're stored in the cloud.
Oh, you're doing that. You're doing official.
Yeah, we did copy our characters from TrendyNet to open. I think it's because we were hoping to find 8-player conversions of all the maps. Blade, but I mean, I don't respect you very much. That's why I ignore everything you say. Whereas I am Chiku is new, and he still has my respect, so I'm listening to him.
For now.
Also, sometimes I forget things.
He's teaching you hotkeys, apparently.
I knew about ONP. Control P gets rid of green arrows. Oh, why would I want to do that? Is it Control P? Why? God. Like, why is it not Control? Control G is amazing because, quite frankly, I just spent half my life waiting for Henry. I think he's got a broke. Oh, Henry owns half a keyboard, so his keyboard only goes as far as F.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got a new guy in chat.
Huh?
You have a goldfish in the
Hey,
chat.
mild goldfish 300. I don't believe there were 341 mild goldfish before you. I believe so that you are a liar.
Or he's the mild
shot.
version of Goldfish.
Last week it turned out
42.
that, yeah, last week it actually turned out that he typed in like the previous 341 numbers.
Mild goldfish, this name is taken. Mild goldfish 001, this name is taken. Mild goldfish 007, this name is taken. Mild goldfish 69, this name is taken. Right. Mild goldfish 2, mild goldfish 3.
I imagine the mild goldfish 69 is probably taken in some stupid stuff like that, but I don't know about the rest.
We are on.
Oh, the Francine!
Yeah, no, the loot goblins are awesome. I just wish they loot explosioned. I wish they attacked physics objects to the. I mean, this is the thing. I am Chiku. If you can't add physics to the weapons, fake it. Add a new type of mob in that is just like a Cobalt, but automatically explodes with 0 damage after 1 second. Fire it out in an arc, it will drop loot. Simple as that. So you all know about the Fallout train. The game had no ability to do trains, so the Fallout train is an NPC that wears a special hat that runs very fast. Now T is just same as right bumper.
So in theory, you can get their special hat and go play trains.
No, like the
Choo.
Fallout hat.
I like trains.
So the game had no. So I can show you here. So the game had no concept of trains. Oh fuck! I thought I had to save my ad blocker. So what they did is they made an NPC that can run really fast.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah.
I'm trying to find a. They had an NPC that can run really fast, and he wears a train as a hat. Does that make sense? You can see the picture there on the right. So that's how they did it. So I have just told you how to make loot explosions happen in this game without writing any new code. You just create a new mob that dies the same way the kobolds die after 1 second, dropping some loot. Ta-da.
Ow.
Careful, hand. Yeah, these things are really. It's very important we don't die at once.
Uh-oh.
Please don't die.
Trying to upgrade the bloody tower.
Seriously, man. One instruction. Yeah, for the first 20 seconds of the level, I would just worry about staying alive. Let the towers deal with them.
I was trying to upgrade the tower. They went,
Yeah.
oh, I don't need to. I can ignore that.
Only for the
how?
Only for the first 20 seconds or so. Until the majority of the mobs have been taken out by the. Remember, if you
I
keep
did
dying,
more damage than. No, I don't know what killed me.
it'll be Dark Elf, fix that. Remember, if you keep dying, it might be time to start thinking about putting points into player health.
Oh yeah, I've been putting some in. I've got 766.
I was like, points? No, you mean health. I was like, my god,
Oh, yeah,
that's
no, 822. Oh, 822 health. Just sunk all 5 points into it.
Yeah, I mean, Beyblade, what annoys me about the integrated emulator is the way it's not... The way it is expecting you to press the button. Sorry, I didn't realise you could spawn 8 characters. So you're telling me if I press the right buttons on my keyboard, I can get 8 times the loot? I mean, come on. Seriously. Make it just part of the game at that point. That feels like fucking secret Masonic handshakes, old boys club. Press these keys, lads, to get 8 times the loot. No, don't do it.
Well, no. Do you remember the old days?
Okay, only 4 times the loot.
The old days when you typed in words into the game to get special
Back
feat.
in the
Well,
day.
IDDQD and that sort of thing.
No, so it's not a cheat. What it is a way of, in the game, doing the same as having a whole bunch of joypads. So it's pretending you have more joypads plugged in.
Yeah.
And they don't move, and they're invisible. But what boggles my mind is that this is considered so important, you have reserved function keys F2 through F8 for them. It's a one-time copy, Amy. Amy? Esmia. I'm just reading the chat here. It's a one-time copy from...
Right. But once... I mean, is Redux... Is it going to stay a branch?
Yes. They've only just worked out how to make branches. Apparently that was the big thing stopping them.
Oh my god.
Next time, just talk to me. I know all this stuff. This is what I do for a living.
So one-time copy from
open to
from
Redux.
ranked.
From ranked to
from
Redux
open.
ranked. From ranked to Redux ranked.
Okay, ranked to ranked.
But yeah, I don't think Redux will ever become official because I swear so many people are pissed off. So things like they've rebalanced some towers and things, so some old strats don't work. And the, haha, I've just got a monk and I can literally just do the 3 aura stack to beat the entire game has been removed. And that's good, but that should have been gone from the CDT version. You should have ignored the whiny brats of the community wanting the same thing they've done for 5 years. And
the dirty exploiters.
Oh, it's not an exploit, it's just there's one method of playing it that's just so much easier than all the rest. All the rest of the options just become irrelevant. And that's poor game design. But I saw the CDT basically bending under the whiners on the forum. Going, oh, I know, I spent 1,000 hours just grinding Assault Lab. You can't possibly change it. Because Assault Lab, let's be honest, how many people do Assault Lab correctly? No one. You get the BF drill, you smack out the towers from the sneaky positions, you stand in the corner, and you watch the EVs jump off the edge. That is not how the game designers intended it. That is an exploit that was allowed to remain in and should not have been. And I noticed the EV jumping AI has not been fixed for this patch of this game. That's poor as well. What level do we get access to 3-star upgrades? Can't remember now. How far off are you, Max? 40 max mana. You're the highest level I think we've got.
Yeah.
Rob, you can apparently build towers and do buffs and shit?
No.
Yes.
I can't build towers.
Yes, you can. You can build totems.
Go down the bottom left of the screen.
I understand the bottom left of the screen. So I've got Battle
You've got 0 through 9 there.
And Battle Pound. I've got Repair and Upgrade. I've got Tornado Stance, Lightning Stance, Siphon Stance, and Turtle Stance, and Hawk Stance. So no, I can't.
You can. Hold on. God, you guys talk a lot of shit that's not important. By the way, as of last night, I continually am being bombarded by Amazon trying to sell me Mexican hats. It's obsessed.
Good job.
What happened last night? Were you like? Oh.
No, like
something in Red Dad.
This was my suggestion from earlier. I bought like a nightlight of Amazon. It's like, why not buy a whole bunch of Mexican hats and moustaches?
Apparently, people that like Mexican hats also like those, I guess.
Well, no, because you can dress up as a Mexican. Mexicans all wear moustache. They all have moustaches. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, old women have moustaches too.
Oh, and in Mexico, it's true.
Yeah,
Hold on. So, this is the problem, right? This is all the information about it. That's it. Barbarian. So Barbarian now has damage totem, speed totem, lightning stance, speed totem speeds us all up. You should definitely build that. He says it's under options.
There's patch notes.
Oh, they are huge. But this is it. This is all the information about the entire game.
You know me. I like to read all the patch notes.
There's only
I love reading patch notes.
But yeah, Rob, please do work that out. Henry, do you remember I said you have a holographic decoy that's completely OP and we're getting murdered by mobs?
Where are they? Where do you want it?
Down here.
Right.
Actually, if you put it here, the lightning towers should murderfy it.
Honestly, when go for it.
I'm Chiku. Discord is not a place to put patch notes. The Steam patch notes are the place to put patch notes.
That's fair.
Not Discord.
I was just saying, well formatted and nice to read patch notes is so nice.
Oh, Warcraft's patch notes are wonderful. That's how you.
Yes,
patch notes. I model my patch notes on Warcraft. Absolutely. Hey, Aiden,
seriously, it was that
work.
game that made me love reading every patch note.
Yeah, Adam, the devs in the chat. Chiku's talking
Yes. Hello, Aiden. We've been discussing Dungeon Defenders and I'm sorry, I did read it on the patch notes just 1 minute ago. Somebody else's thing, but I have been saying mean things. But generally, I have been super impressed, and I'm very happy this game has had more fixes. Did you, in your code delvings, realise that the game is defaulting to Unreal Tournaments network bandwidth requirements, so it's limited to 24 kilobytes per second by default. That is why the maps like City in the Cliffs lag horribly. So the first thing we did when we downloaded Redux is re-edit all our data files. Pretty please, pretty please.
Did that help?
Yeah. Did anyone die? No, no one died. Yeah, that helped a lot.
No.
As soon as Rob works out how to put a totem down, even better.
Yeah, I can't find anything
Press
on
T.
Google about totems.
No, it's only in that link. Press T, maybe under Hero.
That link, the DD1 Redux.
Press T for tit.
T for tosser.
Yes, you should press T for tosser, Rob. You should press that.
Summon defenses, battle stances.
Summon defenses.
Summon
Ooh.
tosser.
They require 2.
Needs to fight 8 defense units.
8? To make us run fast? 8 DU? We balance
Oh,
this
fuck.
shit. You can't have 8, you can have 2. Oh, that's you.
Whoops.
I'm only teasing. Yeah, Aiden, I was chatting with Chiku. I just so you're not like, who the fuck is this guy? I am a AAA developer of some 20 years. I have been a Dungeon Defenders fan since it came out on the iPhone, and I was blown away by it. And I'm super happy that the game has continued to be patched, and I am very, very, very happy that you are not sticking with the status quo and are... Where's our decoy? And are addressing some of the long-standing issues in the game.
Sorry.
Probably should have opened them for that. He might have run away now.
That's right, decoy's up.
Oh, what the hell just happened there?
But yeah, bizarrely, no one... I've never found a single instance of how to fix the latency issues, you know, the horrible lag you get on busy maps, anywhere on the internet. I fixed it in this, and ironically, we had the same issue in Astroneer. We're about to lose a slice and dice on the left.
Sorry, I died again.
Yeah, I do love how the fix for Dungeon Defenders was the same fix for Astroneer.
Yeah. Like, hey, they've left a small number, a big number, where it's fine. But yeah, I was very surprised that you guys hadn't fixed that.
Ouch.
No, can't withstand that.
No, Henry needs to put more points in decoy.
Right.
It was mostly just that and the UI you were talking about, wasn't it?
Will do.
Negatives.
Yes. Oh yes, the UI, we'll die in a second. There we go. Hey, I've respawned. It's alright, we're good. Let me just kill literally everything by myself. Not gonna happen. Because these guys don't go to Crystal. In fact, if it's just them left, then we lose.
What's that?
Yeah.
Something's killing the crystal.
Yeah, but it ain't them. Yes, come on. Oh, it's a
No,
goblin.
there is one of them attacking it.
Yes, it's no, it's not. It's not a dark.
It is a dark elf. It is a dark elf. What the fuck? I just spawned and got mobbed. Didn't even get a chance to get a single weapon off.
Oh, there we go. Got it. And the loot explosion is terrible. Like all the loot jamming up in the tiniest location.
Well, no, it wasn't one. It was the fact we had 3 of them do it. So
No,
it was
no.
really, really hard.
No, like here, that's really awful for multiplayer to try and sort through the upgraded loot. What would also be nice, instead of raycasting and finding the furthest one or range or whatever that particular code is, would be to show the highest upgrade. We aren't going to make it another level, but we can kill that last mob. We can at least look at the loot.
Get him! Get him!
Oh, crap.
Someone kill him! Decoy! Decoy! Decoy!
No ammo. No ammo. Mana.
No ammo, mana.
No mana ammo.
But yeah, this is horrible. Even if they spawn over a bigger area, but making a loot explosion like Borderlands made super famous would be great. Huh, that actually looks like it might be worth it for my squire. But I am also an old crotchety man who has been writing games for a long time, and I am very much not a regular consumer of things. So don't take anything I say to heart. I love this game. I've always loved this game, and this is already about Dungeon Defenders 2. but quite frankly, so was a big shit I had earlier. So it's not saying.
Oh dear.
Oh man, seriously, Dungeon Defenders 2 was because Dungeon Defenders 2 was a MOBA, and then one of the guys, the designer and the guys, got weird, and then he was like saying things like, "So you see my character, she's kind of, I say young looking, she's not because she's an elf or whatever, but he was like, I'll make her look really young and then put the camera lower, make her skirt short enough so people get uncomfortable." And that guy eventually got fired, and then they decided not to make it into a MOBA anymore. By that point, the damage had been done. Dungeon Defenders 2 was a hollow shell of what it could have been because they had spunked so much development time on the short-skirted underage elf. No, on the MOBA approach, and it was not a good game. I think it got better, but I never really touched it. Orcs Must Die 2 took me away there, but I've not played DDA because that also looks like a disaster. Anyway, lads, best of luck. Henry is just going to pop down his decoy.
Oh crap, it's mana first.
That's why you've got your team.
Oh, like me.
No.
The particular issue regarding the bandwidth, it's an INI file thing. You just need to supply the game with a different INI file. You also supply the game with, please don't laugh, a 140 megabyte texture pool. So you, and I mean this in the royal you, is that a thing? You have added in more things into the game. It no longer fits on 140 megabytes. So you just get weird blurry textures. So it's top post on the Steam forum, why have I got weird blurry textures? Oh, haven't you done this? You should just ship the game with it. The network thing, again, it's just an INI file thing. Some stuff I agree, but like
both in the same file.
As I was saying, with the loot explosion, if I were to develop a loot explosion in this game without source access, I would create a new mob, which I assume you can do. The mob would blow up after a period of time, like the loot goblins. It would do 0 damage, and it would drop a loot, and it would fly. So when the loot goblin died, it would spawn a whole bunch of these little mobs, which would look like an explosion, and they would fire out, and then they would blow up, and the loot would be spread over a bigger area. I said, although I might complain about things, there are a few people in this world, other than me, that can understand the issues behind that. Bye, Rob. Lost Rob. So, Henry, yeah, you need to put more points into your decoy because did you just see it? As long as your decoy's up, it's just like, this is OP.
The mobs having a hard on for it. Like,
yes. Should we try that again then, but with more?
Don't we get your XP bonus?
I have not, hang on. But he has. As I said, Aidan, I would volunteer my time for this. I am a huge fan of Dungeon Defenders, but I do not have
committed.
I do not have a lot of spare time. I have my own projects and my own games. No, you just change one of it's a Steam engine. Do you mean streaming engine? Yeah, but ship the game with an INI file. Just set it to 1 gigabyte. No one's running this on a video card for less than a gigabyte. That's still the numbers out of the blimmin' iOS version. You just ship it with a different number. You don't need to change anything.
Just do a few bytes.
Can you even run a modern web browser on a machine that has less?
Well, how would you find a machine with less RAM?
Well, I've got plenty of spare parts. I can put one together.
Okay, Aidan.
It won't run Windows 10.
Aidan, I have played this game for 600 hours. I have discovered my own fixes for this. Why would I look on the Discord? That's great you fixed it, but why have you not put that in the shipping version of the game? Why not just ship it with those innies? Is there any good reason? There's a default any? Matt, can you just defend the right a second?
What's that?
I know you did mention the Discord. I didn't click because I am. Dora, get off. Dora, get off my chair, you horrible cat. Let me search blurry. Innie. You see, now you've told me it's there and I still can't find it. Ah, hold on. Why do my characters look blurry? Ah, here's a fix. Now I'm going to look at... I don't have access to this link. Oh, I see. He says that Trendy, let's not call them chromatic, Trendy would need to do the minimal scene requirements for any change. Do you think Steam check? Do you think Steam give a fuck what you're writing there? I promise you they don't. Here is what Steam care about. Your early access description, your trading cards, your emoticons, your backgrounds, if your pad support is any good. And that is it. Are you seriously telling me you haven't... You're seriously telling me you aren't shipping the game with a data file that can run the game because you would have to get someone to edit the minimum requirements up from a video card with 140 megs of RAM? That's brilliant. That is brilliant. I promise you, Valve do not give the slightest fuck about this one. That is, I never... You even say memory 1 gig of RAM. Oh my god. Yeah. Minimum requirements, graphics card with shader model 3 and 256 megs of video RAM. That's amazing. Yes, these people are in Discord. We're on one of my my Discord. That's unbelievable that says.
I don't even with how old of parts that I have, I don't even have any DIMMs that are smaller than that.
No, this is a video card RAM, so we're talking.
Oh shit!
What did the GeForce 256 have?
256 megs?
No, I don't think so. Did it?
Alright. 256 in the name might be a clue.
No, I think.
No, it has 257.
No, 128.
How much memory did it have?
Google's your friend?
It is, but it's not helping me.
Oh.
So that's not your friend.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It tells me what type of RAM it is, but not how much.
That's not very helpful.
I never had one of those. So.
Oh, I did. Oh, yeah. I ran the leaked Doom 3 beta going, oh, yeah, look at me. 32 megabytes of RAM on the 256.
Wow.
But yeah, that's that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Maiden, but I can't. I understand you can't tell CDT, look, I'm just doing it. It'll be fine. I completely understand that, but Valve don't care. Don't hit go. Don't hit go. Don't hit go. Don't hit go. You may.
Okay.
Max the mana.
Go.
Buffing and go. But yeah, I understand how you don't have the authority to make the decision, but that's hilarious that you that's why.
But you could put that information out in the public, so people went, "How do I fix this? Oh, that problem."
Yeah,
you know?
it's
so at least people go looking for it, they can fix it, because that would be at least halfway to remediating the problem. The problem is we're going, "How do we fix these problems?" And like, there's an INI. What? There's an INI file in this thing. Yeah. Well, okay, let's read those, and you know.
Yeah, Max is quite correct. Right now, literally every single person who downloads the game needs this INI file. All of them. Whereas if you were to make the change, in 5 years' time, one person who's dug up his GeForce 256 from the attic wouldn't be able to run the game, and you'd be able to fix him within INI file RAM. But yeah, I fully understand why you can't do that. I mean, I can invite you to the Discord. See, can I?
I'd imagine so. Sure, this one, isn't it?
I can never remember. This is how I just Google Fortress Crafts Discord, and then I grab the link from there because I can never remember.
If you just click on the drop down next to Fortress Craft Evolved, you just hit invite people, and you get a link from there on the Discord.
Vadeblade, either you have already edited. Oh, that's an invalid invite. Ugh, what stupid.
Go.
I know.
Okay.
If I can remember how. Invites. Oh, wait.
It's right next to the channel. It shows a little person icon with a plus next to their head. You click that and it makes an invite.
A person icon could mean anything.
To the right of the channel name.
There's a little drop down next to where it says Fortresscraft Evolved in the top left of Discord. Click that and then invite people.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, Vadeblade, if you aren't running the ini file fix, then you are running a blurry, nightmarish mess of a game. Like, it continually streams textures in and out because it can't fit it all into RAM.
It's most noticeable when, like, profile icons look like a blurry fucking mess.
I've just given them a link. And the switch.
Like if you've got the summoner's skin with the succubus.
Well, the thing is, there's even different requirements, isn't there? There's 3 tiers. I don't know how the game actually picks those tiers. So there's multiple tiers to the pool size. I was actually going to look at the ini file because I'm curious whether or not you've tweaked other things. Really, Vadeblade? Well, this is my point. I know about it because I looked at it when it's obvious to me that's the Unreal pool, paging pool is too small. But I'm a developer. That's what I do.
Consulting hours between 5 and 3.
In the nicest possible way, you couldn't afford me consulting. I'm old and therefore expensive. Although,
he's in the
for a giant Toblerone, pretty much I do anything.
Well, it's anybody's, yeah.
Not anybody's. I said pretty much anything.
Is that him in the voice chat in the general one?
Are you? I honestly don't care. Hello. Who are you? Are you Aiden?
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the channel. I just want to say again, I promise you, I might say mean things, but I only say mean things about games I love, always. Otherwise I don't play them.
The main thing, is I have a lot of site restrictions. It's not like, because without source access, a lot of the code for the game is native.
Yeah.
And DLL binds are disabled as well. And they're forced off.
Well, I suspect most people who wrote it have now gone off to work for Arc because there was the big split as well. So I expect you haven't even got anybody to ask a lot of the time. Because when I first downloaded the DDK, I spent ages going, "Where's the code? Where is it all?" And then I realised it's all in bloody blueprint files, and I'm left with a very small amount of actual accessible data. And I'll say,
I really despise InnoScript. It's just like the language all the gameplay is programmed in. They have a lot of they don't have everything in native, but all the native changes I want to fix, I've been wanting to fix the frame rate dependencies, but I can't fix them because they were moved to native a long time ago. Some of the rotation, character rotation and stuff, were in the native class of the character. And I can't change it. And they're not using the delta time. They're not multiplying the delta time and stuff. Because the game is first designed to be 62 FPS capped all the time.
I sincerely doubt the game ever hits 62 frames a second on my iPhone 3. Did I get an iPhone 3 or iPhone 4?
Well, the thing about the game is it's been mangled many times for different releases, like the mobile release, console release.
I mean, to be fair, to my mind, this and Infinity Blade were the games that said to the world, mobile phone games don't have to be shit. This is a good game.
The thing about the INIs, I've told them repeatedly, I need to release this on release. Told them, and I got them excuse kind of. I got them to go up to 512. It's hard on the high graphics.
Right. Well, but that doesn't work.
That's not enough.
Unless the game is purposely picking a lower pool, the 512 is not enough to load in all the portraits.
The problem, the main issue would be how they're pulling in the data. And we started using more when the CDT, which is the community dev team before, I was in there as well. This is like a resurgence of that. But I decided I got CG to help me do this, which is give me creative freedom to change. Since we're on a different branch and everything, it gives me creative freedom to do what I want. Just new towers, new game modes, etc.
Don't add in any more skills. I've run out of buttons on my joypad.
There's a loot goblin here.
I was chatting with Pikachu,
half
Pikachu, and I didn't know you, because I've played this game for hundreds of hours and loads of platforms. I didn't know I could reassign skills to the D-pad.
Oh.
Didn't know that was even an option. It's not listed anywhere.
The thing of the game is like, the game doesn't really teach you much at all.
Well, I only just found out as a host I can press Control G, so I don't have to wait for Henry here.
A lot of stuff is like, I've been wanting to do like a new tutorial for a while for people.
If you really want to spend a lot of your life,
I just hate UI, how the UI is set up in Unreal 3.
If you want
the 2009 version of Unreal 3 is so bad for UI.
It's old. I say if you want to spend a lot of your life doing something,
there's no snapping at all. So you have to use arrow keys to align stuff.
Sounds about right. No, so if you want to do something that half the community will absolutely hate you for, and the other half will go, do I really have to do this? Add a new tutorial. One of my games had a 30-second tutorial. I am not exaggerating. And I've seen people saying, I can't complete the tutorial. One guy posted a screenshot saying, and I said, he goes, what am I supposed to do? And I said, well, press the button it says on your screen. He goes, it doesn't. I said, well, show me a screenshot. And he sent me a screenshot, and I circled it. It says, press E to continue in 3 different places on the screen. So I circled it in 3 places in red and posted it back, and I'm like, so you found an issue, you went on the forum, I sent you back to the game, and you took a screenshot, and you still didn't read it. It's people's actual sort of reading comprehension sometimes of games is really about zero. I mean, with Dungeon Defenders, trying to explain all of the towers and the synergies.
Especially all the new stuff about it, like late game, I kind of went crazy. Like, I'm really big into complexity-ish, so I've been adding some new like interaction between towers, like the new oil trap, for example. Stuff I want to do, like more. You can combine this tower with this one to do extra damage. There's new armor multipliers.
I mean, the only one I've actually so we decided to start again because partly we haven't played it in a year, and I wouldn't remember all the characters anyway. And I got quite angry on the Dungeon Defenders forums, I don't know, about 4 years ago, because the progression was just broken. It wasn't fun, it wasn't interesting, it was just grinding King's Game and Assault map over and over and over again. And there was just no other options, and it was just, very broken. So I've never really hung around on the forums.
Like, the new difficulty definitely gave me an option to bring everything back up to in-game levels, which is what I really wanted to do. Because the biggest thing I sold to difficulty was, imagine DD if all the maps were playable. So Nightmare, there was a weird gap between, like, the early maps sucked really bad. Then at one point, everything just started doubling and tripling in stats.
So
compared to the old stuff.
With the INI files, there's nothing stopping you shipping it with a more sensible data rate. That's the reason that stuff like City in the Cliffs lag out so badly, is you're throttling it all through the Unreal 2K4 setup. The
thing about the net speed stuff, it gets capped in the C++.
I promise you, if it's capped at 24K, because we just cranked it up. I mean, I said to a megabyte. I doubt it's anywhere near a megabyte, but all of those issues just evaporate.
I need to see what the actual... Because I can get some info from... I can get them to do some C++ changes, but legally I can't touch it.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I can't, because I'm not employed by them. Because how the Unreal 3 license works. they can't expose native code to me.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, with this particular one, I mean, I don't know what the cap is, but it's definitely not 24k. So even if you set it to double or 10 times, you're going to get more leeway out.
I think I'm actually doing that in. I haven't. The thing about it, I put all my stuff on like the main DD Discord. I wish we would like get them more like lively. I guess I've done a lot of RNA fixes for people. Because I usually do them for old games as well, not just DD.
I mean, if you want to get more useful than the Discord. I mean, I love Discord. This is the Discord for one of my games, but it's the Steam page. It's the Steam forums. That's where people go. It's the only place I would ever look for anything. So if nothing else, I mean, if you can get them to make you a Redux sub forum, that'd be great. Barring that, put the ini files up as a workshop item. Sorry, as a guide, because that's where people will look, and then link it from the forum and get one of the mods to stick it. Because I mean, I would not even have considered looking. And the problem with Discord, it's great, but don't turn up on Google searches.
We've been looking into Steam has this mod. I don't know if you've ever seen like Portal 2 Community Edition.
The what community edition? Sorry.
Have you ever seen like the thing about Portal 2 Community Edition?
I vaguely know all about it.
Steam has this new system where they can have like mods. They kind of changed the rule. Usually it was always just free. That'd be a free mod. But now they have it to where it requires the players to have some game owned.
Right.
And we're thinking about taking Redux down that route. So have its own Steam page and stuff like that.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame it's a beta, obviously, because it's again.
It's technically, like, you think it's technically not a beta?
Yeah,
that was the easiest way we had to.
Well, I mean,
it's out to people.
I mean, it's a beta in the sense that that's what Steam call betas. You know, the eternal branches.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used betas extensive. So the branches
it's a program, isn't it?
Yeah, but you start explaining to people they have to opt into a beta branch. They rapidly go, no, it's all right.
Yeah, the thing is, I had a lot of people saying like, when is the beta over? I want to play Redux.
Yeah.
I was like, it's technically not a beta.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately Steam they've never called it something useful.
Redux has been in progress a long time, a bit.
So I do have a question, and I'm going to just pretend this is from somebody else in the chat. So I'm a game developer full time during my day, and in the evening I try and persuade myself not to work all evening by streaming. So we did it when the lockdown started in the UK over COVID, and we have a problem in many games in that we almost always have the wrong number of people on. And Dungeon Defenders, there's no content for more than 4 players under about level 75 or so. Wouldn't it be brilliant, Vade Blade, if some of the maps had more than 4 player support? There you go, Vade Blade, I said it. Happy now?
I've had some people that were saying like open up the player counts to more than 4.
Yes, that's what I mean. I mean, I was surprised.
The only issue
and balance
is how the balance.
Yeah, but if your massively inbut exploit is get 4 of your mates together with good gear, it's not really an exploit at that point. We found this.
And DD's weird because like difficulty normally does not scale past 4 players.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Like, there's only one boss that actually scales, I believe, past 4 players. And that's on a later, like, CVT edition.
Because when we played, so we played this through middle of last year until we got to the grind, stop being fun. And we had quite a lot of people playing it regularly, and I was surprised there was not a workshop item for Open, which was just all of the maps with 8 players on it. I was really surprised no one had ever done that. Sadly, so it'd be obviously fairly simple to bring that across. But yeah, say if your exploit involves getting a whole bunch of mates together, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I think it's fostering a community in order to overcome a challenge together. But overall, I do honestly want to say I played Dungeon Defenders for I don't even know how long, 12 years. When did it come out first on iOS? 12 years ago, something like that.
2009.
Oh god, I feel old now. So we played through the last CDT patch, and I was disappointed but not surprised they hadn't done anything radically different. They were still pandering to the people who'd run Salt Lab for thousands of hours, and I'm really pleased to see the stuff you've changed. And the new towers.
The thing about the CDT patches were kind of geared toward. We've done some earlier stuff, but a lot of the CDT patches were geared toward that in-game, like expanding the in-game. Because that's where most people, because with the lower player base, that's where like over 75% of our audience was at that point. And we've made some earlier stuff like Dread Dungeon and stuff like that.
Yeah, Dread Dungeon I like because it's nice.
But with Redux, I had to change my scope. Because I was revamping a whole entire game, not just adding some new content.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been good. I mean, the bowling ball turrets are quite frankly hilarious now, and I'm enjoying the massively overpowered low-end pets that just can fight the dungeon for me.
Like the wiki, I saw you was looking at the wiki changelog, but the one on, I have a master changelog on, I used to keep on like a text file somewhere before we got our SVN stuff back. But the changelog for Redux is over 100 and some kilobytes and changes. And that's what a lot of people don't see. There's a lot of changes people really shouldn't know.
So,
they're just like random bug fixes and.
As someone who has been writing my own games patch notes for 10 years, I always approached it with every single fix goes into the patch notes, no matter how tiny. So you get all of the big patch notes at the top, and at the bottom I just say, and here's everything else you care about. I've had to the point where Steam doesn't allow patches that big because someone wants to know. Someone wants to know that you've.
And the thing is, we were going to. That's still available to players, but they kind of wanted a condensed version. Because like fixed X texture is not interesting. They wanted the main sellers.
Well,
oh fuck!
I'm going to have to disagree with you, and I can prove it. Esmir, would you find that particular patch note interesting? Would you read it?
Which patch note?
Any patch note.
Yeah.
See, I did the same thing. I'm like, it's usually when I was at work, and I'm like, I'm just going to read all the patch notes. Like like in a Warcraft patch note, I'm just going to read.
They're seeking me out and killing me. It's really irritating.
Yeah.
Dude, if someone who plays Dota on occasion, like every now and then when there's a major patch, I just watch streams of people talking about patch notes for like 9 or 12 hours. Because those patch notes are so ridiculously long, and they just go through them and scrutinize every single piece of it. It's amazing.
Has there? I mean, I know the item limits have been changed for different versions, but I assume that is something down in the engine rather than something you get access to.
We mean the item limits?
The number of items you have on the ground, number of mana tokens you have
No,
on the
that's
ground.
we can control them.
Because I mean, that was something that always just annoyed the crap out of me. The game would just go, I removed the
Annoyed the
oldest mana
shit
token.
out of me. I felt like I was in.
The whole
I've always been in a rush. I have to go pick up everything, otherwise it's just gonna poop, and I'm never gonna see anything
How
of
it works is, let's assume a Tiki doesn't exist because it doesn't apply there. It's how they did this. I don't know why. They took there's 80 items by default on the ground, and they multiply it for every player you get on the map. It's some weird. A lot of the changes Trinity did were very jank.
That would be because that was written by a student and no one was looking over his shoulder when he wrote the line of code, and then it's made itself into the code base, and then it's too late.
And the thing about the loot system, it's over-engineered as well. Really bad.
Yeah, I did a
for
breakdown of
every
the
stat.
Yeah.
For every stat, there's like 5 or 6 multipliers. Some X ones. It's very over-engineered for no reason.
I think that's iteration. I think it was different on iOS, and then when they went to Mythical, they just kind of bodged that on.
The story I heard was they got like an engineering major to do the loot system. That's the story I've been told.
Yeah, that sounds about right. No, I actually years ago I actually stuck a post up on the Dungeons & Dragons forums because I was just getting annoyed with the progression. I'm like, where am I supposed to find transcendent gear, or mythical gear? I can't run anything. Everything I can run doesn't drop it. everything I can't run doesn't. I don't want to play Labasol. I essentially consider that an exploit because it's pay to win. You know, you run this, it's a piece of cake, it drops stupid gear. And no one had an answer, so I started to delve into it. And I actually did a bit of a write-up on how the loot system works, and it is batshit. It is just, it sort of generates an item, and then it would take that item and then trying to work out a way to sort of regenerate it. So it has these sort of multiple iterations, and it comes out, and then you've got stuff like the negative numbers that is just integer overrun. It's not on purpose. It didn't exist in iOS, and as they kept raising the item level, you were more and more likely to run into negative numbers. Stuff like that. It's just bugs that have made it in, and no one ever sort of went, this is... It's more importantly, it's not how the game was designed to be played, which is usually very important. Sometimes more important than just, you know, how it happens to have ended up. This is why you don't let engineering majors write your games ever. Max, you reckon you can do the assault map with your fancy new gun? It's Brian.
There you go.
Henry's never done them.
Uh-oh.
Bundle!
I'll say bundle would be max bundling. I'm too low level.
I can definitely tell you the Redux has been like the biggest project I've ever done.
What do you do normally then?
I'm not actually a game developer. I went to school for system administration, IT.
Is that what you do, or close to Max?
Yeah, it's what I graduated college for. I'm still.
Are you still at college? Or are you?
No, I'm an unemployed student.
Well, you've got Unreal.
The thing about system administration is, no one will retire. So like, the field is still hard to get into.
You have Unreal experience now, which is a bonus, but it is Unreal 3 experience, which is not quite so in demand these days.
Well, you don't really usually code that much with, like, you don't code like when I'm coding. You just code like PowerShell scripts and stuff, at the most.
Yeah, we used to get a lot of students apply. It was during my Codemasters days, people would apply going, "Oh, I know Unreal script," and like, what makes you think we use Unreal? And if we did, we wouldn't be using Unreal script because, you know, dark slow during it was really bad. Like, yeah, nice and understandable and easy to use. But
I will say,
not for a commercial game.
I'll say I did do it's funny because I did we either got it was either Java or C++ with Unreal 4. I did the Unreal 4 class, and for the coding portion of my degree, and it was
Wait, you did Unreal? You as part of your system
yeah,
administration?
it was like a new
coding
thing
in
they were
Unreal.
trying out, and it satisfied the coding portion.
I guess Unreal was free, so I guess that's academia is weird.
Fits the description. As long as it fits their syllabus, they don't really care that much, I don't think.
Yeah, Unreal has made a lot of inroads into the educational stuff because it's free. Because they make a big thing about it being free. Whereas Unity took much longer to sort of get on board with that.
It was both. We had a semester of Unity C# as well, and it was. The funny thing is, I went into the CET right after that, and I had to unlearn everything I learned to learn Unreal Script and UE3.
Oh.
I didn't really have to unlearn it. I had to learn something completely. Because I knew a lot of C++. I'm learning it.
Yeah, C++ is not really very useful. I mean, a lot of the bigger AAA studios do still use C++, but most of them, the small to mediums are just using C#. And I've been using C# since, like, now 12 years or something. And I would only go back if you forced me to, and I would bitch about it the whole time.
Some people say I have like Stockholm syndrome. I kind of like Unreal Script. It's just a sad part.
What the fuck?
No, that is Stockholm syndrome. That's absolutely that's.
Like, there's some things like I just like doing better than C++.
Mobs are respawning, just to warn you.
Yeah, but you've got a chicken gun.
The problem is, like, I've done so much Unreal Script now, at the point where I've done way more than I have with C++.
Is Unreal Script, is it still in Unity 5? Have they still...
Oh, there's a fucking bomb there.
In Unity 4?
Wait, in Unity,
No,
yeah,
Unreal.
is it still...
No, it's still it's all C++, or there's a plugin you can get that's C#.
Yeah, no, I meant Unreal Script. I don't know if they're retiring it because
Yeah,
Unity used
it
to
was already
support,
retired a long time ago.
because Unity used to support a whole bunch of other languages, Boo being one of them. Yeah, that doesn't exist
Yeah, when
anymore.
Unity 4 came out,
Isn't it just C# and
killed off.
JavaScript now? Okay.
It supports JavaScript, but it kind of encourages you not to.
Yeah. It, like defaults to C# basically.
Henry, just sprint down one of the sides of it with your gun, and you should just be fine. So yeah, we're playing with a bunch of people. Well, I'm playing with a bunch of people who haven't played before. So I'm below you, Henry. You're knocking skeletons down onto me.
Another big
Terribly
thing. I've been trying to like modernize DE1, like adding some arbitrary graphic settings. You couldn't do that before. I don't know why that was a thing.
I'm gonna guess you run on a 1440p monitor as well.
Yes.
Because you added
That's why I
1440. Yeah, you added 1440p, and I'm like, that's nice. What year is it? Oh, it's 2021. It's all about 4K at least. I actually had to buy a new monitor recently, and I was trying to. I know what I wanted. I want a 65-inch curved 1080p monitor for my sim rig. Do they exist? Do they? Hell. But Argos is really keen to sell me 8K screens, and I don't think there's any 8K content. Like, there's no video card that'll drive. Well, I might be able to run Dungeon Defenders at 8K, but not a lot else. And there's certainly no 8K films out there or anything, is there? So I don't know what would run on my 8K screen.
Usually movies are actually recorded in 8K.
Jensen Huang would like to disagree with you.
What, is there one film?
Many films now are filmed in 8K with red cameras being a lot cheaper now.
They are filmed in 8K.
No, I was talking about a video card.
Oh, I would say
they're never like.
Well, they're filmed in 8K, but most of the CGI is done at 1080p. Most of the films you've seen in the cinema are 1080p.
Yeah, usually they downscale them to like get the crisp, like make it like.
It's just too expensive to do CGI at 8K. You know, it's whatever it is, 64 times more expensive to do it at 1080. And when you're talking about a film with $100 million budget, you can literally get that much more CGI. So, like, you know, all of
these... level by dying now, by the way.
No, but like all of the films we've seen, all of the 4K ones, they're upscales of the 1080p rather than any sort of native 4K. Just amuses me.
How visible is the difference between 4 and 8K? To be honest, like 4K is like fairly decent. To be honest,
I play not the minute on my console. I play games on about 100-inch screen. In centimeters, that's some. And
slight lags.
And I can tell a difference there, but it's not a killer one. What's real killer is lack of anti-aliasing. So 4K with no anti-aliasing is horrible. It's a shimmery, nasty mess. That's why this game sucks. Deferred rendering, FXAA. So that's why I try and run this at 5K. So I run at double 1440p to get me a resolution scaler, and it barely challenges the GPU.
Speaking of, do you actually?
I've been really trying to I'm trying to figure out a way to fix the rotation. Like, I really love uncapped FPS in this game.
That would be nice.
But
yeah.
The rotate, like the mouse sensitivity being capped to the frame rate, is really what dogs it. I put an option if people want it in the settings. If the map is like really small, it works. Sometimes big maps now, they don't.
I'll just select disable FPS cap.
What was it?
I can navigate to it. I take it back. I can navigate to it. I thought I couldn't.
No, I was about to say about navigation. Weren't you going to mention something about the UI earlier?
Yeah. So if you try to navigate to look at another player in the
it's controller support is so fun.
Yeah, because to get to
it's all script. It's all manually scripted. So
is it not proper tab orders?
No, it's like it's forced targets. So you have to set up left, top, down, and right targets each, like manually.
Because to get to select another player, I have to pause it and I have to hit left, 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 right to get to where I want to, and then to get back again, it's left, up, no, right, down. I'm not even sure. Up. I have to go right then up. Yeah, because normally you can use the mouse, but the game this just takes away the mouse from you. And I only play on a pad. I'm old.
Yeah, I'll say the biggest feature I've added was that integrated emulator I added.
That's
I figured out a native function Trinity made a long time ago.
That's a controversial one.
It's like a debug feature called switch keyboard input.
Mm-hmm.
So I abused it and made an emulator out of it.
Yes, we mentioned it earlier. So Vadeblade, he's got 1,500 hours in it, and he's never heard of running multiple pads to get extra bits of loot for stuff. So he's not happy that this has now become a codified solution. So you get quadruple the loot as long as you know about the debug keys. Me, I had a whole bunch of pads, but I'm a developer. I said within 20 meters of me, I've got like 500 game pads of there.
Well, the thing about it is, it's been a thing so long. Everyone was using emulator anyway.
When you say everyone, how many people do you think were actually using it?
I'll say a good 80% of the community.
80%? Really?
Because it's been a thing for so long. I don't know anyone that doesn't use it. That's the thing. And I'm on the biggest Discord.
They played Mr. Chicken, Uatech, and Max Realism. I can tell you that. But you reckon of 1.5 million users, 80% of them use an emulator or multiple pads to.
Well, I'm talking about like active. I'm talking about active users usually.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can actually get feedback from.
Yeah, unfortunately, you need to be very, very careful about the vocal minority. This is something I've learned the hard way. You know Star Trek. You know the original Star Trek. That got cancelled after one season, and they received so many letters asking to bring it back. They brought it back because the ratings weren't very good. And then in the second season aired, and again they had terrible ratings, so they cancelled it again. And again, they received more letters than they had ever received for anything else.
And
they worked out it was a very small number of very passionate people. Most people are very middle of the road about this sort of thing. They're like, oh yeah, I suppose, don't really care. And it's the ones that are. It's the silent majority are very difficult to get information about.
Yeah, it's like the issue is like if let's say I never made it, people would have just used the emulators that we had before anyway. And some of them where people have to manually install, and statistically your work's off. If you're farming solo, you're worse off. And the only way to fix it would either have it loot once per person. Because people would outrage if I did that.
Alright, but what you've done is you've said that this is the way you expect people to play it, so why do you expect me to press a bunch of secret debug keys to achieve this?
I just made it easier for people that didn't, because there's always been like some people that don't know how to install it. There's always some...
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd be one of them, but I own a lot of gamepads, so it hasn't bothered me. But why not just drop more loot if you have less players in the game? Why not just codify that solution as an official one? So if I have one player in the game, I get 4 bits of loot. If I have 2 players, we get 2 each, and so on.
I mean, that would technically work.
Night, Adam.
Night, Max.
G'day.
I mean, it's the thing. I've done it. Don't get me wrong. I have done this, but I felt this was a small paid-for advantage because I happen to have a whole bunch of pads in my house. I
mean, it is a way to do it. I just don't know how the community would react to that.
Okay.
The emulator that I was using from Watt was basically it basically made it so keyboard keys were bound to the Xbox controls. So all I had to do was just hit an F key and it would let me use, or I could even use them concurrently.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what's in there, but it's actually in the game now.
Yeah, well, it's different. You can't like play all the characters at once, but you actually have like true mouse support. Well, it literally switches your inputs to that player ID.
Well,
it swaps your...
I can offer you a free piece of advice. If you buff anything, no one will complain. If you nerf anything, people will complain. Even if
the main thing was like, I've learned this in the past when I've done like some small scale, because Redux was off Steam for a while, because I was having like a not like a beta, but sort of like a beta.
What just killed me?
I've learned that if you change something too drastic, the DD community goes crazy.
Mm-hmm. Well, the CDT community were very hidebound. They were very stuck in their ways. They didn't want to hear anything about changing anything. As I said,
the thing is, like, the CDT was different in how that we didn't have creative freedom.
Yes.
We had a bunch of rules in place that we can't make drastic changes.
But they were of the opinion that because they had ground Assault Lab for hundreds of hours, any new players should do the same, or they should join somebody else's game and just get given loot and get twinked through. Which is not a valid strategy. And if everybody stops playing it, you can no longer progress. But no one wanted to change the status quo, which is why I said the Redux is very much interested me. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not very taken with the oil tower. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Because I don't know what the buff is. I don't know what the damage multiplier is. It just says more.
Well, it says it on a tooltip if you want.
Does it? Oh, I can't.
Yeah, the oil debuff amount?
Yes, it does. It says additional. Oh, you mean if I put the tower down and then I stare at it?
Yeah, you press E on it, you can see the... It scales with your tower stats and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm only playing low-level characters, at least at the moment, so I haven't really looked at it. I like where there are new synergies, so that's good, because... and I do like the very, very brazen, fuck you all with your triple or one core stacks, you aren't doing that anymore. But in a polite way. That's how I would have phrased it, but I'm British and I don't need to be polite. We're running out of time, Henry.
Where do you want to go? I don't know.
Oh, well,
I've been adding a lot of... and I'll be even more so in the future. Like, I really dig into WoW.
We're not done.
I kind of like complex features sets.
It's very, very easy to end up making something so complicated people don't get it, though. Which can be...
And the biggest downside, like, to making new systems, I can't save anything new. I can only save to RNI files.
Oh, no. Okay.
Because it has to be referenced. The save format class to use is in C++.
Gotcha. Oh, that must
be... So every
it.
variable has to be referenced.
Well, it could be worse. It could be worse. So, true story. So, one of my hobbies is I help restore arcade machines. And we have an Outrun 2, which is a relatively new arcade machine. It's 14 years old. But we have Outrun 2 Coast to Coast Edition, which is a patch for the arcade version of Outrun. And we have an issue with our particular one that the battery's knackered. So when you leave the machine off for a few days, it loses all the settings. But it doesn't. It loses some of the settings. And I did some poking around. And what it is the original Outrun team writes to the NAND. So it doesn't require battery backing. So that's fine. So you can save all the original Outrun 2 stuff. But the Outrun Coast to Coast stuff, either they had no room or didn't know how or weren't allowed to write to the NAND. So what they did is they saved the game data out to the RAM and it's battery backed because that's the only way to do it. So it's quite literally a hack to get around that exact issue. The equivalent of, you writing to the registry or something. So this means when the machine is off for a few days, the battery goes flat and you lose all of the extra settings. Absolutely mad.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with some new ways. The only way I can currently do it is like hard copy INI saves. So all the new options, menus and stuff, I have to save straight into INI. Which you usually do anyway.
It's not.
But I've been trying to do some DLL binds that Underscore script has. You can link a DLL with a Underscore script and call functions from it. Thing is, Trinity disabled that a long time ago. When the public VDK was released. So I can't even call the native... because what they did, which is really bad, they removed the native function to make a save file. They just redid it with theirs. They redid the engine code for it.
Oh.
They didn't just add a new function for it. I don't know why they did it like this.
I think it was their first game, to be honest. I don't think they were experienced developers.
It is their first game.
Yeah. And now they're stuck with that code base, so they haven't...
And the funny thing is, like, many of the mistakes, you can tell he was like... Because this game was never going to come out, really. Because the Dungeoners was a project UE3 tasked them to make was like a what do you call it, a guide on the UDK document. Like they did a devlog of like how to do a feature and stuff. And it was a Dungeon Defense, not Dungeon Defenders. Like I have the original demo they posted.
Yeah, no, I mean this to my mind was the game. This one and Infinity Bed were the games that made iOS game, mobile games going. These are proper games. They're not two-dimensional match threes. We can do good graphics. We can do full gameplay. This is all here. And I've always enjoyed it. Although if Orcs Must Die had procedural loot, I probably would have stuck with that one, but it doesn't. And Orcs Must Die 1 didn't even have multiplayer. Oh, I'm so close, Henry. I'm so close.
So what I'm hearing, Adam, is this eventually led to Fortnite VR?
Eventually
not VR. Fortnite on mobile.
Well, I guess this was the precursor of Fortnite and mobile, so we can blame this. Though I think PUBG Mobile came before Fortnite Mobile. If you wanna.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Well, sort of. It was awful. I know some of the guys that worked on that, and they were trying to squeeze a high-end, badly optimized PC game onto a mobile. And on the
I don't know how they do Fortnite on mobile, honestly.
They do Fortnite on mobile by money is almost literally no object. The amount of... I used to work in Guildford at Criterion, and that's where EA are, and that's where that then became Epic Guildford. And they just pulled in developers left, right, and centre to work on Fortnite. Just anyone who wasn't really busy went onto Fortnite, and they just.
I just don't know how they're compressing like 100 gig plus on a PC game into the small file size they have there.
Good use of textures, good use of vertex coloring, clever shaders, clever streaming.
Unless they're like literally just downscaling literally everything for the.
Oh yeah, it'll absolutely be absolutely. You can also do stuff like your normal maps. You can.
So they would have like a separate branch, like they have a separate branch on U4 of like for the mobile version, something like that.
Oh yeah, well it'll be entirely separate branch, but that's where you have to keep the branches of all how many platforms on 7 platforms all up to date. Yeah, in sync, which is rather them than me. I think the most I ever shipped was what did I do? 3 platform, Xbox, PS2, GameCube, and that was just horrible because the GameCube was significantly smaller than the others, and it hurt to try and squeeze the same code base from the Xbox down onto the GameCube. It's just no room at all. So yeah, I don't envy them, but they have almost literally unlimited money, which would be nice.
What a problem to have.
I know. Well, this is why the Epic Store is able to give away games for free, because it's quite literally funded by Fortnite.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I'll be honest, I would.
You might be making a new character for DD. New class.
A new class. Oh wow! You see, now you see, on the face of it, I'm like, ooh, and then I realise I've played the Barbarian for about 10 levels. I only play the Summoner because I have to. I've only played the Eevee because I have to. I don't think I've ever played the Countess or the Adept to any level at all. There's so many already. Don't let me stop you. I think you should go for it. But
I've been wanting to. It's mainly like the biggest thing Redux has. It's major flaw is art. We don't really have a lot of art people, I'll say.
Uh-huh.
And the thing is, I can get new artists for it. It's just they have to sign NDAs and content agreements.
Well, yeah, NDAs. Technically, a reminder, everybody on this stream in the LockDown LAN channel is NDA'd. Just a reminder. But yeah, NDAs, whatever. I don't know if you've ever seen a real NDA.
NDA for what?
Anything I say I don't want you to talk about. Now I got some NDAs.
No. I don't think you're getting the point.
Just
the content agreement though is the big thing.
Yeah.
Because basically what it says, anything we release on Steam is automatically ours. So protect themselves legally.
Yeah. Now I've got an NDA from EA and we worked on the first Xbox Live EA game, and it was terrifying, this contract. I'm still under NDA, technically, whatever it is, 15 years later, but we weren't allowed to talk about it.
The funny thing is, like, I'm still under NDA and stuff from Trinity, but Trinity doesn't exist anymore.
What was Trinity?
I never asked. Like, am I still?
Was that not what became DD?
No, CG. Basically, what happened is Trinity. So went out of business. CG, the original owner of Trinity, came back and bought it and rebranded to Chromatic.
Yeah. With the ARC money, I assume.
Yeah, and they got all the rights to the franchise and all that stuff from all the investors.
Mm-hmm.
Because Trinity was, they all left early for DD2. Could you imagine? DD2 was a big title for them, like financially. They got a bunch of investors. They pushed them the free-to-play route, etc., etc.
Well, it was a free-to-play MOBA, which didn't come out.
Yeah, then the MOBA got scrapped. Then they said, "Oh, people don't want this. Let's remake DD1." But
well, then they did, and that was DDE, which was a complete clusterfuck, which is a shame because I love the pet leveling stuff in it. Getting the egg and leveling your pet, and then seeing how it did. That was awesome.
I've been wanting to really get. I've been getting some asset dumps from DDE. I've been trying to get all of it. There's still some pets I'm missing.
Because Dread Dungeons is from DDE, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I went because I think we were looking at playing DDE on the stream, and I went back and I was the only person playing the game, and I'm like, oh, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, it's cut off Steam as well.
It's actually gone from Steam now.
Yeah, they cut it a long time ago.
Oh, sad face.
They had to put in a patch to make it sellable.
Dungeon Defenders Eternity.
You can still technically, if you have it still, you can still technically host a local game. You have to do some EXE things because the game is built off D1 a little bit, so it still has all the matchmaking stuff in the background.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, this game ships with game size support, so the ban rate, the bit rate, network rate tweak we've got. I'm not sure which ones to edit, so I usually edit them all, and that's when I noticed it's still got GameSpy support deep down in the bowels. And we played Dungeon Siege, and that's still got GameSpy support. Don't miss that.
Yeah, I've been trying to get all the DDE assets, but the thing is, they use, I don't know why, but they changed the format on just for DDE. It's not the traditional Unreal format. They completely changed it. So it's not like binary compatible.
That's because an engineer thinks he knows better, but he's wrong. You get this a lot. Oh, I think this our own way. I'm like, you think you know better than the Unreal guys or the Unity guys? Are you serious? Oh yeah, they're the way they do it. Shit. And so you haven't sat down and thought about why it's.
The bad thing is, like, now I can't rip the assets with it easily. Like, the only way I can rip it is like rip it from the graphics buffer. That's the only way I can do it.
Yeah, you won't get any animation data, but I guess you can get the textures and the meshes.
Yeah, you can only get textures and models, not skeletal meshes and stuff.
We did that when Gran Turismo 3 came out. We started to run it on our dev kits and then look at how they were doing their ref maps and stuff. Also, GTA 3 had enormous amounts of debug stuff left in the shit game, like constantly. It would just like print out text messages all the time about PED messages and things, and we were like, yeah, because I worked for Renderware, which was the rendering engine for GTA 3. So we were like, yeah, next time don't print messages out to the console. You need to get rid of that in a release build.
I mean, sometimes devs releasing release builds have saved some games. I forgot what game I'm thinking of that did that. They like reconstructed it.
Oh, what, back to the source code because they lost it?
Yeah.
That was Project Zomboid, I think, was the one that they did that because someone broke into their house and stole the source code, and it was like, I mean, I offered them an SVN at that point, go like, I will host you your stuff if you want, rather than you losing all your code. Good job, Henry.
Oh yeah.
Henry's first assault maps.
Yeehaw.
So if we do all 3 of them, I'm not sure which order, it doesn't matter, but we do them in order, then there is a special reward at the end.
Yay.
It's a good reward, it's one of my favourites. And apparently,
You sound so
apparently
excited.
this man has vandalised Trendy's perfect code and added a new stat to it, so I totally am up for that.
Which I'm at the pony.
Sorry?
So I'm at the unicorn pet.
Yes. Oh, you've ruined the surprise. Henry, don't listen to him. It's just a big pile of code.
I buffed it really
Patch
good.
notes.
And the new difficulty.
You didn't read the patch notes.
Oh, who reads patch? I never read patch notes. Just look at the pictures. That's it, man.
I need to get that wiki really updated. I've been working with a person that actually has access to it.
Yeah, there is.
It's been so long. It's been so long since because we lost all the people that had access to it. That's the thing. Now we have. Now we have someone.
Yeah. So in one of my bigger indie games is called Fortress Craft, and I have a similar sort of issue. About every 6 months, someone must be going, "Hey there, I would like to edit the wiki. Who did I talk to?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It's community. I have no idea who you talk to." And they're like, "Oh right." So I've messaged them. They haven't responded. Can I start my own one up? And I'm like, yeah, go on then. And you know, in a 6 months or a year or 18 months, they lose interest, and there's another half-finished wiki, and then I'll get another message 6 months later going, "Hey, I just want to." So there's about a dozen Fortress Craft wikis out there in various states of completion. So people just lose interest, unfortunately.
It's quite hard to document everything and stuff like that.
One guy, he, with my permission, I gave him the format of the data files, and he's reverse engineered it so his updates his wiki page directly from the data files, which is brilliant. And it's so good, I use it to work out what I've done when I change stuff.
That's quite good.
But yeah, we actually, when we did Dungeon Menace last year, I ended up, or Rob Uatek, he ended up writing a script to parse the UDK engine INI, I think it is, where it has all of the scalars and maximum levels and things for all of the dungeons. So we could find all the dungeons that support more than 4 players, and the loot scalars to give us a guess at which point it starts to drop.
Usually it says 6 players in the actual description.
Yeah, you have tried to navigate those menus recently, right? They're not fun. Up a bit, no, and then I know
how bad.
Yeah, I said they're crap. They are terrible, but I appreciate more than anyone how much work it is to fix it, and how just jamming more stuff in is just less effort than fixing it.
I hate the data store stuff in the I'll say that.
So
I've been trying to fix it, leaderboards and stuff too, but it's still native.
You're joking, right? Fixing leaderboards in the computer. Don't waste your time. That's just don't.
I've been trying to get all the well, the leaderboards are actually a very easy way to catch hackers. I'll say that.
Oh yes, but I mean, I was top of the leaderboards for about the first week of this game. I happen to have just quit working.
I'll say that there's some very fast times that you cannot get yourself.
Yeah. Well,
I've been doing a lot of. I can say I've been doing a lot of cheater prevention. The next patch coming soon, sometime this week, has a lot of new anti-cheat-ish style things.
Yeah. Well, I played this when it came out, and I happened not to be working. I just quit my job and gone full-time indie. Me and a friend, we didn't do anything else but play this game like when it came out on PC. So we were top of nearly all the leaderboards for about 2 weeks, and then we would just start to see the most ridiculous scores and times turn up as someone worked out how to just upload random crap to the server.
No, they're just doing they're just setting items like 9 million stats and beating like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean that's way too much effort. Just
and the funny thing is now
lie about the numbers you upload. It's much less effort.
And I'm clamping literally every stat in the game now, which is going to be great. And it's a hard clamp as well, so it's like And I've had some new functionality that where like if a person puts a stat too high and they kicks on the main menu and puts a message up for them.
So you said you just finished your not masters. You said a systems analyst degree. How old are you? Let me rephrase that. How old were you when this game came out?
I'm 22 right now.
So you were like 10 when this came out. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm old. So
I played it on
on
iOS. I played on iOS. And,
wow, you are. This game's been your whole life. I mean, it feels like my whole life. When I go back to this is a game I've played.
And I switched to PC as soon as it came out as well. Because I've always been really big in computers. So. I was building computers really early.
And what would you like to do with your life? Why are you laughing, Henry? You don't know what to do with your life. Keep out of this.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, it's the easy questions.
I'm always curious. I like it when people ask me what I'm going to do when I grow up. No?
And have you decided yet?
No. I'll say first, system admin wasn't my first.
What was your first?
Medical.
Medical? Not an astronaut or something?
Yeah, like, physical therapy was what I was destined to go, apparently.
Wait, you wanted to do physical therapy, and in the end, you ended up...
No, the thing is, like, I really did, but my family was kind of pushing me to go that route.
Oh! Yes, that is a good point. Thank you, IMT.
So I had a bunch of medical classes in high school. Like, I'm actually certified EMT, which is weird. Put on a resume.
I mean, I did year 2000 work, telecoms voice recording work, and then games. I've never, like, radically changed jobs. Henry, you'll have to go into your own game in order to get your reward. That's a bug that should face.
Wow.
It stacks, though, doesn't it? So we can just do that again and get more unicorns.
Yeah, that's why they did it. Because how it works is they have they set a flag locally onto your save, and it only triggers on the client. So each client, it doesn't. So like when you go into the tavern, it checks if you have this.
Gotcha.
Mm.
And only the client can actually run that whole string of Kesmet.
I mean, we could be in that meeting. Oh, I'm just going to do it like this. Yeah, it's fine. No one's going to be playing this game in 6 months anyway. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah. No one will have a look at this again. Don't stress.
You don't want to see some Kesmet they've done.
Well,
they've abused.
See, damn Adam.
You see comments of like I think the whole development of DD behind the scenes was so bad.
Did that actually?
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
you see comments, like the comments you see sometimes DD code are like word reading sometimes.
I've kind of found that with Adam stuff recently.
My code is well commented, thank you. I am a
No, I enjoyed the comments. Some of them are quite funny to read, to be honest.
And there's like sometimes the comments are longer than the code themselves. Just fighting them, two devs fighting each other.
No, like you named one of your variables or something like a pun, and then it's just a comment next to it. It's just / hair.
I like to think of my comments as a treasure trove for future archaeologists. Someone somewhere has actually put together all of the Fortresscraft comments with swearing in them, so they're all on a little website somewhere.
Only 3 lives. Okay.
All right, we're on the next difficulty. I'm just curious. Probably not. We probably don't have the gear or the skills in my case.
I makes me feel kind of old though that you're like a year younger than me and you're working on Dungeons and Defenders. I was working on like some shitty indie game last year.
But now you're working on the next smash hit VR game with me.
Ah, yes.
Mate.
To be fair, I enjoy the concept. It's kind of fun to play with. But...
Thank you. I'd like to point out you've played the game more recently than me. I haven't touched that code base in like 18 months, so I don't remember anything about the game, and all my advice has just been from looking at the code going, why did I write it like this? Like I said earlier, when you went, oh, it's hard-coded off the object name, and I'm like, I wouldn't have been that stupid. Oh, yes, I would. Yes, I thought that was acceptable. So, yeah.
Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, yes, you did.
as the old advice goes, assume that whoever is reviewing your code is an axe-wielding maniac, and furthermore, assume that that person is you in 6 months.
I mean, honestly, if I wrote that stuff now, I wouldn't be much better at all. I'm terrible right now, I think. I've just been doing... I mean, I'm basically self-taught. My course was an art course, and I just been doing coding on the side.
You should see how many hacks, like comments of like super hack, they have in so many code pieces.
Yeah, we.
Do you want to tell you? I'll tell you a funny story about ogres.
Yeah.
How they work. So the ogres spawn times is based on their draw skill.
Do they have layers?
Oh
no, like.
Nice.
Their spawn times are based on their draw skill, because they want to clamp the big ones but make the small ones go fast.
So
they're like, let's just, instead of making a new one, let's just do some code that says like if their draw skill is under 3, let's make them spawn like a goblin instead.
Let's term that a creative reuse of statistics. Now, we actually had a filter in place at Codemasters, I think it was. You weren't allowed to commit any code with the word hack in it. It wouldn't let you. It would just go, no, you need to fix this properly. You're not doing this.
Interesting.
I'll say Jeremy and them or Stieglitz is definitely not that person.
Well, it's a problem when you have a...
the funny thing is, like, through all that scandal that dude has, I actually learned Unreal Script from him. Just look like I didn't know any Unreal Script joining the CDC. Just like reviewing their code, I started to just learn it. Because I knew C++ a little bit, like, so I got like all of the basics.
The problem you've got is when
the thing is, like, I started coding like him, which is bad. Then I had another person on CDC help me a lot. She was the main coder.
The problem you have is when one of the senior or lead engineers is the hacky type, because he's been doing it for 30 years and he doesn't care. He knows what he's doing. But at Codemasters, when I joined Cody's in 2006, that's the point where we started to have teams of over 100 people. You can't do it at that point. You have to manage it and run it like a proper project. But I mean, Trendy was what DD1 dozen people or so, I guess, 15 people.
Yeah. They got bigger. Like as soon as they hit their smash hit success, they expanded. The shards got especially high budgets and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, also they had the ARC money from suing them, but DD2 I think was quite a financial.
DD2 was their really big.
Yeah.
All their there's so much unused art in that game. It's like really high quality.
Okay, Adam, I found the variable name that made me laugh. So you've got a valve.vr.interactive system.throwable, and you named it mthroner. Instead of like throw owner.
Throner. That's a great word. That requires a ha. Throner. When I have to detach it, it's called a dethroner.
More like a dethroner.
So to go back to sort of the it's programming this evening, guys. Go back to the bad old days before you had proper refactoring code tools. In Burnout 2, 3, 4, all of them, handbrake was spelt HANDBREAK.
Oh no!
Everywhere. Now these days, right-click rename variable. There is no way on earth you want to be the person responsible for touching several hundred files.
I think there's some like Unreal 4 stuff that are kind of like, oh, this was done in the 90s. Let's just continue it.
You're on your own, DJ, by the way.
I'm not. We're out of time.
I mean, sometimes it's kind of fun to keep stuff like that just as sort of an inside joke. But
I died every time I had to interact with the handbrake code just a little bit.
I've been actually doing some more UE4 stuff lately.
Your hand didn't break?
Stop it! You're giving me flashbacks here. I don't want to think about that anymore.
Because after this new update for Redux comes out, I'm actually putting in like a break for everyone on the Redux team. So I'm gonna start doing some more UE4 stuff. I want to make a game sort of like Duty.
Ouch.
Yes, I have started many a game a bit like DD. Usually I find I have this issue that I can start a game, I can write a game, I can prototype a game, I can get the art done, and then I go, cool. Now I need to find some poor sod who wants to do nothing but make levels for this for the next 6 months. And that is usually the sticking point for me.
Yeah, art is always the bad thing. I can do it.
Art's not too bad. I mean, certainly.
Like I made the model for the new Sam Tower. Like I can do art. I just have to get in a mood.
Yeah.
And
I feel that.
The problem with art, it takes time. But I mean, unless you want something super stylized, the amount of off-the-shelf art available now is crazy. There are places like Fiverr as well. If it's non-animated, you can get something done on Fiverr very easy.
Idiot.
Do you actually?
Yeah, the problem with DD is you have to match an art style.
Yeah, but this art, I mean, Dungeon Defenders to a degree defined this art style, but this is just mobile toon rendered stuff. You know, this is now an art style pioneered by Dungeon Defenders, but it's quite a common one. So, I mean, I've got plenty of assets in this style. Even though Dungeon Defenders originally it was unlit, fully baked, now you actually have point lights and stuff all advanced.
What was it you were talking about the shadows the other day? About how if you stand at an edge, was that on Redux?
The shadows are projected shadows from above, so they go through multiple items. So if you stand on a bridge, the shadow goes on the bridge and then through the bridge onto the run below. So they are very cheap shadows. But I haven't used these type of shadows since Rally Masters on the PS2, I think. We use them a lot in racing games because there's not generally an above and a below. But in theory, in Rally Masters, when you went under a bridge, if a car was going over the bridge at the same time, you see the shadows. So what we did is when a car was over the bridge, if it wasn't a player car, we turned its shadows off so you couldn't see the shadow underneath. But these sort of shadows
you can tell,
super fast.
You can tell when a map was made for mobile in this game. On the later maps, it's kind of different. Like, let's say Jardentum, for example.
Well, the older maps are wonderfully vis-blocked. I mean, really, really lovely, efficient maps. And then I remember when the first patch came out with the new tavern and the upstairs, and I was like, you know, getting comments from going, what's happened? Did no one performance? Like, my frame rate has utterly tanked.
Oh, you're talking about the outside tavern? Yeah, that thing was bad.
Yeah, I was like,
it was removed.
Don't know what went on.
No LEDs and stuff were all done for that map.
Well,
it was fully loaded.
I assumed it was just no occlusion was baked, so it was just rendering the whole thing.
And the main bad thing is the loading times we had, because how UV3 works is you can't dynamically pull music into it. It has to be baked in to the map itself.
Is it not streamed?
No, it can't. Music can't be streamed in the version of Unreal 3 we have. Since we're on a modified version of 09. Version 62, so it was like very early.
Wow. I mean, my specialization was audio, you see, on consoles, so the concept of just loading the music file into RAM and playing it, like, that's nice, but that'd be, you know, half the PlayStation's RAM gone. And the PlayStation 1 would get, crikey, 30 seconds, like, to fill up its whole RAM of audio. So, you know, you had to stream. There was no option at all. I guess, sadly, Unreal never did a simple upgrade your project to latest version of Unreal.
They sort of do in UE4. It really depends on, like, some drastic changes.
Yeah.
It started, like, toward the end now. Like, I started my new project on the newest version, and they have promised it can be pulled to Unreal 5 when it comes out.
Yeah, I mean, Unity's got pretty good over the years. It used to be horrendous jumping, even middle versions, major versions, forget it. And now it's not quite so bad. But yeah, a lot of these students, they've grown up realizing that sometimes people work on a project for an awfully long time. Though Unreal, of course, started off as, you know, the Unreal Engine. Like, literally, the game they used, the engine they used to write their shooter with. So
yeah, the thing is, like, Trinity used a lot of Unreal Tournament because you're supposed to kind of they didn't redo it for everything. Like all the base weapon classes are built off Unreal Tournament weapon classes. For example, they didn't reuse that code.
Well, I mentioned the data rate earlier. The comment next to it says default UT2K4 values. So they didn't even think about it. They just used 24K, which was the numbers they used for a first-person shooter. It's not a first-person shooter.
The thing about I've edited those values before, but I never got any results when it was cooked in a final release. That's why I never like forced it on. Because how in the CDC we actually raised the cap a bit before, but we had to get it changed in C++. They were telling us because how their matchmaking works.
Well, it's just
something about the Steam subsystem they're using.
Because
it's because everybody else also has to have those values.
Yes. So we I discovered that fix when I was basically just getting hacked off for trying to fix it. I found someone commenting on it for another game. I want to say something like Just Cause, like something that was.
The thing is, like, I was testing it like straight on the editor with clients.
Yeah, well. But you need to test all of them because set them all because the same fix solves Astroneer's issue of connecting to a planet in Astroneer, but we found that you had to set it on the server and the client. The rate limiting appears to be at both ends. So that might have been why you weren't necessarily seeing that. But yeah, all of our City in the Cliffs issues just went away at that point.
It was amazing.
And it just surprised me. I've never seen any... Well, I still can't. If I search, no one's ever talked about it. I was really surprised to find out that apparently I not only solved the issue, but...
I mean, I've done it before. Like, I've done it some testing before. I gave some people some INIs. And I was assuming it was like placebo sometimes.
I mean, I guess there is that. I mean, I didn't have a... No, I was, because I was watching the...
Which ones did you change?
Data, right?
By chance?
All of them. It's
because I was mainly doing the dynamic bandwidth.
Every instance of client rate and configured internet speed, I just set to 1 million, and that seemed to be it. I probably changed a whole bunch of numbers.
I know clients are for sure capped by the tick rate of the server.
Yeah, but that needs to be
65, which is 65. But I don't know why it's
60. What 65K?
It's 60. It should be 65 straight. The tick rate.
Yeah, but like how much data per tick are you allowed? This is just literally it's the Unreal.
I'm talking about like the frame rate limit for clients.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the network bandwidth limit, which is what causes all the horror with City in the Cliffs and other ridiculous oversized maps.
I love your pet.
I love my pet too.
The unicorn.
Incidentally, if you did want to, I've never seen it requested, but if you want to put a button in marked, basically a button I can press, and the button says, I think I can beat the map, just spawn the rest of the mobs now, I can't be bothered to wait, that'd be brilliant too.
Oh, that's really nice, actually. Yeah.
I get that since I'm just like, there's no way I'm going to lose. Just stop spawning so slowly.
I think one of the main games I see that has that kind of feature is like Bloons Tower Defense. I think has
yes.
that.
Yes. Yeah. Quite a lot of tower defense games have it. It's the I reckon I've got this. Send the next wave now, basically.
Yeah.
And you usually get an advantage. You usually get a some sort of
increase of loot or gold.
I was going to say discount, but yeah.
Yeah, that works too. Speed running mode, and then turn that on.
Yeah.
next wave.
Oh. Yeah, you see, it says oil debuff amount 1.226. Is that 12% extra damage?
Oh shit!
What?
No, I was just looking at that.
There's new towers, yeah, didn't you?
Oh, I didn't look at those.
Yeah, every character has a new tower.
Okay, so that's EV.
Monk. the monk's tower got moved into an ability called Flame Aura, because it was kind of dumb because it had 2 damaging auras.
Wait, who? Oh, monk.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a new apprentice tower as well that frees his wyverns.
I haven't got that level to that level yet, so I haven't tried it. I put the oil tower down and I was like, cool, shiny black effect, and then I haven't used it again. It's quite hard to, without sitting down and messing around in the tavern or whatever, it's quite hard to sort of get a feel for how good towers are. I mean, even if lightning towers were crap, they feel so good. They arc all through the level and everything gets stunned. They must be good.
It's very satisfying to watch.
I made the slice knives now select enemies and stuff. It's pretty funny.
Yes, I haven't seen that happen. Like, I read about it, and I believe you, but I haven't actually seen them move in any way, shape or form. But I did.
It's based off the weight of the enemy. So a goblin would go a lot faster.
I've just not noticed it. Or it doesn't work, but probably it's me. I'm gonna own up and say that was probably I just haven't noticed it yet.
Which
I know it definitely works. I've done some crazy builds with it. You can select ogres off. Go to deeper wall. You can select the ogres off the side.
Ogres off.
Yeah, like.
Don't put that in the patch notes, all right?
Crazy.
Flip it.
You can select them off of the stairs and make them endlessly run up. It's pretty funny.
Amazing. Complete tangent. I just got a match on Tinder. They're a nurse and they play WoW. Do I ask if they're a healer on WoW?
No.
Oh my god.
Okay, Brett. And I understand you struggle with social interactions like a normal person.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I said it. But there's only one thing you ever ask a Warcraft player. There's only one question you ever ask a Warcraft player. What should you ask a nice lady?
I don't know.
Horde or Alliance. That's all you ask.
I don't play WoW, so I don't really care what the answer is.
Doesn't matter, you can lie. Just say Horde or Alliance. That's all you have to say. Horde or Alliance. I guarantee you'll get a response, unless you're ugly. You might get a response, because that's a good line. No,
Horde or Alliance question mark.
I had this. I was test driving a car, and guy says, "What do you do?" I like computer games. Anything I've heard of, and I listen. He goes, "Oh, I only play this one game." I was like, "Oh, what do you play?" He goes, "Oh, it's kind of embarrassing, I was like, "Well, it was Warcraft," and I just went Horde or Alliance, and that's it. We were firm friends from that point on. And I was like, "Dude, everybody plays Warcraft. Like it's just like owning a copy of Snakes and Ladders or Monopoly or something."
Well, I had fun. That's all you. I'll eat stuff.
No, thanks for coming back.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I.
Let me know what if you can. Let me know what variables you change. I'll experiment with it and try to get CG on it.
I will paste you just the instruction I've got, but yeah, I will do that. Yeah. And I'd be very curious. It might be purely psychosomatic.
Because I can put it on the SVN and see if I can get it built.
Yeah. I mean, and think of the patch note: eliminated lag in City in the Cliffs and other maps with too many mobs.
I know for sure I have to change. There's another map called Chaos Leaky. I believe it's capped at 35 FPS for clients.
There's way too many hearts and rainbows on the screen right now.
I like it. I like it. No, cheers. I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, absolutely. This has been one of my favourite games for a very long time, and I'm super pleased to have an excuse to play it some more. And you didn't make it worse. You're already doing better than DD, E, and A, and 2. And Orcs Must Die Unchained, for that matter.
I mean, those aren't a huge...
Somewhat we should probably...
Those games are... That's good, guys. I'm doing better than DD.
Well, I don't know if you remember the DDE launch, but it had multiplayer, but you couldn't join a specific people, so they just said, genuinely, Trendy said, just keep joining and leaving lobbies until you end up in one with your friends. And everyone's like,
I'll tell you this, DDE was a benchmark for DD2.
Well,
they was testing their subsystem for DD2.
As far as I could work out, it was the DD2 engine, but they'd run out of money, and they needed some money now to quickly slap together a bunch of content into a new game so they could get money in 6 months, not 18 months.
As far as I know, it wasn't actually money. It was like, from what I've been told.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a beta test for their online system they're going to use called Playverse.
Oh, well, maybe they should have put in little things like joining my friends for launch, and they might have make some money.
Yeah, the whole Playverse system was up.
Adam, what was it you were saying about earlier about the other DD games about taking a shit or something?
About taking? Oh, I was saying, yeah, this is better than DDE. Sorry, better than DD2, but so was the big shit I did earlier. Yeah. Dungeon Defenders 2. If you ever want to see how UI should not be done, Dungeon Defenders 2 on the console split screen. It is unbelievable. It just duplicates all of the UI for every player. Console. Oh my god! I used to play this. You see, with my
the frame rate was so bad.
It was not all it could have been. But yeah, I used to just play that in the evenings, just sort of slouched on my sofa. That's why I'm playing on a pad. I mean, it's nice. This is a perfect game for Steam in-home streaming, cloud streaming, stuff like that, because it's slightly slower paced. I haven't. Played, I haven't.
I'll see you.
Yeah, so again, thank you for dropping by. Most appreciated.
Thank you.
I haven't played DDA. All I know is in DDA is the reviews aren't very good.
Oh,
that's it. And I'm like, I'm good. We haven't even seen all the content here. I've just realised that's his name, but spelt crazy. Such a twit. Because I'm going. I should probably say goodbye to this guy. I've forgotten his name, but yeah, it's Aiden. As in, there's someone famous called Aiden, isn't there? But with an I.
That's just the normal spelling of Aiden.
Yeah.
What? No, his spelled with a Y. This guy.
Oh right, yeah. I thought you meant like someone famous. Yeah.
But someone famous is called Aiden. Aiden Christensen. That's it.
That's Hayden Christensen.
It's funny because that's the same name that I thought of too.
That's the joke.
Oh, okay. That's right.
I'm a bit slow, maybe.
I'm not that awake right now. It's like nearly 1 AM.
It is. I couldn't get his accent. Where's he from? Canada?
I was going to say like Northern America or maybe Canada, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, well, that narrows it down. Brilliant.
Yeah, I know. Very helpful. I mean like the north of the USA, not Northern America.
Somewhere on this continent.
Yeah.
Well, somewhere on no continent, definitely.
Maybe Chiku knows.
I used to get people.
I feel like I asked the question about item limits and then completely missed the answer. I already knew about 80 items per person. I knew about that.
Yeah, he said he can increase it. I mean, this is the thing. If he can end up putting,
is there ever any interest in that? Because, well, if he, that's one of my biggest grievances against games. 80 items, that's not enough.
80 items is fine if the code says remove the lowest level item rather than just remove the first item. Because then you end up with 80 good items, but I don't think it's quite that smart.
But it also applies to mana.
Yeah, the tokens I think were at 256. Yeah, it's 80 items per player, but not the mana token. Same thing. It just removes the first mana token rather than necessarily the lowest one. But what it should do is go, oh, I'm in trouble, and then combine mana tokens existent on the level.
Yes.
But if he can end up as setting this up as a separate release with its own community page, like the Portal 2 Community Edition, that means that he can change the stats. So there are some things he can't change because it would alter the system requirements. Now, as I said, having worked on Steam for many, many years and released many, many games, Valve don't give a shit what you type down. They literally don't.
So did I say Horde or Alliance or Horde? Does the order not matter?
Horde or Alliance. Horde or Alliance. You haven't said Alliance or Horde.
Crap. I don't know. I don't play that game. I'll let you know if she responds, I guess.
The thing is, you could have done, you're a healer, I'm a tank. Let's get together.
Tank and Spank?
I'll have... Well, Tank and Spank. I like it.
Oh.
The only other word that rhymes is wank, so...
Maybe not.
Have some heal and feel.
No. No, you should say tank and spank or sword and board.
Oh dear.
So depending on how long she's been playing, you can also ask about, killing pre-nerf Maggie and stuff like that. But why have you not played?
It's just endless.
No, we're at wave not. No, it says in the top.
Oh right, yeah, of course.
What was it about Warcraft?
Did you never play? You never played Warcraft?
No.
There's one TVG where someone.
Oh.
We were all there. It's about 100 of us in a hall. And one guy goes, "I've just got Warcraft." And we're like, "Oh, brilliant! What server are you on?" And this is the server. There's hundreds of Warcraft servers. So we all made alts on his servers. And we just bundled the whole of Elwyn with all level 1s.
Actually,
raiding Hogger. It was just hilarious and messy.
I guess I technically played it. I think when I was 12, my nan bought me a disc copy, and I had it for a month, and no one else I knew had the game because no one else at that age could afford to pay the membership fee. But I had my month free trial, and I hit the level cap of 20 from whatever the fucking demo disc had. And that's about as far as I got. In some ways I'm glad, in some I'm not. I guess I sort of ended up doing something similar anyway, because I played RuneScape in my childhood, so I don't know. But that game cost £7 less a month to play.
And was free to play, so...
And was free to play.
Last phase, Henry. I don't remember what the rewards are for this. What are we on? Easy? Easy. And that's, by the way, what I mean. I've said before, it's shit when you can't get hold of a developer. You should always be able to message a developer going, "What's wrong with this? Why is this happening? Did you know about this? Why don't you do this?" The skip, not skip wave, but just spawn the rest of the mob. Wave would just be so desirable in this game. I mean, right now, if we pressed it, we would die horribly. But when there's only 100 mobs left, don't make me don't make me just sit here and wait for them to spawn. I noticed the double ogre spawning message doesn't appear, and in fact 2 ogres spawned and I only got 1 message, so...
I guess, would you want devs to be super accessible in a AAA studio with a big game, though? Because they probably just get harassed, wouldn't they?
No, see, that's different. When I was in AAA, we weren't allowed to talk to people. I got in trouble for talking to people.
Interesting.
So, no, you have community managers who talk to it for you. You might get questions, so sometimes I get asked a question, so someone's just asked me this, and I would come back with
for technical support and
well,
stuff,
not even for that. But how does this work? What's this do? What level's this? What balance this? Blah, 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 blah. So we would then field back and answer the community manager who might reword it or not, depending on... Well, we were absolutely not allowed to post the forums. We could read the forums, and we could give responses to the community manager who could then post them on our behalf. But... yeah.
Or the janitor if you're Valve.
Oh, just anyone, literally anyone at Valve, yeah.
I think it's like a running joke.
Actually, my uncle's the janitor at Nintendo, and he heard that doing a GameCube too. I believe that is the running joke, and it's been going a long time.
I think there's a joke on the Dota and CS Reddits that there's only one guy at Valve that responds on Reddit. And he's like the janitor, and he goes, "Yeah, here's the update."
I mean, there's one guy I deal with called Tom, and I've been dealing with Tom for about 10 years on Valve, and he responds to all my emails. He responds to everybody's emails, and I'm like, I wonder if this is an alias. He's not a real person at all. But if I need the name of my package changed, I need to email Tom. There's no other way of doing it. I'm like, this is very silly.
Yeah. I think Dota specifically with Valve kind of has that. They've got the alias of Ice Frog as Dota's developer, air quotes.
Well, that's definitely not a real name, and you know how I can
obviously,
tell?
Obviously not. I mean,
Ice Frog. Okay, you got it.
Well, the only catch with it is it was a user's name that was on Dota All Stars or something. But I think people think at this point it probably is an alias. For the development at this point.
Sorry, Ham, we had 14 lives. It's not lives I'm worried about, it's time. But I'm basically at the top, punching ogres in a circle.
My favourite thing about that alias, though, is he's got a Twitter account, but he only tweets to congratulate the winners of each year's international tournament. And the first time, so only one team's had a repeat victory, and the first time that happened, he just retweeted his congratulations.
And a few words and much efficiency.
Yeah.
How you doing down there, Henry?
Let's see.
Feel free to sprint north, clear out, and loop back. So
I think something about. Oh.
There's some loops around here, so I can actually just kite them in a circle.
I think it's also partly the.
Decoy.
Oh. As I say, I think it's also something about like the balls you'd have to set to like just retweet something to a team that just won like $20 million. Like, nah, I'll just retweet their last message. They don't need it.
Did you put down the decoy, Henry?
Yep.
This ogre just fucked off all the way across the map to come and hit it. Yeah, the decoy's really, really good at keeping us alive.
Yeah, I hope so.
Time down normally.
It's kind of in the name, right?
Yeah, but yeah, you can put loads and loads of points into it. It's super useful.
That's probably a map where I would think that, or that's probably a play style, I guess, or map that I would think that the Van Wolfstein is best.
Yeah, this is probably my most damaging weapon that I've got. I don't have a. That's the kiting. Oh no, the Van Wolfenstein is one with the wolf's head.
It's piercing.
Piercing.
It pierces everything.
Area damage though, so can't go wrong with massive area damage.
Oh, it also pierces walls.
That is also helpful.
I was browsing random like gaming YouTube channels the other day, and the one came up. It was like Healthy Gamer or something. It's like this like psychiatrist diet guy that's like just mental health stuff of gamers.
Oh, mental health, not like playing Beat Saber.
No.
Oh bollocks!
But like. He calls what he does AoE healing because he just like group sessions with gamers. It's like the worst joke ever.
Well, that's what this channel is about: chatting and just remaining. Well, I don't know about wholesome, not with the wanking trap game.
Occasionally taking a shit under the others, apparently.
No, well, I mean, to be fair. We had this. We used to get people in for interviews that have worked on shit games. We'd always be trying nice and just sort of say in a nice way, why was the game shit? As a developer, you should know it was shit and you should be able to tell us why it was shit. And we had one game, I don't remember what game it was, but basically, we in a nice way, why was it shit? And he argued that he thought it was really good, and we're like, dude, it's not. It's not.
Stop lying to yourself. Bro.
Yeah. Another one, a guy was he came in for the interview for Burnout 3, and he was like, "Oh, I didn't realize the Burnout 2. When's that coming out?" And we're like, "Dude, you've just been sat in reception for the last half an hour with a Burnout 2 game pod, and you haven't done any research on the this is not a good start." Yay, we did it on easy.
That's not as easy as I thought.
No. That's the easiest difficulty.
Yeah.
What's our reward? Do we get one? Don't know if we do.
Loot?
There may be some upgraded loot.
Nah. Well, nothing seems to be upgraded. Nothing's green.
Oh, just before we finish, then, yeah, I don't think I will. I think. Hang on, what was that called? Monster Fast.
Dude, some guy in my Warhammer Facebook group chat just messaged saying, "Guys, I finished painting my stealth suits." A picture of an empty table. Oh, awful.
Oakvale Crossing. Why don't I remember that one? We should get Oakvale Crossing put back in the game too. Don't even remember that one. Apparently there are no rewards.
You go get my thingy.
Hold on, Monster Fest. There are rewards for it, just not on this difficulty. No, just before you go, I just wanted to drop an item for you because I got you a special item or two. Yeah. No, it wasn't that. It was one of these. Yeah. So I'm afraid it's only worth 53, but you might see why in a moment. I'm just going to leave it up on the stream for people to go
Adam, it hasn't worked. She hasn't responded. Oh no.
She hasn't responded. If so, that's your fault. That's nothing to do with my. Oh, but did I drop that item? Did I just change?
Yes.
No, I think I just put it on. God damn it.
Oh, there's a godly enchanted plate hood that is.
What do you think of the? What do you think of the stats?
Interesting.
A little bit positive, quite a lot negative.
Yeah.
Right, pretty much all negative.
The minus health on it.
I know it's cursed. So that I am you. That is what I mean about. That is the numbers overlapping. That's not done on purpose. As Aiden indicated, the actual code was not written in a good way. And we actually, me and another guy actually did chat about reworking it as a black box. Oh shit! I didn't mean to actually pick that up. I actually have another chicken gun, but it's not got as many upgrade levels as the one I'm using, so it probably won't. This has got 21, that's got 30.
So are we picking these up, or?
You can have them if you want. I mean, you're the... let me... that might be an upgrade for your current offhand.
Whatever that green thing was that was just on the screen. I thought it was like a Kermit the Frog strapped to a kite or something.
It's a spider crossbow. I can't use it yet. I'm not high enough level. The retributions are superb. So they're multi-target piercing. So you should have one. Probably can't use it yet, but you should have one. Oh, and we did succeed, so I should see what the shop has to offer. Crap. Yeah.
You shouldn't leave these helmets here.
You can have them. I don't want them. They're not worth anything. Oh, and I dropped you a weapon, which might be cool.
Yeah, pick that one up.
I don't know what we're playing tomorrow, by the way. We don't really have something on. I thought we should maybe think about something new, and then GTA on Sunday. We don't actually have anything scheduled for tomorrow, so again, we've got all the game.
You should buy a Buzzard and GTA. They're on sale.
Why would I buy the same vehicle as the vehicle my chauffeur drives?
Oh, me joining the GTA is gonna be so depressing because I have like no money and no items or anything.
Excellent.
Oh.
Well, the more the merrier, because if we could do the rallying was great fun.
Is that the two-person per car?
Two-person stuff was just so funny. Really, really, really was. Right. Well, that has been fun.
That was an interesting one.
I will. Yeah. Well, he's our first guest ever.
Huzzah!
But maybe, yeah. Well, to be fair, I know loads of devs. I wouldn't know who to invite. I should end the studio going featuring developer of Dungeon of Panda's Redux.
You can make like a gameplay stream where you just chat to random devs.
Well, I mean, I do. I mean, so I sometimes get invited to streams, and that's usually what I do. So we just I just chat about stuff. I said for my birthday last year, I had a guy called Dave, who I used to work with in the games industry over, and his wife. And I didn't realise at the time, but after chatting, his wife was the producer on Aliens vs Predator.
Oh,
the good one on the Jaguar, and we're like, you wrote that? No, sorry,
you produced that.
The good one on PC, AVP. It's called AVP 2000 now, and it's just like, holy shit, that game was something else. And I just shook her hand, going, I didn't know you worked on it. But Dave and I just we were chatting about stuff we'd done in the industry and things, and then we realised that everyone else had just sort of stopped and was just listening to us. And I said, I feel like we're two old white blokes at a conference, just swapping stories, and everyone's listening.
Oh.
Anyway, I should go to bed. I would say I'm going to go to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but the last 6 episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are not on Disney Plus yet because I don't know why, so I can't. So I do recommend. It comes out later this month, but I do recommend you do all go and watch WandaVision. A friend of mine has described it as bafflingly entertaining, and he has no idea how it got greenlit, and quite frankly, neither do I. I'm Chiku. Thank you so much for bringing that in. More bits, we don't know. Maybe we'll have a chat about something new. If it's just down to me, I would just play Dungeon Defenders and Ministry for the rest of my life, which is possibly not healthy. Things that are on the rotation but we haven't played: Artemis Bridge Crew, Raft, No Man's Sky, Squadrons, Project Cars, War Thunder, Elite, Star Trek Bridge Crew, Apex Legends, Warcraft, Borderlands 3, Deep Rock Galactic. I have also never lost a game of Fortnite, and I think we maybe should try Fortnite at some point. I am literally 100% wins.
Oh, I was gonna say, did you say Borderlands 3 on that list, or was that?
Yeah, because they've got the new Battle Royale mode, or Loot Royale, it's called Arms Race. It's really interesting.
Is that part of DLC? I've not actually tried it.
It's part of the Season 2 DLC, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, lots of stuff on the list. I kind of want to play Transport Tycoon. I haven't played in ages, and I kind of just want to watch trains go around. Joyce inspires me to get off my ass and work on my train game.
So what the fuck happened with Game Pass? I mean, I even got a notification on the mobile.
Wait, what?
It's coming in 2021. So EA get all of Game Pass.
I thought it was supposed to be today. I even got a notification on the mobile app saying, hey, this is now available. And then I clicked on it. I was like, oh, well, maybe it's not.
Yeah, it was supposed to be today. They initially said 16th of December, 15th. And then it got pushed back a month to today. And now it just doesn't seem to be. They're just like, hey, 2021.
Silence and crickets.
Yeah.
What was meant to be happening?
All of EA Play turns up on Game Pass.
Okay.
For Ultimate
Game Pass
users.
Well, yeah, not for noobs. Well, who wouldn't have Game Pass Ultimate?
God.
Seriously. I had to change my Xbox Live password. I don't know why. It just suddenly said no, change it. I've got so many computers and devices that use my Xbox Live password. It's like, oh, for God's sake. We also haven't gone back to Deep Rock Galactic in ages, which I was quite enjoying. But again, 4 players. Oh, Tetris Effect connected. Local co-op. Oh, right, it's that one.
Tetris
competitive online.
Oh, was that Battle Royale mode like that? Tetris.
Well, that was Tetris
99 or something?
99, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'll download it. But yeah, Pandemic.
I didn't realise. Pandemic the volume. Fitting.
Bad timing.
I didn't realise that you could sign into Epic through Steam. That's an interesting.
Yes, they're all interlinked. We also, I've got Dead Rising 4, but apparently nobody else does. We've also got, we haven't been back to Sea of Thieves in ages. Forager is still a broken piece of shite, which is a shame, because it'd be quite fun to play it when we do.
I really enjoyed Celeste, actually. That's a single player. But...
Yeah. I only play games where I can play with my friends. Oh, a patch for, an update for Forza.
Interesting.
Who knows? Anyway, we don't know what we're playing tomorrow. Yes, more bits, and I said I didn't think there were any options for it. Anyway, I'm going to go. I might buy another television. This one is just flickering and glowing up there. Lasted me 10 years. It's not bad.